that they needed to dig into. So for like 3 hours, they're out there backing up trucks and shit, using whatever, like the backhoes and shit, scooping up the snow. Then they have like a fucking motorized jackhammer that's attached to one of the backhoes that's just been out there digging a fucking hole. So yeah,
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
And at the same time, they have massive like fucking work spotlights that are on top of the trucks that are just blasting through my fucking windows right now. So it's like, geez, man. Like, I tried to fix my sleep schedule, but it's like brutal, dude. Not today. I made a God's honest effort. So, maybe tomorrow, but yeah, I forced myself to get up. I slept for like 2 hours on and off, so I'm here. Hooray! Yeah, hold on. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but tell me if you can hear the fucking grinding. Let's see, where's my mic control? I think it stopped. Hold on. I'll wait till it starts going again, and then you can tell me if you can. Oh, there it goes. Can you hear like the grinding? Yeah, they've been doing that since like 5 p.m. pretty much. But yeah, they're literally digging up the asphalt, so it's not quiet at all.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I haven't seen anything related to GTA 6 news because I have GTA 6 muted on Twitter. I have GTA 6 muted on Twitter, so I don't see anything about it. Griffin never dated. Wait, never date a tradcon e-girl. There's no such thing as a tradcon, bro. Tradcons don't exist. It's a myth. Tradcons are literally just feminists, but dishonest. Let's see. 16-bit Kikamura with the 10 months. Appreciate it. Currently playing at my Nintendo Switch 2, laughing at these people seethe about Nintendo. Yeah, that shit's funny as fuck, man. It's already well past the Wii U, so their whole Wii U 2 narrative is completely and utterly crushed. Brutal. Sucks to suck. That's all I can say. And Tim Marco with the 7. GTA 6 is on track to release in November. Oh boy. And marketing ramps up in the summer. No cancellations. Brutal. Oh well, maybe I'll be taking an extended Thanksgiving break. That might just have to be the case. $500 for Switch 2 doesn't look so bad after seeing the other handheld price. Well, dude, that's the thing. It's like, the Switch 2 has never been expensive. So, like, that's the thing. $500 for a bundled game for a brand new console is like nothing. You know, the PS5 was $400 when it came out in 2013. The Xbox One was $500 in 2013 when it came out. You know, you do the equivalent price of the PS3, which was $500 when it came out, and it's close to $1,000 compared to what it is in like today's money. So, the whole price argument was always fucking retarded. It's extremely fairly priced. I mean, even if you just compare the Switch 1's release price to the Switch 2 price, if you just do inflation, the Switch 2 is cheaper in real terms. So it's like, I don't know what the fuck people expect.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see, Kitsune FGH HGFH with the 5. Praying we get a Zelda trailer sometime this year. I don't care if it's years away. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done some sort of Zelda announcement to align with the movie. Like, I was expecting them to do the same thing with Mario for the 40th anniversary, but I guess not. I mean, at the very least, they did the collection of Mario Galaxy to kind of like feed into the hype of the movie. So people who watch the movie have like an actual game they can look up and go buy. So yeah, I am kind of surprised there is no Zelda equivalent of that. Like a Twilight Princess or, you know, Wind Waker HD like collection where they take the Wii U ports and just resell them on the Switch, but I don't know. I would have expected a Zelda announcement of some sort to go along with the movie. Gerald's on with the 2. Sonic Cross Worlds sold better than Kirby Air Ride. Actually, it's the opposite, which makes it even more brutal for the Switch 2 haters. Sonic Cross Worlds dramatically underperformed. Sega was disappointed with the performance. Sold a little over 1 million copies on the Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and PC combined. Kirby Air Ride, I think, is at what, 1.8 million? So, yeah, Kirby Air Ride almost doubled the sales of Sonic Cross Worlds on a much smaller install base, so brutal to all the Sonic chuds out there that thought it actually had a chance of unseating Mario Kart, and even more brutal because, you know, Nintendeen enjoyers like myself thought that Kirby would outsell it anyway, so Yikes. Yeah, I was not impressed by the beta of it at all. I tried Sonic Cross World and it was just like, eh. It just felt really slop. Like, when you play Mario Kart, you can tell there's like a refinement there. Like, say what you will about, you know, the open world or whatever, but like the actual mechanics of Mario Kart, like that shit is perfect. They have absolutely perfected like the kart racing feel. Like, it feels tight. Everything just feels good, bro. Like, Mario Kart just is in a league of its own when it comes to, like, the controls. It is a very, very, very well-polished game. And Sonic, just everything felt super floaty. It didn't feel, like, even remotely close to the same caliber of, like, just mechanics. So, I would say Kirby Air Ride and Sonic probably have a pretty similar feel to them in that sense, where, you know, Kirby Air Ride, like, I get the point is to be, like, just completely fucking chaotic and over the top and everything, but I'm not really the biggest fan of the controls of that game. I think it just kind of feels like a clusterfuck at times. So, I would kind of say Kirby Air Riders and Sonic Cross Worlds are kind of in the same category of it needs a little work on the refinement category, I would say, when it comes to the gameplay. Yeah, exactly. It underperformed so badly that Sega had to resort to paying Dreamcast guy of all people to show. Yup, I remember that. They were paying him and other people to promote the game post-launch, which, that's brutal, man. I should have done that, too. I think I got the email for that. I just don't check that email.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Oski with the 2. What's this? Okay.
I can't afford this shit!
And Rogue Dio with the 2. Check out Disney morality is getting millennials hurt. Okay. And Even Star with the 5, Outer Worlds 2 underperformed. It canceled the 3rd game, but Game Pass quality, dude. Yeah, I saw that. Apparently Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 bombed. Thank God, bro. Like, Avowed was so shitty. Like, that game genuinely fucking sucked. Like, I can't think of a more hideous fantasy game in modern history, maybe other than Veilguard, but even then, I would say Avowed has an even worse aesthetic to it. Because, like, there are some redeeming qualities of Veilguard's, I would say, game design, but Avowed, it's hideous. Genuinely fucking hideous. Also, Nintendeen on cope mode, he removed a community post on his YouTube channel. Aww. Poor baby. Yeah, I saw on Twitter today, like, people name dropping him like a motherfucker. So, apparently, the legend has spread of his legendary fucking, you know, cope jerk-off sessions. So, apparently, you know, the Twitter crowd roasts his fucking ass on a normal basis when it comes to Nintendo. Which is cool. Dude, you still have these fucking retards who, you know, are desperate to die on the hill that the Switch 2 bombed. It's just pathetic. It's like, that's the ship number, dude. It's like, yeah, every company reports the ship number, you fucking retard. What do you think? Like, it's just so retarded. They're like, that means there's 2 million Switches that haven't been sold. It's like, yeah, that's called inventory, you fucking half-wit. Do you think the fucking Switch 2 just magically appears on the shelf at a store for someone to buy? No, stores have to fucking stock products in order to sell them. They buy the Switch from Nintendo and then sell it to the end customer. It is normal to have large inventory numbers of a product that has a high sell-through rate. It's just, the cope is insane, bro. Every company reports shipped numbers because that's when they get paid. So, it's just insanity, bro. They live in a different reality. Nintendeen is Dreamcast guy for Nintendo. So, I would beg to differ because Nintendeen has that. He has that Aspie Weta voice who thinks he is so much smarter than he actually is. I did the research and I found out that Nintendo has been fudging the numbers for quite some time. Like, once you hear the autism in his voice, it starts to make sense, bro. He's just yet another, you know, shit, dude, I'm like fucking retarded. Let's say an eloquent retard. We'll put it that way. He's an eloquent retard.
Either subscribe,
like, he's
donate,
actually good at forming sentences and stuff, but once you hear the autism in his voice, you will never be able to unhear it. So, he has a high verbal IQ, but the autism shines through.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Darth Fancy with the 25 months. Did you see that Alan Wake 2 finally became profitable? Brutal. It's a shame that it ever happened, but I guess it had to at some point, right? Jesus. That game was so fucking astroturfed, man. They tried to convince everybody that it was the greatest shit ever, when in reality, it just fucking sucked. It's really funny, because, like, a lot of those old reviews I did of those type of games, like, initially they'd get a bunch of backlash from the fucking, you know, the normie modern slOP crowd, like, how dare you insult what Reddit told me is good. But over time, like, the comments turned overwhelmingly positive, because everybody's like, dude, I played this game finally, and it fucking sucked. Why is everybody glazing it in the comments? It's like, yep. These modern games don't age well, is basically the moral of the story. Is, you know, people hype the fucking ever-living shit out of all these trashy modern, you know, walk-and-talk simulators or whatever. They'll play it, you know, get excited for it for like 2 to 3 months, move on to the next one, and forget it completely, like, even existed. So... let's see, Oski with the 43 months. Appreciate it. I can't wait for the day for the Switch. Hold on. I can't wait for the day the Switch 1 outsells the PS2. Even after that bullshit that Jim Ryan pulled out of his ass. Yeah, the thing is with that, it's like he's quoting the number of PS2s that were manufactured. which is not, it's impossible for the number of PS2s that were manufactured to be sold, because at least 10% of those PS2s were probably used for some form of warranty or RMA process. So he's using the number of PS2s that were literally taken off the assembly.
Nice car. Perfect.
Is not console sold. You don't sell every single unit of something that's produced, because there's, you know, defective units, there's RMA and returns, there's warranty fulfillments. You know, those numbers are fake as shit, period. So the Switch 1 has already surpassed the PS2 in real sales, and it did it, I think, this quarter. So, yeah, it'll surpass the 160 million number, but yeah. How long before Sony's like, oh, we sold 20 million PS2s to fucking, I don't know, Brazil or some bullshit country? It's like, yeah, it's physically impossible to sell every single unit produced of a product. There is always going to be defective units. There's always going to be units that get stolen. There's always units that are going to be, you know, exchanged. It's like, on top of that, too, the PS2 has one of the worst software attach rates per console out there, because people just fucking bought that shit for the DVD player. So, my grandma had 2 PS2s because she watched DVDs. So, never bought a single video game in her life other than for her grandkids. So, yeah. But we'll see, man. I don't really think the facade can keep up much longer. Because for years and years, they promoted the 155 million units number. And then all of a sudden, this Jim Ryan's already 1 foot out the door. He bullshits that 160 million. So, the Switch 1's already the best-selling console of all time. Even with Sony's bullshit, it's going to surpass that number. So, I mean, realistically, what? They've got... I don't know, because Nintendo usually makes their consoles for 10 years, right? I think Sony does the same thing. They manufacture their consoles for 10 years. So Nintendo technically has this year and then next year to do it. And they're only, what, 4 million away? If they drop the price on the Switch 1, like, that thing's gonna sell like crazy, and, you know, less wealthy markets like, you know, Southeast Asia, China, South America, Eastern Europe, like a lot of those places, if they did start, you know, lowering the price dramatically on the Switch 1, it'll start selling like crazy. Yep, the Switch 1 never got a discount. Exactly. Well, dude, the original Xbox was way more expensive than the PS2, right? Yeah, $300. And then the PS2 I know was like 100. Like, bro, the PS2, they were giving those fucking things away towards the end of the generation. So they were like $120 constantly. I remember
either
that.
Subscribe, donate, or get the
like
fuck
they would
out.
have the silver PS2 at like Best Buy for $129 with a bundled game and extra control. Like, they literally were just trying to get rid of those fucking things like crazy. They were so cheap. The GameCube is the most overrated console of all time. False. Absolutely none of the games on the system are the best in their respective series. Wouldn't the Resident Evil crowd beg to differ on that one? I don't know, bro. I would disagree with that. I think the GameCube had the best, like, concentration of games. Maybe they don't have the best of, like, each individual franchise, but the amount of great games on the GameCube were absolutely fucking fantastic. So, I mean, let's just say real quick. All first-party Nintendo GameCube games. Let's see. So you have Luigi's Mansion, Smash Melee, Pikmin, Eternal Darkness, Super Mario Sunshine, Animal Crossing, Star Fox Adventures, Mario Party 4, Metroid Prime, Wind Waker, Wario World, Mario Golf, F-Zero GX, Kirby Air Ride, Mario Party 5, Mario Kart Double Dash, I don't know what 1080 Degrees Avalanche is, but I guess that's a Nintendo game. Pokemon Coliseum, Custom Robo, The Legend of Zelda, Four Swords, Pikmin 2, bruh, the Donkey Konga game, I remember that shit. Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door. Well, I guess that would be a best in the franchise title right there, for sure. Mario Power Tennis, Metroid Prime 2, Mario Party 6, Mario Party 7, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, Mario Superstars Baseball. You have Star Fox Assault, which I like that game. Sue me. Twilight Princess, Chibi Robo, Mario Strikers. I mean, that's a pretty good lineup, bro. How long was the GameCube generation even? Was it like 4 years? 4 or 5 years? It wasn't a very long console life cycle. That's a lot of games in like 4 or 5 years. So... what's wrong? People don't like Star Fox Assault because it's not a traditional Star Fox game. But I liked it, personally. I'm not really a Star Fox fan, so maybe that's why. But I thought it was a fun game. I remember it was actually when I was visiting my dad in Washington, D.C. when he was working at the Pentagon. Like, we were sitting in his hotel room because he, like, lived out of a hotel. Because back then the government gave you the choice of either getting you a long-term hotel room or they would pay to have you housed in a apartment. So he lived out of a hotel for like 5 or 6 years during the weeks and would come home on the weekend. So I remember we went to the Pentagon City Mall GameStop and I got Star Fox Assault and I played it that entire weekend we went to go visit. So... good times, man. Good times. But yeah, I like that game personally.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
I enjoyed it. That'd be a cool game for them to add to the GameCube back and pad. Nah, he wasn't there during 9/11. I've been inside. I mean, I've been inside the 9/11 memorial at the Pentagon, but nah, he's never been. He wasn't working there when that happened. So. No, I never played Adventures. Yeah, my most, like, the thing I remember most about Star Fox Assault was the tank levels, which I actually liked a lot. Which I think the tank levels were the majority of the game, if I'm not mistaken, but again, I don't really remember the game super well, I just remember I liked it. And I remember I, like, binged the fuck out of it that weekend. So... Shigeru Miyamoto personally instructed the devs to make the female fox attractive.
I can't
Bruh.
afford this shit!
Curse him. He awakened a generation of furries. Brutal. Brutal. Him and the Crash developers.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face
That
to shut
shit's
the fuck up.
brutal, man. Jesus. Yeah, Crash Bandicoot, Ratchet and Clank, what's the other one? Jak and Daxter, I guess Star Fox now. Like, a lot of games propagated the furry plague onto us. So, yikes. Yeah, Sonic as well, but that's kind of self-explanatory. Isn't Wario World underrated? That's what I've heard. Wario World is good. I've never played it. Hold on, let me just check something real quick. How much is how much is a GameCube copy of Star Fox Assault? eBay. Let's see. Damn, bro, it's kind of expensive for a game that nobody likes, supposedly. It's $60 if you want a complete copy of it. Wow. I guess it wasn't that bad after all. That is kind of crazy about Nintendo games, though. Like, you literally just hold on to them and you get your money back. Like, there's no other game company out there like that. That's actually a pretty clean copy. Yeah, $70 for a complete copy. Player's choice is, I think, $50. Which, who cares? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe I should start buying some of my old GameCube games. But it's just going to be another case of my 360 stuff where I've had to now box all of it up. So, I don't have any of my physical games out anymore. I have my Switch stuff in a box that's accessible. And then I have my 360 and PS4 stuff boxed up. Because it's just like, I'm running out of space, so I have to put stuff away. So that box will be going, not the Switch stuff, but the PS4 and 360 stuff will be going to the storage at my earliest convenience when I can actually leave my place. Oh, hold on. It's not really an easy way to do this. I guess that's good enough. All right. I found something else to show y'all. Nah, original Xbox stuff is already Nintendo rare. So, original Xbox stuff gets pretty pricey. So you guys know about the card I showed you all the other night, right? Well, I found these as well, which I forgot I had. So we'll do a little show and tell real quick. And then I'll check the super chats. I've been hearing them coming in, so don't worry. Yeah, we pulled up one of the Epstein things. The one I think is the most telling is the one where he wants to use video games to subvert the education system, essentially. So yeah, I found these, guys. You can't tell me these aren't, hold on, wait, let me pull the other one too. So, I showed y'all this card the other night, right? Well, I found its cousins. So yeah, there you go.
I can't afford this shit!
I found its cousins. These are the Weiss ones. So it's a different card game, but yeah, there you go. There they are. I forgot I had these, honestly. I have a bunch of the Code Geass cards, too, apparently. I buy so many cards, I don't even remember getting them. But yeah, I do have these. And then I also have a bunch of the CC cards from Code Geass as well. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, it has cards. I have a bunch of these. These are actually pretty cheap. They're like $4. So, yep. They're from Union Arena, but yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, let me see if I can find it real quick. It was pretty telling. Like, basically, Epstein wanted to use gaming to, you know, literally, I think he used the word subversion. But let me check. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, see, we need educational subversion. So it says, in a meeting with Joel Klein on Monday, any edutainment games that you like already out there. Play Medal of Honor or Call of Duty, you will learn war history. Here's what I've been thinking. Video games are already great at teaching. If they don't assess your level and put an appropriate challenge right in front of you, the game fails. Challenge too hard, and you get frustrated and quit playing. Too easy, and the game is no fun. That is exactly what a good teacher or tutor would do. Fundamentally, the thing that works is a 1-to-1 student-teacher ratio. Even if you have a shitty teacher or tutor, you will learn a lot because that person gets to know you and challenges you at your level. That doesn't scale, but computers do. So we have to use computers to replace teachers, or at least augment them. Today's video games don't try to teach stuff we care about, well, except for shooting bad guys. In reference to Medal of Honor. Oy vey. The best scheme I've come up with so far is to use X Prize or something like it to co-opt the existing video game industry. Give out prize to the game that comes up with the best way of teaching kids anything from a normal school curriculum. Let them pick whatever they want to teach, any grade level, and just incorporate it into their product. That's the way to get the most brains and the most users for the least money. You want to skip convincing educators and parents about the stuff and just go straight for the kids. Imagine you're looking at a door in a video game. It has some squiggly symbols printed on it. Little munchkins walk up to that door and say konnichiwa. The door opens and they are greeted by a hot princess with big tits and a thong. The door closes in your face. You're going to fucking learn to read and pronounce kanji. Unleash that on 5th grade boys, and then the next thing you know, you'll have an entire generation of bilingual kids speaking Japanese to each other, behind the backs of their parents and teachers. Edutainment is for pussies. It doesn't work. Once kids catch on that you're trying to teach them something, they shut down. We have to keep the boobs and the gains and profit. It's kind of hard to read this, so maybe that word's not. Oh wait, the boobs and guns. Okay. And profit. You see how much money video games are making these days? Fuck educational reform. We need educational subversion. So there you go, guys. Now apply that to your heckin' political propaganda slop, and it makes a lot of sense. And this is dated 2013. Right around the time the game started doing this really fucking hardcore subversion shit. So it is kind of wild how much shit comes back to Epstein, man. You know, from the microtransactions to the political subversion to all sorts of stuff, dude. You know, even fucking Poll on 4chan is linked to Epstein, and r/politics is linked to Ghislaine Maxwell, so it's crazy out here, dude. Is there anything purer left in this world? Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. Oh, did I send myself anything? Epstein's favorite 4chan board was the lesbian anime board. Hell yeah, dude. One of us. One of us. It was over from the start. Yeah, we never had a chance, guys. It was rigged from the start. This music sounds like I'm in Olive. Well, it's a town in Final Fantasy 15 based off of Venice, Italy, so I think that was the intent. I wonder who Joel Klein is. Let's see. Because he's asking Bobby Kotick for, Oh, he's a lawyer. Shocking. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, that is like one of the most Jewish dudes you'll ever see. How could you tell I was Jewish? Oh my god, yeah, fund for public schools, so yeah. Appointed by Michael Bloomberg. Is shocking. Oh, he was the deputy White House counsel to Bill Clinton as well. Interesting. And the United States Assistant Attorney General. And Chancellor of the New York City Department of Education. Oh, he went to Harvard. Shocking. Yeah, so obviously this was the guy they were looking to push the subversion shit with into the education system. It's very interesting, man. You know, it really is a small little club at the top of things. But the thing that's interesting, I think, about all of this is, like, it just shows you how incompetent the top tier of society really is. Like, they're really not that much different from, like, the normies at the bottom. Like, they all do the same shit. Like, at the end of the day, they just want to party, get their fucking dick wet, be super fucking degenerate, take drugs, go on vacations. Like, at their core, they're still normgroids at heart, even though they have a shit ton of money. It's kind of pathetic, honestly, if you think about it. It's actually kind of pathetic. Like, it quite literally is a perfect example of you're not doing anything wrong in your life, you just don't know the right people. Like, these people who are at the top tier of society are nothing special. They just have the right connections, period. You know, it's not what you know, it's who you know is a very fucking true statement. And I think this demonstrates that better than anything. So... we are ruled by a bunch of wealthy midwits. There is nothing inherently special about them. Period. The files are weird in that it seemed like they tried to make Epstein, well, his associates rather, make him seem like a good and kind person. Well, dude, Epstein probably was a pretty chill guy, you know? The thing is like, you know, that was basically his entire MO, is like he would be your best buddy. You know, he'd be the guy that gets you the fucking, you know, courtside seats, the guy who gets you, you know, a seat on a private jet, you know, a stay at a hotel. He gives you some investment advice. You know, he gets you a loan if you need it. Like, he was basically your best friend, essentially. That was his entire kind of, like, role. And that's how he would navigate, is, like, being your buddy. So he probably was a cool dude to hang out with. That's the thing, is most people who were around him probably liked him. Because that was his entire, you know, operation, is, you know, getting close with people, getting friendly with them, and, like, worming his way into your life. So... that's why he was connected with everybody, is because everybody liked him. So... oh, I'm sure Ghislaine was worse. So, because Epstein was the front guy. So, Ghislaine would be the one behind the scenes, like, basically being the fucking, you know, what do you call it? The madam of the brothel, you know, whipping the women into shape and everything like that. So, yeah, Epstein is the heckin' wholesome front guy who everybody needed to like. Ghislaine is the one who was working the shit behind the scenes. So, because that's the thing, is Epstein would need to, you know, appear to be a benevolent kind of guy because, you know, people needed to lower their guard around him. So if they saw him being, like, super rude or angry or, you know, cracking the whip, so to speak, then it would, you know, change people's, I guess, threshold of relaxation around him. Because they wouldn't feel as comfortable, you know, disclosing shit or engaging in certain behaviors if they knew he was, like, this hardcore psychopath that was, like, you know, just waiting for his opportunity to strike. So he needed to play the good cop, basically. You know, it's like your classic good cop, bad cop routine. Epstein would have been the friendly, amicable, you know, warm, receptive kind of person, and Ghislaine was probably the fucking, you know, super fucking rigid and strict and brutal dude. So, they're selling the blue Epstein quarter set for $35. That would be funny, bro. I am Jeffrey Epstein. No, I am Jeffrey Epstein. No, I am Jeffrey Epstein. We are all Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus. Imagine. That shit would be cursed, bro. Just an entire crowd rocking the fucking Epstein pullover. Oh my god. Halloween? Oh my god. Yeah, dude, that shit would be funny. That actually would be funny. Man. Dude, I'm tired. I need to get like a decent night's sleep. Just one of these nights, bro. What's stopping me right now? Well, the fact that I've started streaming at like 4 a.m. the past few nights. So. Dude, I got this really cool hacky card that I'm hoping it's not. Okay, no, the dust is on the case. I got my dad this hockey card, but it's pretty cool. It's numbered out of 25, and it's number 8 out of 25, which in the sports card world, because it's an Ovechkin card, I guess is considered a jersey match, or a number match, or whatever the fuck. So it holds, like, special collectible value because of that. So it's pretty cool, honestly. I don't really give a shit about sports, but I do like the card. But I finally got it today. Yeah, I will say this, like hockey, like did you all see that statistics thing of like the political breakdown by sports, and it's like hockey players are like 90% conservative compared to like 40% for football players. So all the chuds play hockey apparently. So at least hockey is chud coded. Well, yeah, dude, that's because hockey's like 99% white, so it's just a bunch of white dudes. So hockey is like literally just a bunch of like 20-something-year-old white guys. So most of the hockey players come from Russia or Canada, and, the white chuds of Canada are at the forefront of the Great Replacement, so I can't imagine they're super liberal. So, especially the younger ones. Because I think Ovechkin is Russian, I believe. Sounds Russian. And I think he's like buddies with Putin or something like that. So I can't imagine he's super woke. Like, yeah, that doesn't seem likely. I feel like there's very few like white dudes that work out all the time that are leftists. Like, I don't feel like it's possible for a guy who has even an ounce of testosterone to be a modern-day leftist. So, alright, let me refresh the super chat feed. Give me a second. Alright, let's see. Drift speed with a 20. Can I play FTL faster than light? It's a gamer classic, and I want to see you play it because I enjoy it. Let me see what it is. Maybe. $350? That's steep. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I've seen this before. I mean, I can, but I don't know how interesting it's gonna be. Isn't this just like a space simulator kind of game? I don't know. I can try it. I don't know if this is my type of game, though, at all. But yeah, I can get it real quick. I'll try it out at the very least. Alright, give me a second. At least Epstein died before he could touch your precious Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, but the problem is Epstein would have never made Final Fantasy, or I would say, let's not say Final Fantasy, Forspoken, because Epstein didn't like the dark skin. No dark meat allowed on Epstein Island. But yeah, I don't know, man. Epstein might have been a better alternative compared to what we have now. Unironically. It's like that one email he sent. Alright, let me see. Is that done? Yes. Yeah, Epstein was not a fan of black women, which I can't really say I blame him. Like, if you had your choice, I don't think anybody would choose anything other than white chicks. Period. Yeah, here, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, so look at the subject. Stop gun crime, ban NWAs. This article is extremely amusing in the sense that it just poses several questions relating to gun control policy when the author himself is the answer to his own question. More NWAs equals more murder. Duh. Like, bruh.
Bruh.
Like, dude, this is the thing, is if the Steens of the world weren't trying to push this globo, homo, white replacement shit, and they came out saying stuff like this, I don't know if the CHUDs would have too much of a problem with Jewish people running shit. That's kind of the crazy part to me, is like...
Intelligent than white people. It's not true.
But yeah, that's the thing, it's just like, I don't understand, like, this is what they're saying in private, but then they push for unlimited immigration. It's just wild to me, bro. It is insane double standard type shit. So if this was the public stance they were taking, I think even the CHUDs would have a hard time, you know, subjecting themselves to a Judaic rule. You know, if every Jewish leader was like as based as like a Stephen Miller, for example, I don't know if there would be too much resistance against Jewish people being in high positions of power like they are. So, it's more so this globo homo shit. Ugh. Yeah, hold on. I think I have that video. Let me see. I think I do. I do not. Yeah, I do.
I do not associate with niggers.
Yeah, that was Epstein, bro. This was Epstein behind the scenes.
I do not associate with niggers.
You know, maybe it confirms the theory that, you know, Epstein is Mom Dami's fucking father, and this is a young Mom Dami, or whatever, filming himself while on vacation with his dad.
I do not associate with niggers.
Dude, I love that video so much. The accent just makes it incredible, bro.
I do not associate with niggers.
Bro, that shit's so fucking great. I love... Dude, this is one of the greatest memes from my, I guess, adolescence. I forgot when this came out. I think it was like when I was in middle school or something. It's old as fuck, but... Yeah, I love this video, bro. I love this video. Yeah, it's up there with Go Back to Africa, you fucking beater. Yeah. That was another good one. There's one I can't find where it's like... It's like a guy playing Black Ops 2, I think, and he goes, "Yo, I just stunned your bitch ass." And then he uses like a noob tube and kills some kid, and the kid just screams like, "You fucking, you know, Fanuc," at the top of his lungs. And I've never been able to find that video. It's like, "Yeah, bitch, I just stunned your ass." And then the kid just fucking spurgs out. That's another one of my favorites that, you know, is lost to the ages, unfortunately. Yeah, old internet videos are great. Why is chat disconnecting? Okay, it's just this window, so let me reopen it. Nope. It's all so tiresome. Okay, can I just not use pop-out chat? Okay, now the chat's broken on that tab too. That's nice. There we go. Yeah, this is literally the fucking team at YouTube right now. A bunch of fucking chimps with hammers. They're fucking retards. They're just like literally a bunch of literal fucking apes just smashing shit. Like, I can't even load the fucking super chat feed now. The stream dashboard is busted. Oh my god, bro. Stop outsourcing to India, please. Please. I want to actually use your website. Alright, I think, yeah, we're good now. At least for now. Knock on fucking wood, but... Oh my god, bro. Dude, I just looked over and I saw this in my folder. The cursed Tifa video. Bruh. That shit's... Oh my god. Imagine actually gooning to that, dude. Imagine. Imagine actually cranking the hog to that. Because I have it saved in case I ever make a Final Fantasy related video and talk about Tifa. I'm just gonna quietly put that in like the corner of the video and see if people notice it. Dude, it's like so fucking crazy. I saw it on Twitter and I was like, bro, I need to save that just in case. I don't know. I think it's funny as fuck, bro. Like, let me see. Just looks so fucking retarded. Yeah, no shit, it looks cheap. That's the whole point. Like, dude, look at that. It just looks retarded as shit. I don't know, man. What's the lore? I just saw it on Twitter. So, one day while doom scrolling, it just stumbled into my feed. Alright, YouTube is having problems. Like, look at this shit. I don't think the stream's gone down, but look. Chat disconnected. Successfully connected. Chat disconnected. Successfully connected. I don't think the stream's going down, but they're having fucking problems with whatever the hell is going on the back end for the stream dashboard. So... It's me. The stream's not going down, so... The stream is still going, so it's not my internet, it's the back end of YouTube. They're chewing the fiber optic. They're flossing with it. I have some curry stuck between my teeth. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the Tifa video I didn't save because I wanted it. Now this, on the other hand, this will make a fine addition to my collection. So, you know, that one I saved because I wanted it. The Tifa one I did save just to use for a video. The ass crack. Yeah, personally, I would not have put the ass crack, but that's just me. I think that is untasteful. Then I got this one saved too, but this is on Steam as well. So you got that. What else do I have in here? What other goon photos do I have? Yeah, the Ninja Gaiden ones. Heckin' honkers, dude. Oops. Oops. Brutal. Brutal. I can't believe that shit's real, man. Oh my god. Yeah, that ain't Jesus, that's Jaquarius. Yeah, it's a cup of lean, bro. Yep, the bird shit does look like drool. Shit, cuz. Alright, let me finish reading these super chats. So, user with the 13 months. Nintendo Switch is dead unless 1 billion are sold. I completely agree. Otherwise, Nintendo BTFO'd. Absolutely. And Bill Herb with the 10. I'll die on the hill that the 360 was the best console. I loved mine, and my favorite games are from that gen. Yeah, I would say objectively speaking, 360 was the best, especially games-wise. Also, most of the games the past decade plus have been carried by what that gen set up, pretty much. Yep, it's just all nostalgia farming off of, you know, better entries in those same franchises. Pretty much, dude. Pretty much. You know, all the talent, all the actual, you know, industry expertise no longer exists. Quite sad, isn't it? And let's see, Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 3. Why are you such an unk, Griffin? Because I'm old, obviously. And U Generation with the 10. What is this?
For the longest time, I was...
Bombshell Epstein is why Square Enix went woke. Brutal, dude. Alright, but yeah, we can check it out. Let me just autoplay off. Okay. That way it doesn't start again. Usually that keeps it. Alright, yeah, we can check it out. Bill Herb with the 2. Amy Rose from Sonic will be my Rose. Let's just say that she's not gonna have a flower for much longer when I get done with her. There you go, man. I'm happy for the two of you. Let's see. Chaga Shaga Gaming with a 3. Griffin beginning his nostalgic curmudgeon arc. What is that? Curmudgeon? A bad-tempered person, especially an old one? I've already begun that a long time ago, since the ripe age of 20. I've already been an old man, and an angry one at that. Synchro Max with the 2. My song suggestion got you rewatching Ormo. Yeah, I did rewatch it recently. Like 3 days ago I finished it, so, yep, it still holds up. It still holds up fantastically. I love what a time capsule it is, too, with, like, all the old technology and shit from, like, the early to mid-2000s. It feels, you know, nostalgic in that sense alone. Nanobolic plays with the 2. 4th newest race slop, just the 2-minute... So, is it a stream or a video? Is it the streams or the videos? Stream? Okay. Darylson with the 2. Mia Khalifa loves hockey too. Yep, I saw her at a Capitals game many years ago. So, yep. She used to live in the DC area, and she would go to the hockey games in this area. So, yeah, I've seen her in the flesh. Just as ugly as online. Since we were just talking about it. There we go. Bruh, I know what anime... No, this is the thing, bro. The wholesome family bonding thing is unique to Ormo. The other animes just do, like, some fucking degenerate shit. Ormo is actually heckin' wholesome and Reddit approved. So the other ones, nah, they're just degenerate slop. They're not anywhere near as heckin' wholesome. Alright, let me see. We'll try this out. And it launched in a window. Okay. Alright, I have no idea. Oh shit. And it just fucked up all my tabs. Jesus. Yup, everything just got shifted around. Lovely. Alright, I'm just gonna leave it like that. What the fuck?
I can't afford this shit!
I guess it's fine. I have no fucking idea. Ready. Supposed to do? No idea. Yeah, give me monies. Alright. I don't know if I'm doing anything right, but... you know, I guess stuff is happening. Alright, wow. Play Life is Strange, Bloom, and Rage. I think I did, but I don't think we ever finished it. 'Cause it sucked. Fix my ship? How? Yeah, I have no idea. Alright, well, whatever. Fix all. I don't know what's wrong with that. Alright, whatever. It's still the easy part? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't understand what's wrong with that. Yeah, I don't really, I don't know about this. So upgrade my shields. Alright, now I'm out. No money. Alright. Wowie zowie, man. This is sure exciting stuff. Man, fuck you. Again? Yeah, it pretty much is a Flash game. He's dead! Micromanager the game? Yeah, I don't know. OCD, yeah, it should, I don't know. I don't even know how you're supposed to move them around. Not very intuitive, man, that's for sure. I don't even know. Let's see. Nah, there's no controls. I don't fucking know. Click them and then a room doesn't do anything. See, nothing. Oh no, is it gonna blow up? What a shame. Oh well, it was a decent run. I know a dude that wants to need Max to play this shit, but he enjoys working too much to quit. I don't get nor. Yeah, I could understand neat maxing to like do some shit like Final Fantasy 14 or something, but for this, I don't know about that, bro. I don't know. Alright, well, I guess I'll just wait till it explodes. It's down to 1%. Yeah, he's dying now. Hooray! This is some corny estrogen shit, Griffin. You fell off. I don't, like... This is not my type of game, personally. I don't enjoy strategy games at all. I tried to play that one game, Stellaris. It was okay for like a few hours, and I just kind of got bored. You heard the about the drama about Sarah's stock? No, I did not. Apparently she aborted her child. Yet another trad influencer, huh? Color me surprised. Just kidding. So how do you fucking move this guy? Of course the black guy doesn't want to work. Brutal. Alright, I don't fucking know. Whatever. Probably just wasted money on that, but it is what it is. I think the game's glitch. Oh, there we go. It's literally left click, then right click? What type of retarded ass control scheme is that? Why the fuck would anyone right click after left clicking? That is literally autism personified as a control scheme. don't think I can make it. Brutal. No store for me. I think it's just to survive, yeah. I have no idea. Get bent, retard. Well, I have no missiles now. Oh well. No monies. Why are there two stores next to each other? Seems kind of unnecessary. Another store. Broke. Brutal, dude. Wowie zowie, man. buy a slave. Why the fuck would I want a slave? Brutal, no money still. The Pokemon Classic collections? No, I didn't. Is that an actual thing? I don't see anything about it on Twitter. Oh, it's a leak? Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Damn, these bums can't hit anything. I don't even know what the fuck's happening. Boop, boop, zoop, zoop. Yeah, dude. I have no fucking idea. Alright, let's just keep going. It's Jover, man. It's Jover. Oh, he died. Brutal, man. Haha, brutal. Unfortunate. What a shame. Oh, they're gonna die too. Well, I got an achievement. It's Jover. Well, I got my achievement, so I feel accomplished.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Alright, I'll do one more time, and that'll probably be it. Yeah, this is not my type of game, as you can see. Let's see. So, Zaku Tank with the 2. Adventures of Super Minecraft Kids? What the fuck is that? What is that supposed to be? And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Griff, when are you going to platinum RE4? When hell freezes over. So, never. Never ever. My fun. All right.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I can't afford this shit!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Would you do it if I snitched on PK'd Ice? No. There is not one thing on this earth that would get me to want to platinum Resident Evil 4. Like, period. I genuinely do not like that fucking game. None. brutal. Alright, whatever. I'll just keep my money for now. Yeah, you can snitch on him if you want. That's fine. What the fuck? Not enough power? Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, nope, I'm done. Holy fuck, man. They're just inventing shit at this point. Literally nothing changed from my last encounter, and now I don't have any fucking power.
Gaming.
I'm just letting it die. I don't fucking... Yeah, nope. This is too autistic for me, bro. Way too autistic for me. Yeah, no. It's just like, it's adding fucking it's just micromanaging. That's it. Like, oh, look, click, 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 click. Like, nah. There's no payoff either. It's like, oh, you don't have power. Okay, well, I just had power 10 seconds ago. So, I didn't do anything. So, what happened? Literally, for what? The 45 minutes I played prior, I did nothing different. And somehow I ran out of power. Wowie zowie, man. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Not my thing. I quite literally didn't do nothing. Like, it's not even like I changed something to where it would fuck up. So, literally nothing changed on my end. Honestly, I used to think immortality would be bad, but then when you think about it, you can be an eternal gamer eating your slop with Mountain Dew, being a real gamer without disturbance. See, I would only want immortality if it meant, like, I would never age. Because, like, you know, that would be a very distinct detail you'd have to make sure you got, you know, I guess, confirmation on, because it would suck to, like, never die, but just continue to fucking age. And you just become like a walking corpse, rotting. So, if you never aged, and, like, never had any health issues and nothing could kill you, then I think that'd be fine. Like, as long as you couldn't age and you would never get diseased, then that'd be fine. Like, as long as you were free and clear of illnesses and aging, then I wouldn't mind being immortal. Like the grandpa and Fade Stay Night, I guess.
Either
Yeah.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. All right, there we go. Never age would have to be included. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Not to mention if you got locked up for 1,000 years. I don't know. I feel like 1,000 years would just turn into like a day after a while. But what would you do to get locked up for 1,000 years? But yeah, I feel like immortality would really only be fun if you had like some other, you know, tangentially, I like guess related power. Like if you had super strength, or you know whatever, could control gravity. You need something to make yourself OP, so that you would you know, be able to overcome trivial things like that. Pull a Renadog? Yeah, right. I don't have the Rog gene, as Low Tier God would put it, so I don't think that's possible. I don't think that would be possible. That shit's crazy to me still. Throw away your entire life just to kill some random chick, like, or I guess not even chick, some old hag. Brutal, man. Throwing away a life of comfort for nothing. If you can achieve immortality, then I say it's safe to assume you could get fantasy powers. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, if I had...
I can't afford this.
You know, if I could pick any power, it would be to control matter, which would mean you could just make yourself immortal if you wanted to by regenerating your cells constantly. So, you could get a 1-2 punch on that one. I think every man just wants to sit in a dark room and play video games all day while slot maxing. I truly believe the scenario is more pleasurable than enjoying a harem of women on a daily basis. Absolutely, bro. I mean, to be completely honest, I don't know. You know, here comes maybe what is considered a hot take, bro. But I don't really have a desire to be surrounded by a bunch of women. Call me crazy, but I don't know, bro. I have like zero desire to just be, you know, surrounded by a bunch of women. Dude, I just want a big ass house lots of fucking empty, empty space, a big piece of land, and enough money to where I don't have to, like, do anything if I don't want to. That's all I care about, honestly. Young, horny me would want the harem. I guess. I don't know. Even when I was younger, though, if somebody asked me if I wanted a harem or like $10 million, I'd take the money. Even $1 million, I'd take the money. Yeah, exactly. You'd get bored of the women after a while. You'd get bored of them. Do you guys think they would have found Rena if he didn't confess? I have no idea. Maybe. That'd be fucking funny if they wouldn't have and he snitched on himself and that's what got him caught. Brutal. Because people really overestimate how sophisticated police departments are. Like, it's not like what you see in movies and TV shows where it's like, we found a singular fiber of his hair. It's like, bro, they don't have time to do all that type of shit. Even one girlfriend, I would see my girlfriend from Friday to Monday morning, and by Monday I was already glad she was leaving. Yeah, I can't imagine myself living with another person. So, that's my problem, is like, I genuinely could not see myself living with another person. Especially with that, like, level of closeness. Like, you wouldn't even get your own bed to sleep in. You have to constantly be around them all the time. I don't know if I would be able to do that. Let's see. So Anabolic plays newest race. All right, well, we'll do the first one first, and then we'll see. Let's see. Toby, the drank with the 12 months. Last Rose? The fuck? Is this some AI slop? Yep. Rad Kicker Reel with the 2 just finished the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy in one sitting. Damn, man. That's brutal, dude. Hopefully you got up to take a pee or something. I don't know. I don't think I could sit for like 12 hours straight. That's a long time. Although I have done it when streaming, but I don't recommend. But yeah, it's a good trilogy, so I guess time flies, right? And Schizo Garcia with the 5. The way he did it is what gets to me. He's either extremely fucked in the head or that wasn't his first time doing it. Run a Dog is proof of stereotype. Well, I think he was trying to imitate Dexter because as soon as, like, it came to me a little while ago, like, a little while after we, like, started going over it, But the reason why the smiley face stuck out to me is this. The reason why he drew the smiley face is because of this shit, bro. Like, he was literally mirroring Dexter. So he, like, literally drew the smiley face because in the Dexter show, Dexter's brother makes a fucking blood slide and draws a smiley face in it. So I guarantee you that's what he was doing. Like, it was a LARP to pretend to be Dexter. So, yeah. That shit's crazy, bro. Jesus. Yeah, what The Last of Us 2 does to a motherfucker. Shit. But yeah, he became, and it's funny too, because like Rent-A-Dog would always talk about like his hatred of black women and stuff, and you know how he was a conservative and all this. It's like, bro, literally just became the ROG statistic. Brutal, man. Brutal. Did you guys hear about that one dude on Twitter today? The Elijah Schaefer dude? Apparently he was like Fed posting or some shit that like the FBI was trying to kill him and that, you know, his wife and children were missing or some shit. Do you guys think he killed them too? I don't know, bro. There's some pretty weird shit happening on the internet nowadays. Like, he made up this whole story about how someone stole his car and they stole his gun and that his wife and kids were missing and that the FBI was trying to set him up and that, you know, he fears for his life. He recorded himself on a drug. Yeah, at the hotel. Yup. So... yeah, either he's on, like, some pretty strong shit, or he fucking murdered his wife. Who knows? Who fucking knows, man? Oh, so he's the one, the Sarah Stock chick. Oh, okay. I didn't know they were connected. So he slept with that whore, and his wife found out. Brutal, man. Hopefully he didn't go and kill his wife. Who knows? It's a wonderful world out there, dude. Another trad con down. So I just looked it up, and the first result is Sarah Stock claims Elijah Schaefer drugged her with Benadryl. I don't think that's possible. And nutted inside of her while she was unconscious. Of course, dude. Of course. Yeah, she had zero say in the matter, I'm sure. Definitely just not another case of a fucking, you know, a whore spreading it, then having whore's remorse after the fact. But yeah, if I remember correctly, wasn't he the guy who went into Pelosi's office and never got arrested for it? Yep, it's horror's remorse, bro. They always pretend. I mean, we just saw it with the Turkey Tom shit, apparently. It was just two lying bitches like normal. So, dude, these women lie like they fucking breathe. Don't listen to a fucking word they have to say. If anything illegal happened, they would have gone to the fucking cops. Otherwise, it's pure bullshit. I don't buy it for a second. These whores. Just literally, you know, they just lie for a living, bro. That's it. It's just how many simps can they milk money out of? It's just pathetic. I don't know. Why anyone actually believes women when they make this shit up anymore is crazy to me. Unless there's a police report, shut the fuck up. Nothing illegal happened, you lying slag. So yeah, they'll just say anything to try and ruin you. She's a complete sociopath, cheating on her husband and having sex with another man and then getting an abortion while shilling Christianity. Yeah, it's just your typical Foyd, bro. That's the modern woman. You know, people who say, like, these tradcon women are so heckin' different than the leftist feminist types are just coping. It is a massive fucking cope, bro. They're worse. I would say tradcon conservative types are worse than actual leftist feminist women, because at least the leftist women are honest about what they are. They're not living a lie. The tradcon grifters are complete fucking liars down to their very core. They have no actual principles. They lie through their fucking teeth at every like, they're inherently dishonest. I would trust a raging leftist chick who is honest about her real beliefs over one of these grifting e-girl types. Because it's like, dude, there is no such thing as a traditional woman in today's world, period. Unless you pluck her out of Amish country, which even then, that's not really that great of a source nowadays because they still all have phones. So, also the Amish are known for whoring around when, you know, nobody's looking. But anyway, it's just like, dude, there's no such thing as traditional women anymore. They have been absolutely fucking brain rotted. So at least the leftist women are honest about what they are. These fucking conservative bitches are just lying fucking whores, bro. They're lying, grifting whores. Period. I mean, how many fucking Nancy Maces need to exist before people catch on to this shit? Did y'all hear about that dumb bitch, who I hate, by the way? She apparently was having her staffers create fucking burner Reddit accounts to boost her as the hottest woman in Congress. Like, this fucking lying fucking bitch complains about, oh, I was sexually assaulted and sexualized and treated like an object. And then on the back end of things, she's literally paying her staffers to talk about how massive her fucking tits are. Dude, can these women just get the fuck out? Like, honestly, how anyone on the right votes for these dumb fucking bitches is just insane to me. I don't get it, bro. The right wing will forever be fucked if we keep electing these dumb whores. Because that's all she fucking is a fucking whore. A lying whore. You know, she made up those fucking rape accusations against those guys and used the fucking the congressional immunity to, like, try and ruin their life because they didn't want to fucking marry her because she's a dirty fucking skank, and nobody with a brain cell to rub together with another would ever do anything to wife that fucking nasty hoe up. So, in order to get her revenge, she accuses them of rape in the one place that she can't be sued for libel because she has zero actual evidence of a rape occurring. So she just makes up this fucking grand tale about, you know, how these men raped her in the one place that she can't be prosecuted for lying. She never files an actual court case against them, never actually says this shit in any sort of public square where she can be held accountable for her accusations. Instead, she just tries to ruin the fucking lives of these guys who didn't want to fucking marry her. So, I don't know how many times we have to be going through the same scenario over and over and over and over again. These fucking women are not conservative. They're just as fucking dumb, if not worse, than the leftists they claim to be the opposite of. Because at least the leftists are honest. Nancy Mace is a fucking lying, liberal, feminist bitch who LARPs as a conservative. I would take the woman who's being honest over the one that lies for a living. Because at least the one who's being honest has some semblance of principle. So it's just, I don't know, man. The fatigue with this shit of women in the conservative sphere is just, it's becoming insurmountable at this point. Like, get these bitches out. There's not a single good one that I've ever seen. They all go down this route eventually. Every single one of them. Not even, my mom would never run for office. So, no, my mom would literally say that women have no place running for office because they're too emotional. Like, that would literally be my mom's take on it. She would say, like, women should not be in politics. Like, I shit you not. So, my mom's pretty based on that type of stuff. So. But yeah, my mom also has a burning hatred of Nancy Mace as well, so I guess it runs in the family. But yeah, it's just another example in a long list of so-called traditional conservative women who, when push comes to shove, they're even more left-wing than the actual leftists they claim to oppose. You know, they're the first ones to get the abortion. They're the first ones to cheat on their husbands. They're the first ones to play girl boss. They're the first ones to make their entire existence their social media presence. You know, it's just, they lie like they fucking breathe, bruh. These tradcon women do not fucking exist. They are even more feminist than the actual feminists in a lot of cases. Well, the reason why is because Nancy Mace is LARPing. Like, bro, she literally was kneeling for George Floyd. Like, let us not forget, this fucking hag was literally, you know, kneeling for George Floyd, saying that the police are, you know, systemically racist, and, you know, we need to abolish the cop. Like, dude, she is a fucking leftist. The entire claim to fame that she has is suing her way into an all-male military school. You know, Mrs. I want to protect female spaces, you know, literally got her start in the fucking news cycle by destroying male-only spaces. But God forbid we do anything with female-only space. It's just, it's so hypocritical, man. I genuinely cannot fucking stand that bitch. If I had the type of money to throw around in politics to actually make a fucking difference, I would make it my mission in life to ensure that dumb, lying whore never saw another day in elected office. Fuck her. I would make it my mission to fucking ruin that bitch's life. I cannot stand... Like, more so than any left-wing politician, I genuinely cannot fucking stand her. Her fake ass, you know, whatever, Botox, inflated face, like, everything about her just grosses me out, man. She grosses me out. But yeah, I would make it my mission to destroy her politically if I could. If I had the money for that, she'd be number one on the list. And then number two would be Thomas Massey. And then it would be Rand Paul. And then, you know, your Ted Cruz types. And, what's that guy's name? in Louisiana. Shit. But yeah. I would have my list of people to get rid of. No, not Kennedy. I think it's like Hawley or something like that. I don't remember. Oh, is it Missouri? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the states. There's a lot of, that's the thing, man. Once I get the money, give me the opportunity to be the George Soros of the right. We'll really have some fun. Oh, Lindsey Graham's a fucking bitch, bro. See, Lindsey Graham is nothing. He's a nothing. You can easily control him because he's so easily compromised. So, Lindsey Graham's not an actual threat. When push comes to shove, he falls into line. He falls into line. He might have a big mouth, but when, it comes down to it, he votes the way he's supposed to. Oh, there was a lot of cope on my post today, for sure. Dude, the right doesn't even feel real. Every single one of our congressmen and, senators just feel like jokes. None of them are actually right-wing at all. The fact that Trump, a 1980s Democrat, is more right-wing than the so-called Republican Party is pretty pitiful. Like, Trump is probably the most right-wing guy in the Republican Party right now, and he's literally what is considered an old-school Democrat. Like, that's very fucking sad, bro. Yeah, I'm sick of this quote-unquote conservative libertarian mentality of, the Republican Party. It's all so tiresome. Well, dude, there's nothing left to conserve at this point. The world you grew up in is gone, so there's nothing left to conserve. So they don't serve a function anymore. Oh, the right wing is fucking... Dude, the Democrats are the real racist. I'm gonna post a swastika
right,
that's
awesome.
filled
Thanks,
in with
nigga.
a
All right.
pride flag. Jeez. Oh, dude, it's pain. It's actually fucking pain. I can't wait for the boomers to be gone, man. Holy shit. I'm so sick of the boomers and their zogginess, man. It's just... like, every single one of them is just compromised. They are a controlled population. Let's see. Scotty drank the juice with the 5. Actman is such a good little goy. Alright, let's see. So, Avowed got far too much hate. Or fake hate from people who never even played the game. Simply because it was on Xbox and not played. No, I played the game. It was dog shit. Fucking trash. Is it going to be another instance of gameplay where they do nothing but walk around?
me what you
Look how there's like no actual physics or, you know, knockback or anything to any of the attack. It's just, it feels like a VR game minus the VR.
Hey! Hey! Over here!
Hey! Over here! Focus him! Dude, did you guys hear that this shit was supposed to be a multiplayer game? They originally were trying to make this a Destiny clone. Nah, this Snap Blast Play guy is like literally taking it up the ass from Phil Spencer, bro. Like when Phil Spencer pays people to play Diablo for him, this dude is literally sitting there giving him a fucking blowjob at the same time. So, it's just, this guy is the definition of a fucking Xbox shill. Through and through. Like, this is literal goy cattle in the flesh. This shit looks so bad, man. And when you do this for 10 plus hours, it gets so boring, bro. It gets so boring. Avowed is genuinely shit. It is one of those games that is just genuine fucking trash. Alright, let me see if I can find this video. So the fourth most recent one. Oh my god.
You said all the things she said, all the things she said, all the things she said, all the things she said in his head, all the things she said, all the things she said, all the things you 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 said, running through my head, 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 said all the things you said, all the things you said, all the things you said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head, all the things you said.
Hello, fellow kids.
Volume is off because of copyright. Volume, it's off because of copyright.
Oy vey.
You can't sing a fucking song! All the things you said, all the things you said, all the da-da-da, running through my head, running through my head. It's not enough. Running through my head, running through my head, running through.
God. Holy shit. Dude, I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. I'm not gonna lie. Jeez. Raymond is so funny, man. How does he not have a cute little GF with glasses like him? He's definitely jester maxed, and some women like that. Well, dude. This is the chick that is perfect for him. What's this chick's name? I don't remember her actual name. But yeah, this is his looks match. The whatever chick from fucking, what's the company called? Dude, I don't even remember the company name. Shit. Not Coinbank. What? FTX, that's what it is. Shit. Yeah, I was not coming up with that. FTX, yeah. That's his looks match. Brutal, yeah.
Na 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 na. Why I do YouTube, CHUD Max, CHUD Max, CHUD Max. There are no jobs. There are no jobs. Oh, where'd the camera go? Here we go. Oh, there are no jobs, guys. Are you afraid yet? Oh, pump it up. And of course you can't hear the music because if I play the music and I couldn't find a free version of the music, and quite frankly, the ROI about risking the music wasn't worth the music. I'm here.
She's not his looks match? Alright, so which direction is it wrong? Is she too good or is she too bad? You gotta be more specific.
It's Saturday. You got nothing better to do. I got nothing better to do. We are Ray-maxing.
Okay, she'll do better. Gotcha.
What
No,
time
they took all of her money. I think she's broke now.
is it?
Although she's Jewish, so they're never actually broke.
5:30? I don't even know. I woke up at noon today. Actually, I woke up at 3 and then 6 and then I slept again till noon. It is cold.
Alright, so then what was the other timestamp? 2:34.
I challenge that. 45 ain't too old.
What?
Interested? Please let me know. None of this. I'm Julie.
Either subscribe,
Wasn't
donate,
unaware
or
of
get the fuck
that.
out.
Julie can't get shit.
Hold on, what's he raging over? Let's see. Scotty drank the juice of the 55 months. Once you're awake, your whole life feels like a lie. Yep, everything feels fake nowadays, because it is.
I think it's bullshit. Supposedly have all these friends and not one of them will fucking find me somebody to have sex with. I'm so pissed off.
Wait, we need more context on this.
I'm the one that has to live with me. All right? I'm very aware. And trust me, everything that you can say that's negative towards me, I've said it to myself before. I think it's bullshit. Supposedly have all these friends and not one of them will fucking find me some.
All right, we need to go back further. Who is he even talking to?
Nothing worked. Constantly being just led on, constantly being just fucking told, just wait a little longer, just try a little bit harder, just do this, just do that. Everything you did was wrong. Yeah, well, it's really funny because the fucking people that I see who actually get some, they never put any fucking work into it in the first place. All right? Here's my demand.
Go to 2:30? Okay.
Find me a woman to have sex with.
Oh my god. Jesus, man. What happened?
Goddamn.
Dude, this'll never be me. I'm not this unhinged. That's the thing, bro. I can't care that much.
Oikophobic bullshit.
My problem is I don't really care about anything anymore. So, I don't even care, man.
happened last year.
If I ever got this bad, I would just kill myself in silence.
Lead me on for 2 fucking months and then, surprise, shocker,
I'm not a big enough attention whore to fucking do this type of shit.
can't come out. Soon as after I start talking about what I want to do in bed, she disappears.
Brutal.
Julie is on my fucking Discord. I'm too old for you.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
45. Supposedly skinny.
Supposedly skinny.
I'm not asking for kids. I just want to get laid. You have no idea how cynical. I don't want a relationship. I don't want a wife. I don't want kids. I just want to get laid. I want to get laid for free. All right? That's my demand of the universe.
Doesn't want a wife, doesn't want kids, just wants to get laid for free.
Brutal. I spent $85,000 fucking dollars on that house. And a year
Who cares? He's still hung up over the house.
and a half of my time. And I can't even get some fucking pussy out of it.
Then rent it out to some woman and say that the rent is 7 blowjobs a week. What the fuck does having a house have to do with getting laid? Dude, this entire thing is just so retarded to me. It's like, yeah, dude, let me just, let me buy this crack house real quick, renovate it, and now all of a sudden bitches be on my dick? Like, I don't think it works that way, dog.
People talk about having multiple mistresses and all this other shit. I've never even been able to get one chick to actually be passionately into me, let alone multiple. Constantly being just led on, constantly being just fucking told, just wait a little longer, just try a little bit harder, just do this, just do that. Everything you did was wrong. Yeah, well, it's really funny because the fucking people that I see who actually get some, they never put any fucking work into it in the first place. All right? Here's my demand.
That won't change much in your life, man. Sex can be good, but a wife and kids make shit worth it. That's the thing, dude. It's like, I feel like a broken record at this point, but it's like, I really genuinely don't fucking give a shit about having sex. Like, it's not even a priority item. Yeah, having, like, an actual family and shit is way more motivation than, just getting laid. That's them depression meds? Well, unless caffeine and vitamin B is fucking depression meds, then I don't know. I'm not taking any medication. I take my 200 milligram caffeine pill at the start of every stream, and then I have like some vitamin B pills that I take. So, no depression meds for me.
Find me a woman to have sex with. So fucking sick of this shit. There's no matches on dating apps. There's no fucking anybody interested from fucking YouTube. There's none of it worked. Nothing worked. I'm so damn cynical and so damn fucking bitter and so damn fucking hollowed out inside. You just. There's like. People really don't understand. And I'm the one that has to live with this. I know everything I just said. I know exactly what I said. It just came out of my mouth. I'm the one that has to live with me. All right? I'm very aware. And trust me, everything that you can say that's negative towards me, I've said it to myself before.
I take caffeine pills, yeah. Because some nights, I don't know, I haven't really felt like drinking G Fuel that much recently, so I've just been drinking these sparkling waters, or I'll have like green tea or something. And so yeah, I'll just take a caffeine pill instead of drinking G Fuel. So, It's a little more efficient, too, that way as well.
I think it's bullshit. Supposedly have all these friends and not one of them will fucking find me somebody to have sex with.
Oh, look, it says, I don't want you to hate yourself for compromising afterwards. What city are you close to? Bruh, the catfish is in the chat. I'm so pissed off. My whole life, I've just been that nerdy, skinny guy in the corner. Can't get shit. Fucking table of blonde bitches laughing at me. And I noticed that the rhetoric about trying to hook me up with somebody dried right up. Oh my god. In the cuck corner, bro, just trying to get some. Oh my god. Jesus, dude.
I wasn't
Why is he trauma dumping? Like, it's pathetic, bro. Any woman is gonna dry right up at the fucking first mention of this shit.
aware of that. Julie, if you are actually interested, please let me know. None of this, I'm too old for you bullshit. I challenge that. 45 ain't too old.
Oh, he's given up on the 19-year-old perfect peach ass.
Especially if you can not be fat. And these bitches just pink.
Dude, this shit is sad, honestly. I could never fucking imagine doing this shit.
Ping pong through life. Like nothing is wrong.
Oh my god.
Just ping pong through life. I just don't. Melinda Gates finally responds. Who fucking cares? None of this. Like, God. Oh, Bill Gates was having Russians on his cock. It's like, yeah, if I was a billionaire, I would too. Legal age, obviously. Russian women are hot. Like, you guys are shocked that rich people like to fuck whores?
He's a libertarian, so yes, he basically is a liberal.
Calm down for the sake of my blood pressure. Yeah.
He talks about how broken the system is and shit, but he's too much of a lolbert to actually do anything about it. So he wants to continue his life of comfortable, misery, essentially. He doesn't actually want anything to change in his lifetime because my heckin' 401k, dude.
I love how everybody just
He's that type of, lolbertarian, where he loves to talk about what's wrong with society, but doesn't want to actually have to endure the suffering that would be required to fix it. So, yeah.
wants you to be calm. Women really do not get it. You push men, you just keep pushing men. You just keep pushing men. Just keep pushing men. I'm just... can't wait for the fucking whatever hit pieces or whatever that are gonna come out against me now.
Could y'all imagine, it's already weird as shit that he's, trying to fucking, bang some member of his audience on stream. But, imagine doing it publicly. Publicly shaming this woman because she won't bang you. This is completely fucking unhinged, bro. It's just completely fucking unhinged. The dude is literally raging at some random void in his chat because she said that she's too old for him, so he's demanding that she have sex with him. or find a woman that he can have sex with. It's just like, it's weird, bro. Like, it'd be one thing to do it privately. It would already be fucking weird. But he's doing it publicly, live on the air. This shit's wild. This is, like, truly unhinged.
Can't wait. I was never good at keeping my mouth shut.
You don't say.
It's the one thing in school. Lack of physical connection is...
Like, could you imagine, guys, if I was in, like, the chat constantly, like, I need someone to touch my penis, you know, like...
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
Bro. That shit's crazy. Dude, that shit's wild, man. Come on.
Is a real health issue? Yeah, well, it's been literally 9 years since anybody's been... I get a hug from my dad every once in a while. You know. Trust me, the lack of human intimacy... And even if I was at a workplace, even if I went out and got a job, do you think any of the women there would want to be near me at all?
Yeah, but how many friends do you have? Oh, dude, the woman, quote-unquote, is baiting him in the comments now. Hasn't been 9 years, but I am pretty starved for touch myself. Uh-oh. Will he take the bait?
Why do you think I drank all the time? I'm hyper aware of my place. I get it. I'm an ugly cave demon. And these women, they just fuck all the time. They just all the time. They get all this sex all the time. Stupid keyboard's blinking. God. How do you make... Okay, just be solid for a second. Jesus Christ. This thing's blinking in my face. I don't want it to fucking blink in my face. I killed myself with alcohol. I drank until my skin was yellow because nobody wanted to be around me. And it was this one of those snake eating the tail things where the worse I got, the less people wanted to be around me, and the worse I got, the less people wanted to be around me. And yeah, sure, fine. AA, I'm the problem. I'm the worst thing that's ever existed on the face of the planet. I'm the reason nobody wants to be around me. Blah, 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 blah. I'm my own worst enemy. But it's really funny how at the end of the day, all that fucking AA bullshit, all it amounts to is you just sitting down, shutting up, and being a good little boy. Not causing too much trouble. Make sure you know your place. Same with the evangelical church.
Oh God, is he gonna rage about church? Now, I have no love for the evangelical church, but Raymond's reason for hating it is comical. People want to be around Griffin, but he just wants their money. Unfortunately, I don't get money from people in real life, other than from work.
That's just fucking... My options are women in their 40s. I'm very aware. I don't understand how society is functioning. All I do is YouTube, and I don't have real consequential responsibility. I don't know how society is going to keep functioning. Because I'm sorry,
Society, like, dude, talk about main character syndrome. Like, bro, you are not the norm. Society will continue to function long after you're gone. Like, you know, as bad as things are right now, we're not at cataclysmic levels or even remotely close to that. Like, this is pure main character syndrome. Like, you really think that society is on the precipice of collapse because of people like you?
I used to code. AI is not going to save this. H-1Bs they're not smart. I mean, we all know how, you know, it just...
I mean, it just comes down to the reality of the matter is Raymond is unemployed. He bitches about women and how heckin' sad he is for a living, which is already gonna, like, turn off a bunch of women. He lives in a rundown, unrestored, you know, sub-adequate house that he has lined with sound-dampening mattress pads in order to, you know, cure his schizo aversion to tractor noise. It's like, what type of life is he off? Like, this is the thing with women, bro. Women are attracted to the lifestyle you can provide. Period. Especially when they get older, or if they're looking at an older man. The only reason a young woman wants to be with an older guy is because he offers her a better lifestyle that she could attain if she was with someone her own age or by herself. So, as an older guy, you have to have your biggest asset, which is money. You need money. Period. If you want to attract a younger woman as an older guy. Because younger guys look just as good as older guys. The big determining, you know, thing between the two is money. Because young guys typically don't have a lot of money. Older guys have a lot of money. So if he wants to attract a, you know, pretty hot young thing, then he needs to get money. But he doesn't work. And he lives in a rundown old house that still needs to be renovated. In the middle of nowhere. Which, if there's one place women don't want to be, it's in the middle of nowhere. So it's just like, I don't know, man. The situation is... it's not going to change. We're basically just hearing the never-ending, repeating story at this point. So...
I'm not attracted to black women. Stop, guys. I'm just not. That's that whole there at the bottom of the totem pole thing is attractiveness. That's real. Fuck, this woman is unattractive. There's nothing attractive about this woman.
I agree.
And that's not precluding her attitude. There is nothing attractive about this woman. No, they're not. There's no lab-grown eggs. There's no lab-grown people. There's no artificial wombs. The plan is for us to all just die, okay? That's the plan. Like, how are you guys not seeing this? This whole lark that there's going to be artificial AI girlfriends and robot wives and robot fleshlights and artificial wombs. No. The plan is for us to comply by 2030 or die. Period. All right. Roll back up through these super chats. Aaron Clary, $2. Thank you. Chad's girlfriend has a driver's license. Yeah, Chad's a passenger princess. $2. Chad, having a girlfriend who has a car is so alpha of me. You know, I'm the one without a girlfriend. I'm the one with no sex. I'm the one who is invisible to women. I'm the one who is too ugly to exist. I am the one who literally... the women that I date either sneak the plan B or the birth control. I found that twice. Like, they don't want to have my kids. I am the one who's not breeding stock. You know how existentially humiliating that is, really?
How humiliating it is that a woman that you're not married to is taking birth control? My God, that's like 99% of the female population.
Men get the baby fever too. And I'm sober. I just have to take this all the time.
Not breeding stock for Fudos. Damn.
Dell doesn't want anything to do with me. That bitch is, she's holding out for Henry Cavill because they all are. Same with Shelby.
God.
Shelby's physically revolted by me.
You should be physically revolted by her.
Actually, I'm going to check my comments.
I don't understand his obsession with her. Yep, he had past relationships where he purposely torpedoed them, so, yeah.
On her. Yeah, see, she just completely ignored my comment on her video. She wants nothing to do with me. This is the problem. These women, they think their prince is right around me. This is the problem. They ignored my comment on her video. She wants nothing.
Oh, she ignored the comment. Brutal, dude. There's Oy Vey. I don't know if he's here right now. But come to India as well, son. Do not redeem. Yeah, indeed. Dude, Raymond does sound like an Indian guy right there. Just come to Delhi. Very beautiful, like you, lady. I love forever. Oh my god. Oh, let's see what this chick looks like. Dell's Diary. Oh yeah. Gee, I wonder why she didn't just immediately hop on that.
What's up, everybody? It's another glorious day in
Let's see. Can we find it? It's just all a bunch of dudes going, please come here, please, please. Oh my god, bro. It's just a bunch of dudes simping in the comments. Brutal. Yep, he's commenting on random voids. Oh my god. There we go. Do you guys think Raymond could pull, guys? What do y'all think? Do y'all think Raymond could pull? Yeah, I don't think it's happening either. Yeah, I don't even think chloroform could get her in the same car with him. Real talk.
Nothing to do with me. This is the problem. These women, they think their prince is right around the corner. This woman still thinks her prince is right around the corner. And of course she's going to California. I'm not stoic. I'm dead inside, says dad mode and dark mode. Yeah, me too. What I'm saying is you're...
Literally me, for real, dude. Literally me.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Scotty drank the juice of the 5. Gameplay looks tedious and annoying as fuck. Here, I'll take a look real quick. Interrupt this programming.
It's another team. It's another team.
Whoa!
On the roof. On the roof.
On the roof. On the roof.
I will make a rotation. I'll make a rotation.
Correct. I got a heal.
Dude, it looks even more plastic than before.
Yep. Blue shield.
Yeah, more shield slop.
Oh,
yeah, I don't even think I'm gonna buy this to try it out, bro. This looks like fucking trash.
ooh.
I've already decided, nope. I was gonna maybe pick it up just because it's a Bungie game, but this looks terrible.
At the bubble mix.
I'm good.
Down one,
Nice.
down one. That's two, that's two. There's only one up right now.
Yep. Come on, going down. Hi.
On my ping, on my ping, on my
One more,
ping,
one
on my ping.
I'm pushing him.
Nice!
I'm limping.
Yes.
Good. Chris. Yep, self press.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Presses.
Bye-bye!
You.
Dude, whoever the fuck just said sheesh needs to be lynched publicly.
Holy, good fight, guys. Holy moly.
Was that? It's another team.
Any human being, and I say that very lightly, that unironically goes sheesh should just be lynched on the spot, bro. Publicly for all to see.
Presentation, your hair.
Let's see. Castile Allen with the 10. Yeah, nah, he needs to actually make a genuine change or just accept the situation he's in and deal with it. I have my gripes with women, but you don't see me crying about it on YouTube. Yeah, it's just pitiful, bro. It's like a dog walking around with its tail tucked between its legs. It's like, I don't know. This fucking pity farming is just annoying after a while.
You're everything about you people like, and everything about me people hate. And part of that is your presentation style. You are able to not get overtly emotionally worked up because you've mastered that fake ass art of never show emotion that women actually must be fucking true, because the minute you actually are yourself and you show emotion, you're Lonnie says it all the time in the fucking Discord. Women hate emotional, unattractive. Women hate emotional men. They hate emotionally unattractive.
What's wrong? I mean, who does like emotional men? Other guys don't want to be around emotional men.
Men. The problem is, if I just am stoic and I don't talk, and I just deliver my lines like this, and it's always just this monotone voice, and I'm never gonna raise my voice. I'm just gonna talk at this monotone, stable level all the time.
No, that's not what they're talking about when they're saying emotional men. They're talking about dudes that fucking cry and wallow in their own self-pity. Emotional does not mean being devoid of emotion. It means being a fucking bitch. That's what it means. It doesn't mean like, oh yeah, just talk like this and don't show any sort of cadence in your voice other than the most calm, collected, and dead on the inside tone. Like, no. Emotional men means like a guy that literally cries or complains about his day or, you know, is sad or that type of shit. No, women want guys to show the right type of emotions like anger or, you know, determination and passion and things like that. They don't want some mopey fucking loser. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the bad emotions that they don't want, which men should not be emotional in the first place. It's the entire point of stoicism. Is, you know, you keep that shit on the inside. The only person who's going to listen to your problems is yourself.
Never emote, never actually tell you exactly how, and I'm just going to be dead inside this entire time. No one would watch. That's the catch-22. I'm just not attractive to women. Really need that to change. And I don't have, I'm 37. Like, like, my standards are the floor. And I'm
These women would would still calmly say, Henry Cavill isn't that hot. Dude, this guy's fantasizing. Oh my god, bro. He's like, yeah, Henry Cavill, he sure is dreamy, huh?
still putting, and the thing is, with women, it's like, if you you would think that if you lowered your standards enough and you accepted overweight or older or whatever, but they're not better people. They're just not better people. The skinny, pretty ones that are married are the good people. Like, there's no good women.
Uh-oh.
And I don't. When I try to talk about real estate, nobody wants to watch it. I did a 45-minute video today about how rent is cheaper than housing prices in all of America. Literally, all of America now. Went over the cost analysis. It is cheaper to rent in every city in America now. Period. Like, the math doesn't even come close. It's like egregiously cheaper. And nobody watches that. I talk about what interests me. No one cares. No one cares. They just want to see me yell and scream about not getting laid. $262 today on the front end. After YouTube takes their $100, I might make a front end. Not getting laid. $262 today on the front end. After YouTube takes their $100, I might make...
They'll take 78.
Make $140 plus maybe $16, $20 for the AdSense. For basically giving myself an aneurysm. Making my chest hurt. And yes, it's not lost on me that I'm not physically doing myself any favors doing this.
Oh my lord.
Construction, I was not ready for how much construction was.
Yeah, YouTube takes 30% of your money. It's brutal, dude.
Gonna kick my ass. I'm not... I don't like movies. I don't like music. I don't care about Epstein. I don't care about the news. I don't care about any of this. Like, I don't care about the current events. Yes, they're all pedophiles. I need somebody to touch my damn penis! Files. They're all of them. Yes. That's how they get in power. What do you want from me? What am I supposed to... How am I supposed to take this? And the stuff that they're just putting out on YouTube, it's like... And these are monetized videos, and the stuff they're describing, it's like... I don't even want to listen to this. Like this guy's video. I had to... I closed the window. I had to close that video I had opened earlier. I had to stop watching it earlier. It was so obscene. And it was just what was in the emails. I don't want to, like, and then people they're like, oh, Raymond, saying you want to face fuck somebody's bad. Well, have you seen the fucking Podesta shit?
What? So John Podesta has a bunch of, like, pedophilic paintings in his house, so that means it's okay for you to talk about wanting to face fuck a chick until her mascara runs down to her chin? Like, yeah, both can be weird, bro. Both can be fucking weird. You know, they're not mutually exclusive. Oh my god, man.
I'm talking about a 25 to 45-year-old. Kilowatts B, $5. Thank you, man. I know it's not any consolation, but I promise you're not the only one. Thank you. Yeah, no, I know. And that's the thing that gets me. It's like everybody like the majority of my chat are guys that are just...
Well, bro, you can say that face fucking a chick is based, but constantly describing it in detail and, you know, droning on and on about the sex you're not having. Like, that just becomes weird after a certain point. Like him reliving that cuck fantasy in New York.
In worse shape than I am, and I'm in pretty bad shape. Like, I'm in pretty bad shape. Like there's no work. Like, the work out there is like $20 an hour off or factory jobs.
Okay, what's wrong with that? It's better than nothing.
You know, I live here because my parents live here, and I'm 37. I don't feel like trying to go learn some new city and do that sober. How?
You get a new apartment, you move to said place, and then you just don't drink. I've done it like 3 times now. It's not that big a deal.
People have invited me. I just don't want to do. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. And I just it drives me up a freaking wall, and I can't. I No, see, everybody lectures me about stop giving a shit. I can't. I physically can't. Me not giving a shit was being drunk for 12 years. You realize that, right? Like, me not giving a shit is me going and buying a brand new sports car tomorrow, or a brand new build home, or just maxing out credit cards and not giving a shit. Like, me not giving a shit is really not giving a shit.
Well, the problem is he makes money from being miserable. So his dopamine, which is making money, is directly linked to his misery. So in order for him to feel anything, he has to feel unhappy, because that's the only way he can make money. It's like this vicious cycle where the more miserable he is, the more money he makes. But at the same time, the more money he makes, he also feels like that satisfaction too. So in turn, being miserable is what satisfies him.
If you keep at it, one day it'll pay off. Thank you, Forza, for the $2. I don't know if I believe you. Canadian EHI, Canadian $5. Thank you. Address the math of it. It's all about the power law. The top 5% get everything, and the rest are invisible. That's how power concentration works. I'm really pissed at my lot. All those fucking Thomas White doomer people that always that blocked them all on my damn channel. Come into my chat constantly. Your lot. Sorry for your lot. I'd like to get your lot. And yeah, I have the ability to talk on the internet and yell and make money doing it. Hopefully I can still make money after tonight.
And see, that's what it all comes back to, is making money.
No, I'm not being envious towards others' luck. I'm literally saying that, like, in the metaphysics of reality, I kind of deserve a bone to get thrown my way. I look around at all of these fucking entitled people that continually just win and get, and I'm not.
Yeah, but they win because they're actually playing the game. Like, again, sitting on YouTube complaining about how miserable you are is not going to improve your circumstances. Yeah, it's a good side hustle to make money, but what else are you doing?
Envious towards luck? I'm saying I've literally done so much fucking work over the last goddamn 4.5 years. And this is what it got me. Renovating a house, this is what it got me. Now I've got a lead weight around my neck. 145 likes. Yes, please like the stream. Thank you very much. I got a lead weight around my neck that can't sell. Nobody wants. I'm going to have to repaint it this summer. and probably redo a bunch of shit. Maybe, I don't know. Basically, what's going to happen is I'm going to have to, it's not going to sell with this realtor. I'm going to have to basically fire her, not renew the contract. And then, you know, I got the ding on my credit anyway for the mortgage loan. And I I'm gonna have to repaint it and sell it for like $125,000 if the economy really doesn't crater by then. And all the taxes just went up, just like 2008. They increased all the taxes on everybody right before the crash happened. Look at the tax rolls. Look at the property tax histories. They increased everybody's property taxes, and then the economy cratered.
Yeah, it is. Like, I used to watch his videos kind of frequently, but after a while, yeah, it just gets depressing. I don't know, dude.
Sarah, we forgive you for being Canadian. No, we forgive you for being taken, because they're always taken. And the one...
Brutal!
Ones that are single for a reason. Yeah, I gotta repaint it white, and then just... I tried to sell it for sale by owner. I'm stuck now. Because I don't feel like having that conversation.
Oh, God. Dude, look at the woman. You need a sex release. A weaker man wouldn't have started drinking again. Oh, wait. A weaker man would have started drinking again. You deserve a much juicier bone than me, but maybe I can hold you over. Yeah, that's definitely a guy. That's definitely a man, not a woman. Is he going to get catfished?
It's just, God, man. I'm like, I just want to go buy one of those new builds and live in a cul-de-sac. Just give up. Go get a fucking, I don't know, job at Hobart. Canadian, $5. Thank you, Canadian EHI. I think we need to reframe our definition of success. Some may call it a cope, but I think at the end, no one escapes loss, and it's integral to life. I just think it's... I don't understand what's so wrong with me. Maybe that's... I just don't get it, because I look at myself and I see, like, okay muscle definition. I see, you know, like okay arms, okay... The chest is fine. I don't look like a goddamn guy that has an air hose shoved up his ass and inflated, but I'm not physically unfit. You know, okay, I have glasses. My teeth aren't braced out and perfect, but no one's, like, braces weren't even at, like, I fell down the rabbit hole of watching my ex-girlfriend's YouTube channel last night. I know. She even doesn't have perfect teeth. I had forgotten. She got messed up teeth in her bottom.
Hold on, wait a second.
But no one's, like, braces weren't even at, like, braced out and perfect, but no one's, like, braces weren't even at, like, I fell down the rabbit hole of watching my ex-girlfriend's YouTube channel last night. I know.
Oh my God. I wonder what it is. Jesus, bro.
I know. She even doesn't have perfect teeth. I had forgotten. She got messed up teeth in her bottom mouth area. Of course, she has straight teeth in the together teeth on the top. And of course, I listened to her, and it's like, this is the most insufferable, erudite sounding bitch on the planet. She's got this, like...
Let's see. Brandina with the 2. Griffin, I'm torn on Nintendo Switch 2, RE pack, or RE9 for PS5. I would if you've already played the others, I would get Resident Evil 9 on the PS5. Because the Switch version, while it is nice it's handheld, it is definitely a noticeable downgrade. Not to mention the frame rate advantage of the PS5 Pro will be a much better gameplay experience. Now, if you envision yourself playing it more handheld, then maybe you could justify that, but yeah, I would probably go PS5 Pro. If the primary reason you're going to buy it is just to play 9, I would probably go PS5 Pro. Yeah, it seems like it's fine, but again, if you have the option between the two, I would say the PS5 Pro, unless you're looking to play it handheld.
Faux East Coast elite, like, the 92nd Street Y. Like, she listens to NPR on repeat all the time, and I'm like, God, I dated you? Ugh.
But that's what Raymond wanted to be. That's how Raymond wanted to be. You know, he always brags about going to poetry readings and craft beer bars and voting for Bernie Sanders and, like, all this lib shit stuff. Like, that's the type of woman he was trying to attract, so.
Just, I would show you, there's this short that I found. And she has this channel. She does, I'm not going to say what it is. She's doing well. She has like 8,000 subscribers. She's doing well. And she looks happy. I'm happy for her. I don't have any ill will, but like listening to her talk, and then she was talking about like the podcast that she listens to while she sews and all this other stuff and like her outfits and stuff. And I'm just, God, we had nothing in common. She's like sitting in front of her bookshelf and it's full of like Jonathan Franzen and all that lefty woo shit. And I'm sitting here going, okay, I've got...
How does he even know what that is? That's what I'm saying, bro.
Like...
Chugga Gaming with the 3. Is Griffin richer than Raymond? Well, let's say he owns both of his properties and they're like worth about $100,000 each. Yes. I don't know how much money he has in savings. I think he said he has $50,000 in his 401k, which I have way more than that in mine. So I would say yes. Overall, most likely. But, I don't know. That's my uninformed opinion. I don't know his current finances.
The Bhagavad Gita, the Giant Bible. I've got Atlas Shrugged. I've got Leo Tolstoy. Stephen King's It. Northwestern Territory. All of Ernest Hemingway. Like, man literature. C.S. Lewis, Paralandria. I don't know. I'm just, I'm the body keeps the score, and I've watched myself age badly in the last year. And a lot of it is that house not selling. It's a $130,000 paperweight. I'm $85,000 into it. And I spent a year and a half of my life working on it. And nobody, like...
Am I younger? No, I'm 10 years older.
I got one offer that I'm pretty sure was a troll from my YouTube channel. Because she made this super rushed offer, supposedly, this woman, with the realtor. And then the realtor, like, got cussed out and all this other stuff the next day. And she was like, oh, they're on drugs. And it was a weird... I'm not doing well with that sitting, and I know I don't have enough else going on, and I understand that that's my fault because I live in and yeah, I made all the mistakes. I moved back from New York. I lived in Columbus. I got super turbo drunk alcoholic status, and I died. And I got revived.
Gamers don't die, they respawn.
I'd like to feel normal for once. And you can't even say that because people start screaming and yelling at you about how normal doesn't exist and all this other bullshit. And it's like,
Schizo Garcia with the 2. I want Griff to play RE4. Like, God. Yep, it's not gonna happen.
you purposely mishearing
No Resident Evil on this channel. It's over.
what I said.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Yeah, I almost died. They told me I was within a couple hours, basically. My organs were shutting down. And I got to the hospital and they stabilized me and everything, and it was $54,000 later, I'm alive. Sorry, guys. My bad. Dylan Mulvaney, thank you very much for the very generous $5 and for being a channel member. Ecclesiastes 3:1. A time and season for everything. Amen to that. I love Ecclesiastes. It helps me cope with this wicked world. Yes.
Hopefully that's just an unfortunate coincidence.
It's one of the better ones. It is. It is. The Bible, my dad was talking about this on the video he posted today.
Alright.
People are...
We're probably good on this now. Okay. There we go. Misery. Tales from the slOP 5. Or wait, from the sub 5 slOP factory. There we go. Hell yeah, dude. Jesus, bro. Dude, it's just like so depressing. At a certain point, it's like, damn, bro. Jeez. That was so brutal, yeah. Alright, we'll watch a Smash JQ now.
For the longest time, I was very confused as to how Square Enix went from Final Fantasy VII to whatever the hell this is, Square Enix
Women.
Pride. And this is up on their website right now. Meet the team. We celebrate Pride with the LGBTQ plus members of Square Enix team. Meet Minju, Michael, Izzy.
Well, I guess it's a good thing they didn't do one for 2025, or maybe they did, I don't know.
Jamie, Chris, and Anthony. Where did this come from and why is it a thing? I covered it multiple times in the past, how much this is being shoved in people's faces, pronouns, she, they. Tell us about why you're crazy. Do you think LGBT is important in the community? No! It's about video games. No one gives a crap. So now we have an answer. Would you believe it if I told you it comes back to Jeffrey Epstein? September 2018. Square Enix COO Mike Sherlock unexpectedly passes away. September 2018. Activision Blizzard's John Hennicky immediately takes the CMO position as an outside hire. Epstein was so close with Bobby Kotick, and then Activision shows up at Square Enix. All allegedly, of course. So you start connecting the dots of the dates of when Square Enix mourns the loss of Mike Sherlock, Chief Operating Officer for America and Europe in 2018.
Well, that's the issue with all Japanese studios, is the Western offices. It's what killed PlayStation. So, luckily Square Enix shut down all their America operations, which is maybe why we didn't see a fucking Pride Month celebration in 2025, but I don't know. So, these Japanese studios need to learn that the more Western they become, the worse their shit gets.
Chief Marketing Officer.
We like them because they're not Westernized, not the opposite.
In 2018, John Hennicky. And this immediately following, in the years coming after that, MENA drawing contest for LGBTQ+, Pride, the religious concepts, the censorship, the Pride parades, the Pride flags, Pride Month being celebrated at Square Enix, through and through across the board. And we have this leaked message to Jeffrey Epstein. If we can corral Woody and Dick for 22, 23, 22nd work for David Brenner, if we gotta go without him, so be it. Not easy getting all these guys together. Have a call into Robin's manager. September 26, 2012, Jeffrey Epstein wrote, I will ask friends. Bobby Kotick from Activision, for example. A friend. Bobby Kotick, a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. And then you start diving into the history of this relationship. And oh, the tangled webs we weave and how small the world of gaming really is with the connections behind the scenes. Charlie Intel. Additional emails also revealed Jeffrey Epstein's advisors were talking to former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick about microtransactions in Call of Duty back in 2013. I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy. You gotta love how his example for real world rewards is virtual items in games. Bobby Kotick. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real world rewards. Learn to read. Cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items in games. Where does this all lead to? My God. Call of Duty.
So basically what it comes down to is this. It comes down to this as usual. As usual, man. As usual.
Duty Mobile. You don't like free CP? This tweet has been deleted. Pirate Nation.x. Jeffrey Epstein advisors helped push microtransactions in Call of Duty. I'm all for indoctrinating kids into this economy. George Torch. The Epstein emails involving Activision's Bobby Kotick go beyond disgusting. We can't let degenerate elites dictate gaming. Either we create a market of our own games, or our hobby will be forever destroyed by corruption, greed, and progressivism. Dragonboard. Well, shit, no wonder. Halo. July is Disability Pride Month. This is, again, Microsoft, Bill Gates, in bed, figuratively, I'd like to think, with Jeffrey Epstein, not literally. Happy Pride Month from Halo. At this point, who even knows behind the scenes with all these things coming out? And it all goes back to behind the scenes connections with Activision, former board members going over to Square Enix, and then turning Square Enix into this shortly after that happened. Nar, this is crazy. That MFR was literally behind the decline of gaming. He was the one pushing all the shit I hate. His influence in gaming is what I've been fighting all this time. The reunion. Epstein Files shows interest in the video game industry, including sharing stock information from Ubisoft, Square Enix, Nintendo, and Tencent. This email was from 2015. Don't you think the culture of these companies changed rather drastically since 2015? I mean, for the longest time, everyone was saying this is BlackRock and Vanguard, which, again, who knows what the connections with Epstein and them is behind the scenes. But it still didn't paint...
Well, we know what the connections are, because Epstein says he represents the Rothschilds, and if you know anything about BlackRock, they're, you know... part of the founding, you know, group of investors.
The full picture of what was actually happening. And now we see Epstein being involved right around the same time that all the LGBTQ stuff started indoctrinating gaming, where it was all coming from. And you gotta ask the question, like, did he have something to do with it? The reunion. Activision Blizzard employees began to slowly filter into higher positions at Square Enix in 2016, and then full force after John Heineke took office, and the culture of Square Enix began to change rapidly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Yuffie is now more President Remake. Yup, exactly.
Oh, would you look at that? Square Enix, Activision, Blizzard, Activision, THQ, Activision, Activision, THQ, Activision, Blizzard. Weird. So what you're telling me is, when you put a person up... top that's already an indoctrinated person that's following the rules of what someone else wants them to do, they bring in like-minded people that they know from other companies that will follow out and push the agenda that they want? Is this what destroyed Square Enix? This is the email from 2015. Consumer discretionary proposed investment investing in Ubisoft, Square Enix, Nintendo, Nvidia, and Tencent. Let me move myself out the bottom there. Look at that. Holy crap. You wonder. Pirate Nation. Epstein Files include a 2015 email that shows Jeffrey Epstein's interest in video game stocks. The mail mentions Ubisoft, Square Enix, Nintendo, and Tencent in the context of stock information or investment discussion.
Well, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was a gamer, dude. He was a big fan of Dark Souls, by the way.
There is no evidence in the documents of significant holdings or direct influence over these companies. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, though. And again, I want to point everyone to...
Hey, the only type of trans I want them to make Aerith is trans dead, as in alive.
What did happen with a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? And then the investments going through to it. I'll let you guys connect the dots. I'm just giving the information. TV reviews. Epstein being involved in the creation of microtransactions, formation of POL, involved with multiple gaming companies. It's actually insane how many conspiracy theories are coming true, and his involvement in everything. I genuinely cannot get over this. Madam Savvy, more Epstein Files.
Well, it's not just his involvement in everything, it's...
In this one, Joy is messaging Epstein about showing CEOs of Sony and DNA. DNA makes Pokemon Masters, along with tons of other apps, the Nintendo's branch of the phone apps, and they actually work in other fields too, not just gaming. We looked it up on stream once. Epstein had his investor go to E3 Epstein was invested in game companies like Nintendo and watched them. Epstein writes to very eccentric man about augmented reality about Pokemon Go.
I bet he drank water too.
The last image I thought was a little funny, showing a three-way connection, and I believe Jeffrey Epstein is lambasting and Amanda for bad trades. In another email, Amanda is pushing some investor info about Nintendo, so it was just funny to see this here. Again, was Jeffrey Epstein part of the Gamergate saga? It seems like you would be able to connect the dots theoretically and put him at the center of all of this, which isn't that crazy to think, especially when conspiracy theories continue to come through and be proven true. Savvy says, I should add, app bros do this all the time. The best thing you could have done with the rise of the App Store, and still even now, is make stupid apps and sell them. So that's what he was brainstorming with that one guy. Solinus says, Epstein was a Yuri fan who pushed microtransactions in games and is likely also the reason that Pokemon started sucking. And if he really did control mood, then he banned Gamergate discussion from 4chan. Gamergate has never been more vindicated. Epstein is likely also the
Nah, they were right to ban Gamergate discussion because Gamergate was fucking gay as shit.
reason that Pokemon chat was this downgrade Epstein.
Nah, that's actually based to ban Gamergate, bro. Gamergate was for fucking homosexuals, and I will die on that hill.
Epstein's fault. Original. Weird. Very androgynous looking characters. It's funny looking back on it. Epstein must be kicking himself in hell upon realizing that if he just left video games alone, his PDF ring wouldn't be.
If we want to get rid of homosexuality out of gaming, then all the people that took Gamergate seriously should be banned as well.
Artist by now. Reunion. According to these emails from 2018, Epstein and his team were following the latest releases in the gaming industry presented at E3, as well as keeping an eye on Metacritic scores. Makes you wonder why the gaming companies have been so obsessed with Metacritic scores. Well, that's curious. I do think there is something to be said for the emphasis put on Metacritic. Reunion says, this is a report in the Epstein Files that was sent in 2018 with several stocks being presented on a custom index, including CD Projekt Red, Capcom, Ubisoft, Activision Blizzard, Nintendo, Sony, and Take-Two. There we go. More communication with Jeffrey Epstein and the video game industry. Investing, divesting, rock solid. I don't think a lot of you guys understand just how toxic you had to be to get banned on Xbox in 2013. This is from...
That's not true. You got banned all the fucking time because people used to have that code of conduct shit in their fucking bio as like a service medal back in the day. When you got banned, they would change all your info to code of conduct, code of conduct, code of conduct. And if that happened to you, it was considered a flex. So now people got banned all the time on 360. It's just you didn't get like perma-banned or anything like that. It was just usually for a day or two.
Post. Jeffrey Epstein was banned from Xbox Live in 2013 due to harassment, threats, and or abuse of other players. That was, quote, severe, repeated, and or excessive.
See, even an evil man has some good parts to him.
This guy, I know it goes without saying that he was the weirdest of weirdos, but if you've ever like seen interviews with him, there's creepy, and then there's whatever the 20 levels past that is. That's halfway to approaching Jeffrey Epstein. Notice of permanent enforcement action of Jeffrey Epstein being banned from Xbox Live. And I said, Jeffrey Epstein spent $25.95 on V-Bucks on Fortnite. Very involved with gaming. Bounding into comics, Epstein Files reveal the origins of microtransactions in gaming. Epstein apparently wanted the transactions to go both ways. Users could pay in, but then the game would also reward them with money, credits, or physical items.
What if I told you that Jeffrey Epstein is the origin of microtransactions? As part of the information...
Why is this guy talking like that?
Being released in the Epstein Files, we now know that Jeffrey Epstein himself was at the heart of microtransactions. In an email found in the release documents from the American government, Jeffrey Epstein appears to be suggesting that games should have transactions. He suggests that they go both ways.
And again, every time I bring up how they use games to get to the kids, I want everyone to remember this video, because it got discovered that's exactly what they were doing.
Players are able to put money into the game, but also the gameplay generates some type of monetary or physical reward. To make matters worse, it would appear that Epstein's advisors also played a hand in the microtransactions that found their way into Call of Duty, most famously known as COD points, or CP.
I mean, come on. It's almost like they were drunk with power behind the scenes. They were just...
You don't like free CP. Whoa.
They're just fucking with people because they knew nobody could stop them. It's
I'm not
insane.
saying that I don't, but I'm not saying that I do.
Like, in hindsight, holy shit. How is this real life? The truth is stranger than fiction. I know I keep saying that.
How is this real life? Smash JQ. You should know that by now.
But holy shit.
You should know by now.
There's more to Jeffrey Epstein in gaming than any of us may have expected.
It's a big club and you ain't in it.
Subscribe to find out more.
So that is the Jeffrey Epstein, all going back to my frustration again. I think this is a prime example of his influence in injecting LGBTQ in the gaming industry by being buddy-buddy with people over at Activision Blizzard and getting someone inserted there after the previous person was unfortunately passed away. However, they disappeared from this planet. And then after that, slowly filling in the rest of the department with like-minded people from Activision Blizzard. It's just, I don't know, a little too convenient. Just a little too convenient, but I don't know.
Why does he have Uno cards on the wall?
Make of it what you will. I can't help but draw the connection between the two. Let me know what you guys think about it, but I will leave that one right there.
Just so you guys know, despite its flaws, I still will always shill Square Enix, so there you guys go. That's my personal stash of the Final Fantasy VII Remake launch editions. So, don't worry. Regardless of their past mistakes, I still appreciate Peak. PK works in call center. Brutal. I don't think there's a single 10k card in Magic other than that Wandering Chocobo or whatever the fuck. Which even that's only in collector's boosters, so those are just normal boosters. Asmon Soy? I guess, yeah. Alright, let's see. So next up, we'll do this, I guess, real quick. Like your AI weeb slop? When do they bring out the death squads? Is that where they are? Okay, well maybe that's all the people that died in the, you know, glorious revolution. Yeah, bro, I didn't see the death squads, because again, mass deportation is the moderate option. Never forget. Never let them gaslight you guys. Mass deportations is the moderate option. Never forget. Even star with the 2. See Assandgold. Okay, well, if it's short, we can go and watch it. Assandgold. Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
So there was an anti-ICE protester. The ICE officer didn't know the person's gender. Because of that, they call him the N-word.
So how does it feel affecting people taking from their family? Not good. What about yourself? Like, yeah, families should be ripped apart. That's kind of your energy. Like we should rip people apart from their families.
Are you a man?
Wow. Wow, is that a question? Wow.
Nuclear. Sir, I need to move your house. Nuclear.
What the fuck's wrong with you people? Did he say sir?
Sir, I need to move your house. Nuclear.
So he misgenders this person, and then they call him the N-word with the hard R. Perfect frame. What the f***'s with you people? What's wrong with you people?
Why are you calling a woman a man?
They just, sir, I need you to move away. Oh, God.
What kind of a guy does that?
What kind of a guy?
They're reaching. Shoot all of them.
Guy does it. Imagine being the person that, like, you think that not respecting a person's pronouns is equivalent to calling a black person the N-word with the hard R. They're not using it as if it's like a rap song or they're joking around. You're literally using it like an actual slur.
Nuclear.
Again. Fucking based. They are now so woke. Can you be so woke that you call black people the N-word now? It's a horseshoe theory, yeah.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am. Right beforehand, you fucking said sir. Sir? Okay. Motherfucker. Outside, if you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir. I apologize. Motherfucker. I apologize now.
The general public is never going to accept this. They're not. Like, this overreaction to being misgendered whenever it's ambiguous what gender you are, the only reason why I think people tolerate it to a degree is that there hasn't been enough of a backlash of it yet.
Nah, they need to start cracking skulls, bro. Turn that it into a was, bro. That's my official stance on whatever the fuck that thing was. Turn that it into a was. Shoot first, ask questions later. Blanket pardons for all ICE officers. But, you know, I'm not in charge of things, unfortunately. Maybe someday. Again, mass deportations is the moderate option. Never forget. There are other ways to deal with this. All right, the next. All right, let me close out of some of these.
Guys, do you remember Pocahontas? Don't you remember when she sang a song about how we just need to love everyone? Remember in that movie we watched when we were kids? In the movie we watched as kids, they said that we just need to be nice to everyone, and that the good guys always
That's heckin' right, dude. The good guys always won.
win in the end. The mean, stinky bad guys always lose because they're mean and not nice. That incantation, I just...
Yeah, it is really sad, honestly. The older I get, the more I realize just how boomer slop the original trilogy of Star Wars is. You know, I don't really think I can enjoy it much anymore, which is a shame. Because Darth Vader and the Emperor are based, but just the amount of boomer slop in the original trilogy is borderline unbearable through a modern lens.
Is the prism through which a large cohort of Westerners interface with reality. The subjects of power, politics, history, and morality are understood entirely through children's cinema. This moral posture is bipartisan and endemic to modernity itself. I call it Disney morality. But the truth is, it runs even deeper than the mouse. Disney morality is rather simple to define. It is a metaphysical claim that reality rewards goodness, regardless of how much leverage the good may have over...
Dude, that's exactly what Raymond's worldview is. I did X, Y, and Z, so therefore I should receive this. That's exactly what's fucking wrong with Raymond.
...for the situation they are in. In short, the scrappy underdog always defeats the evil empire. The evil empire must lose, because they are evil and an empire. If a people do not agree with the evil empire, all they must do is rise up and stop them. Disney morality is uniquely Western. It is the soulless bastard of Christianity without a cross to carry. Only a civilization that has told its people for 2,000 years that the meek shall inherit the earth would create myths where the universe bends over backwards to help the good guys win, by virtue that they are good alone. Personally, I find the story of Christ to be a noble one, so I must refrain from chastising it too much. Nonetheless,
that's not what the story of Christianity tells you. The story of Christianity tells you that in this world you will be basically treated like shit. Life will suck, but you have, you know, the next life to look forward to. It actually says the complete opposite, but anyway.
It is a story about how the world has a natural progression. It claims that existence will crescendo in a final day of judgment, where the good will transcend and the evil will perish. Quite a powerful story. It managed to shape the psychology of an entire civilization. When you raise a people to believe that the axis of the world is not power, strength...
I mean, I already have a problem with the fact that this guy is trying to claim that Western media is based off of Christian values, because nothing that comes from Disney, especially post-Walt, could be any further from the fucking truth. Like, come on, bro. Are we really going to say that Christianity is the driving force behind Hollywood? Like, do I really need to whip out the clip? This is Hollywood. Like, come on, dude. Really? Nah.
Strength, leverage, or dominion, but grace, love, and mercy. You find yourself with a people who are allergic to the nature of power, strength, and leverage. So, how exactly did Christianity lead to Disney morality? Well, when Christianity lost its metaphysical authority in the West, it did not disappear, it collapsed downward. The sacred scaffolding was removed, but the social need it satisfied remained. You still needed people who could cooperate, feel guilt, restrain violence, internalize fairness, and treat strangers as equals. Those instincts do not self-generate. They need to be trained. So what did our rulers do when the public no longer feared God, heaven, or hell? They outsourced moral formation to children's media. Disney, Marvel, Pixar, they all inherited Christianity's ethical residue, while stripping away its metaphysical weight. The cross disappears, and the resurrection becomes guaranteed. A story about dignifying suffering through unconditional love and mercy is distilled into a moral paradigm where goodness can overcome evil at any odds, simply because it is good. This works perfectly for children. Children need reciprocal morality. They need clear villains. They need to believe that goodness is rewarded. They need stories where sincerity and courage bend the world towards justice. That's how you raise people who don't immediately become sociopaths. The problem, as we all intuit, is that those children all grew up, and now we have a bunch of adults running on a children's moral operating system. And that is how you get people who treat grenades like they are movie props and are surprised when the explosive device does not ask if they are the good guys before it blows up their hand.
Apparently it wasn't a grenade that did that. Apparently she got shot by like a fucking rubber bullet or something.
Oh my god.
I take absolutely no pleasure in watching this person suffer, but seriously, what did she think was going on there? Did she think she was a hero in some Marvel movie or Star Wars or something? Did she think, I'll just throw their weapon back at them, that'll show them? I genuinely couldn't tell you.
Take that, fascist! Hiya!
What was going through this person's mind. This clip is Disney morality in a nutshell, basically. Thinking that the grenade will ask if you are on the right side of history before it explodes in your hand. All for absolutely nothing too, because let's be honest, these protests are not going to change anything. They make no real impact on society. So way to go, you just lost your hand for Twitter clout. Good job, I hope it was worth it. You don't get a new one. They don't give you new hands at the new hand factory. You lost your hand for something that will be a historical after.
But Luke Skywalker got a new hand, dude.
Thought in 10 years. Way to go, champ. All the while, Western governments are descending into late-stage neoliberal decay. A period rife with autocracy, heavy enforcement, violence, soulless bureaucracy, asymmetrical power, and zero incentive to
God, I wish we lived in this reality.
Apologize.
There's my beautiful death squads. Ugh, man. Stop showing me what could be.
The powers that be are learning that they no longer require the public's consent to do as they will. They are brazenly applying.
Why can't it be real? Man. Maybe someday. You know?
Boot to the throat, and as of now, they have no incentive to stop. The Disney-minded folks think their opinion of the boot matters, as the boot crushes their windpipe. They are morally sincere, but epistemically blind. They believe that exposing evil governments on social media...
Total chud, Victor. Indeed, man. We need the death squads.
...automatically defeat them. They believe illegitimate governments naturally collapse. They believe moral clarity is material leverage. And most of all, they believe the universe is keeping score on history. These are not niche beliefs either. Here's one of the largest content creators on the internet.
Who the fuck
from
is
Good
that?
Mythical Morning.
Oh,
Basically,
God,
an ironic example
ew.
of my entire thesis.
Dude, Good Mythical Goymer is like literally the gayest shit ever. Holy fuck.
With this video. Here, check it out.
Let's talk about what's going on in Minnesota. You know, sometimes you're at like a coffee shop or on a plane and somebody is watching a movie in front of you or next to you, and of course you can't hear it, but you can kind of
Dude, anyone that watches that should face the death squads.
see a little bit of the movie and you kind of get an idea of what's going on by seeing a scene or two. Well, if what is happening in Minnesota was a movie that somebody was watching in front of you, and you saw the scene, what happened to Renee Good?
If it was a heckin' movie, dude!
You get an idea of maybe what the movie was about, of who the bad guys were. And if you didn't, what about when you saw the next scene of what happened to Alex Pretty? Do you think at that point, you would know who the bad guys are? And then what if the person watching the movie said, hey, I want you to watch this with me, and you put it in
this is Zog brain rot to the highest degree, basing your entire worldview off of what would happen in lay heckin', Hollywood movie, dude.
And then you watch the next scene, which was the people who were responsible for what happened to Alex Pretty, lying about him and lying about what happened in order to justify their actions. Would there be any doubt in your mind as to what this movie was about and who the bad guys were? So here's my legitimate question. If you're one of the people who you're watching this movie along with all of us, and you have not yet figured out who the bad guys are, what is it going to take? What do you need to see to figure out?
I don't know who this guy is. He's some turbo.
Skip it about the fucking loser faggot
who makes Norm Groyd slop tent. So it's one of those, safe creators that YouTube promotes the shit out of, who just promotes leftist slop.
What this movie's about.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I had already fully written this script before I had seen that video, and when I saw it, I was like, holy shit, he literally said the thing. He literally compared real-life politics to movies. He really simplified power dynamics to good guys versus bad guys. Holy shit, I'm going to have to add this clip to my video. This dude is 48 years old. That's 20 years older than me. He still views the world as an idealistic struggle between the good guys and the bad guys. 48 trips around the sun, and he still holds the belief that history will bend over backwards to serve the righteous. Rhett here, who is openly secular, still somehow believes in the objective titles of good and bad. So tell me, Rhett, in a secular world, what makes your bad guys actually bad? Public consensus? Because if public consensus is all that decides if
I want to go back! I want to go back! I want to go back!
someone is good or evil, then good and evil doesn't actually exist, because public consensus changes all the time. Yet, he still clenches tightly to this Disney worldview where the bad guys, which is a nebulous label, must be stopped by the equally nebulous good guys. And then, when reality doesn't respond that way, the experience is ontological shock. The lives lost this year in Minneapolis are the tragic conclusion of this epistemology when it collides with a paranoid, late-stage, neoliberal government. And I want to be very clear here. This is not about mocking these people. This is not about moral superiority. This is about causality.
Yeah, pretty good, exactly.
This is about physics. These were not people who wanted to die. I don't think they
Yes, they were. They fucking salivated at the idea of playing white savior.
deserve to die either. They were people who believed, sincerely, that the universe works like a movie. They believed that if you stand in the right place, with the right heart, on the right side of history, that power will hesitate. They fully believed that the powers that be are contingent on the consent of the public. They internalized the stance that the scrappy underdog has the weight to go toe-to-toe with the evil empire and win, when in reality, the evil empire simply mag-dumps into the scrappy underdog and gets away with it because they were given immunity by the state, and there is nothing the public can do about it. Those poor souls believed that exposing a
Poor souls.
corrupt authority would weaken it. They believed that moral clarity could disarm a 9mm, and they believed if they stood on the right side of history, that the bad guys would simply buckle and crumble before them. That belief is not random. It was taught to them. It is the adult expression of a childhood moral software that was never updated. A worldview where the bad guys always lose because they are bad. Where escalation is impossible because villains are insecure. Where the moral arc of the universe bends automatically, without leverage, without coordination, and without cost. But the federal government is not a Disney antagonist. The state apparatus does not simply self-destruct when its evil is exposed. It does not feel shame in the way stories taught children to expect. This is what happens when a moral system designed to socialize children is applied, unchanged, to institutions whose entire purpose is not fairness, not goodness, but continuity. So, when the state begins to act with cruelty, these people shout out, "How could this happen? I can't believe they went this far. Surely someone must stop them." That confusion is the tell. These people are not concerned with how the world really works. They're concerned with how the world should work. That posture is endemic to Disney morality. The nature of power does not care what myths you were raised on. I am sure some of you will call me a bootlicker, but the truth is, the boot is a natural feature of the human condition, and it is wise to learn how to not get crushed by it. You could resent the boot, you can criticize the boot, you could utterly denounce the boot. I sure do. But the truth is that the boot has the means to crush you, and you have no means to crush it. The boot is a product of hierarchy, and hierarchy is a product of resource scarcity. In any world with finite resources, you will find competition. The most efficient at consolidating power will rise through said competition until they don the boot. Once the boot is on them.
Yeah, bro, honestly, if this is the boot, then I'm not just gonna lick it. I'll deep throat that motherfucker. Make my fucking day. We need these red-eyed death squads, bro.
And hierarchy is a product of resource scarcity.
I will deep throat the motherfucking boot to make this shit a reality.
In any world with finite resources, you will find competition. The most efficient at consolidating power will rise through said competition until they don the boot. Once the boot is on them, the only thing that will stop them is if someone stronger rips the boot off their foot and places it on their own. He who wears the boot is under no obligation to privilege the bootless, unless he decides to out of mercy. The entirety of Western rule of law is an artifact of the boot wearer being Christian. Human dignity, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and all the values that make Western society great were contingent on the boot wearers of old believing that goodness was.
I think Griffin just wants to kill people that he hates. Well, they want to kill me, bro, so I don't really believe in waiting around for that to happen. I think that's been made abundantly clear at this point that there's a very large portion of the United States population that doesn't want people like me alive. Why am I going to give them the opportunity to do it first? And GEK with the 2, he believes that Trump is a kill zone boss. I wish, man. Dude, I wish Trump was everything they hyped him up to be. Real talk. You know, fascist god emperor, you know, make my day. Please make it a reality.
Virtue. Prior to Christendom, there was no confusion. Peasants knew that nobles had dominion over them. If their landlord wanted to massacre them because they felt like it, they could. There was no recourse. There was no confusion. There was no, but wait, that's not fair. There was no public outcry. There were simply two sides of a power dynamic. The rulers, who had the power to rule, did as they wanted, and the ruled did as they must. The only time a tyrant would relent was when an even stronger tyrant had cut him down. In the pre-Christian West, strength alone was the rule of law. So what do you expect from a secular modern society with increasingly emptying pockets? It is easy to be libertine and merciful in times of plenty, but as the economic core hollows out, the boot comes out of the closet. The ruling elite genuinely don't believe in anything more transcendent than this flesh and blood life we live. So what is their incentive to govern mercifully? The confusion is that the Disney-brained folk expect a secular, late-stage capitalist government to be merciful. They think that simply because something is illegal, written into law on some bill somewhere, that the powerful must instantly yield. Laws only matter if power can enforce them. So, as they say, Who watches the Watchmen? Now here is where this behavior can turn outright religious. If you have spent any amount of time online, you have seen calls for revolution. I personally have seen countless TikToks crying out for the public to take to the streets and lay down their lives against the status quo.
Please.
All for the reward of being on the right side of history, regardless.
Please. I hope you do it, you know? Again, make my day.
Of whether or not they'll be on the winning side of history.
Fuck a job, fuck money, fuck capitalism, and fuck you bootlickers who don't understand this is not how we're supposed to live. Society should not be functioning like this. And we need to take
Make my day.
the fucking power back. We need to have a revolution. We will get our demands met.
This is millenarian fantasy, full stop. It is the same psychology found in Jehovah's Witnesses, preaching the end time is near. It is the same psychology found in the phrase, the South will rise again.
Hell yeah, brother! We never fell in the first place.
It is the plight of an utterly powerless person attempting to posture as powerful in the face of a tyrannical bulwark that plows through them like an afterthought. These people are literally boasting to go shoot federal agents on a platform that is now owned by Oracle of all companies. They're not doing this with a Tor browser
Alright, sorry.
Or on some niche forum. They're on TikTok, screaming, go to the streets, start a revolution, shoot federal agents. It's literally religious delusion. It's millenarian fantasy. They believe with their heart and soul that because they are righteous, that they are immune from consequences. And I'm not saying that these consequences are
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
always just. And this video is not an endorsement of the federal government or any authoritarian power structure.
How can you say that while putting this picture in the background, dude? This shit looks fucking badass. Holy fuck. God, I wish that was real. You know? God! Please. Oh, it's just like literally blue balling me. I fucking wish.
It is simply an acknowledgement of the reality of power structures. This cohort, the one that's telling people online to take to the streets and cause violence against the federal government, I don't think they fully metabolize the notion that the modern American doesn't actually quite give a shit about liberty or human rights or anything like that. They just want to go to work, have 3 hot meals, a house, a spouse, a vacation or 2 once a year, and for their NFL team to make it to the playoffs. Not every American has bought into this idealized Disney worldview. Plenty are still grounded in pragmatic discernment. But the Disney-brained folks assume that since they are disgusted with the state of the world, that the world will just simply bend around their disgust. Funnily enough, this same cohort is quite secular, yet their psychology screams for divine intervention to purge the evildoers of the earth and transcend the meek and holy. Even despite Christianity, the pre-industrial world intuitively understood leverage. The pre-industrial mind knew that it is a dog-eat-dog world, and the bigger dog gets to eat. The medieval serf did not obey his landlord because he was a bootlicker. He obeyed his landlord because he knew if he didn't, he would lose his head. This is not about being a bootlicker. This is about surviving within a hierarchy.
Well, he'd more so lose his home, which, yeah, pretty much same thing, but...
And us moderns have woefully forgotten that we still do live within inside a hierarchy. Within a hierarchy, those at the top are at their own discretion. We may not like it, it may turn our stomachs, and it may be antithetical to everything that you or I believe to be good and holy. But at the end of the day, physics doesn't care. The universe doesn't turn around what is right. It turns around leverage. It turns around what could make things happen. And at the end of the day, if the person at the top has more tanks, guns, and bodies to throw at you, then your recourse is null and void. It simply does not matter if there are laws prohibiting these actions that the state is taking upon the public. Because like I keep circling around to, who is going to punish them? Who is going to punish those who punish? It just doesn't work that way. The only actual way to counter this, or to get back at them, or to contend...
Yeah, bro, my biggest issue with Trump is he's not right-wing enough. Like, he's not extreme enough for me. Like, that's my biggest criticism of Trump, is he doesn't go far enough.
This power dynamic is to somehow...
We've already crossed the Rubicon at this point. Like, let's just get this shit over with, man.
Now concentrate power yourself. You know, start some sort of a business where you can scale your wealth and influence, and that way you can actually get involved in these power structures and perhaps turn them in your own favor. But just going out in the streets and protesting or making TikToks or tweets or whatever, that's not materially going to change anything. And at this point in modernity, all that matters is material leverage. It looks like the states are done pretending. They're done wearing this mask of democratic liberalism and freedom and human rights. They know it has always been a facade, and they're done pretending. So are we going to keep pretending? Are we going to keep acting like we live in Star Wars or the Avengers or whatever? Or will we wake up to this new reality that we live in?
Yeah, dude.
Or rather, should I say, the reality that we have always lived in, but have
Spider-Man will fight the fascists. Of course, dude. We'll be safe. We'll be completely safe, guys. Thor's hammer will save us from tyranny. I believe it, dude. In Rat Kick Real, the two, they hate us. It's okay to make the feeling view. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. Trust me, there will be no love lost if shit hits the fan.
conveniently forgot about for the last 50-something years. We were raised on equality as a civil mythology for so long that we lost our understanding of leverage altogether. It truly is this simple. If an individual or organization has a lot of weapons, and men willing to use those weapons on their behalf, they can do whatever they want to people who don't. Brutal, uncomfortable, but reality. The only reason our Western governments have been merciful to us is simply because they could. Simply because they felt like it. At no point was benevolent, libertine, rule of law mandatory. It was purely a privilege. And those who cry out for revolution forget that successful revolutions only occurred in history when the Revolutionary Party had the means to exhibit their will to power. The Americans had weapons from France and a disproportionate population to the colonial British. The Bolsheviks took advantage of the weakened post-World War I Tsardom. Neither side won because they were noble. Neither side won because the empire they fought was evil. They won because they had leverage. Real, material leverage. That is something today's would-be revolutionaries lack in full. 1 million people can like a tweet. 1 million people can go protest in the street. That may have mattered 10 years ago, but therein lies their folly. They think public consensus is equivalent to leverage. It's not. Not at all. The ruling elite see it the same way you'd see a toddler throwing a tantrum. Annoying, but something you can manage, and inconsequential to the household at large.
Yeah, dude, 1 million people can't even take out a Predator drone.
Why is it that this naivete has broken the West so thoroughly, while the East, and even the global South, seems to have a built-in immunity towards it? The answer to that question is pleasingly simple. When you have a total monopoly on violence and infinite resources, you can afford the luxury of a conscience. You can afford to be Disney-minded. But as the empire's edges fray and the economic core hollows out, the mouse scurries back into its hole. I'm sure some of you are...
See, this is the ironic part, is like every single movie I ever watched as a kid, it's like very few did I ever actually want to see the good guys, quote unquote, win. Like, I've always had a natural aversion to like revolutionary types and all that other shit. Like, it's always triggered the fucking red flag in the back of my mind. So I like to think that, you know, I don't have the fucking, you know, NPC brain, and I haven't had it since birth, but it's like, dude, it's just, I don't know how people can unironically watch modern media and be like, yeah, dude, the heckin' good guys. It's like they're the most unlikable, just obnoxious. It's just, ugh, I hate modern slop media so fucking much, dude. I hate the good guys and 99% of media. Like, the only examples I can think of where the quote-unquote good guys win that I actually like was in Gladiator. I like that. Braveheart, and then Lord of the Rings. Like, that's it. There's very few, like, media franchises I can think of where I'm glad the heckin' good guy wins. Because usually the villains have completely justifiable, you know, aims. But it is what it is, man.
Listening to this and assuming I'm advocating for a world of pure might-is-right carnage. That's not what I'm doing at all. You can call me cruel if it makes you feel better, but my quarrel isn't with morality, mercy, or compassion. It's with delusion. I want a world with myths that can actually survive contact with the reality of power. I want an adult population that inherits a worldview that matches the world they actually inhabit, rather than the world they wished they inhabited. This is not nostalgia for feudalism. This is about knowing how to survive. It's the cold, hard realization that if your moral system cannot account for the existence of the boot crushing your windpipe, then you're just a victim with a high opinion. Being on the right side of history does not stop a 9mm bullet from shattering your skull. So, what comes after Disney morality? What does the savvy...
Dude, I unironically heard a Star Wars fan say that Emperor Palpatine was evil because he was a human supremacist. Like, I shit you fucking not. That's a real fucking thing I've heard from some fucking Star Soy. It's like, bro, Emperor Palpatine's evil because he's a human supremacist. Like, what? Dude. He fucking better be. He is a human. Like, would you not be? You would favor some fucking bug person, literally? Like a bug person alien versus your own fucking species. Like, this is how you know leftoids are just completely fucking mind-cocked, man. They're completely fucking mind-cocked. Yeah, dude. Emperor Palpatine's a human supremacist, man. That's so heckin' evil. Holy shit, bro. Like, that shit was wild, bro. I don't know. That's one of the worst fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life, encountering the breed of Disney adults.
The Westerner of tomorrow even look like? I would wager that they've moved past the stage of begging the machine to have a heart. They've stopped standing in front of riot shields, expecting the man behind them to see their humanity. Survival in the geriatric stage of this empire belongs to those who understand that power is not something that is up for discussion. You don't persuade a mountain to move. You learn the paths, you learn the shortcuts, and you respect the gravity. The future belongs to those who stop asking for mercy and start learning how to exploit the system's mechanics. The savvy operator of the next decade moves within these power dynamics as a survivalist. They've stopped treating the law as a magic spell that...
Bruh, if Palpatine's Jewish, then, you know, call me fucking Zionist #1, bro, because, you know, I like what he's selling.
...protects the weak and started treating it for what it always was, a weapon used by the strong. The Disney-brained folk will keep waiting for the third act twist where the bad guys finally get their comeuppance. They will stay in the theater until the screen goes black and the building is sold for scrap. But the rest of us, we're leaving the cinema. We're stepping out into the cold, gray light of a world that does not care about our own character arcs. The nature of power doesn't care what myths you were raised on, and the boot doesn't need your consent to crush your windpipe.
Dude, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
And the boot doesn't...
I hope I live to see it, man. I really do. It's gorgeous. The Imperial purple with the golden eagles, the Death Squad out front. Like, come on, Trump. Let's go. We don't need to imagine anymore. Dude, I'd dip my fucking balls in lighter fluid and run through an open flame for this type of shit. Real talk.
...doesn't need your consent to crush your windpipe.
They did make a video game like this. It's called Killzone, and you have to play as the heckin' good guys, dude. The Hellgast were the good guys. Let's see. Rat Kicker Reel with the 2 democracy enjoyers. Forget about ostracism. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. An eclipse of the 2. Just do it. Don't let dreams be dreams. Exactly. Don't let your dreams be memes. We need that yesterday. And Rat Kicker Reel with the 2. Caesar is an example of a person you should be. Well, you need to learn from Caesar Augustus, because Caesar made the mistake of letting his enemies live. And we saw how that turned out.
I can't afford this.
Probably gonna lose another 1,000 subscribers for saying, oh no, man. Anything but that, please.
You're fucking poor.
I don't care. Yeah, Iron Man would have voted for Kamala Harris, dude. Even Jarvis would have told him that's a good idea. Jeez. Cringe. All right, let's see. So, all right. Let's see. He uploaded a bunch, so we're not watching that. I don't care. Should we watch his Epstein file video about how he tattooed himself with the literal mark of the beast?
Hey there, gamers. Dreamy guy here. And I truly do not know how to begin this video, if we're being quite honest. But we're going to talk about how apparently Jeffrey Epstein told Bobby Kotick, the manager, the CEO, the owner of Activision Blizzard, he told him to invent microtransactions. Now, there's always been cheap DLC. I mean, since pretty much downloadable content existed, there's been tiny transactions that weren't full-blown stuff, right? Horse armor that's $3 and stuff. But there has been a specific change from DLC to microtransactions that I think a lot of us universally consider to be an ultimate evil, especially because so many people do get addicted to it. Games like Call of Duty, games that had those early first loot boxes. This is Call of Duty World War II. One of the things you actually had to do in this game that is absolutely true, part of what made this game so controversial, is that there were daily quests where you had to watch other people open those loot crates. Basically, you'd spend $5 a day to get some sort of random gun skin or some cool character model and stuff, but they also wanted to make it where you got into that gameplay loop of not just buying them, but watching them, be excited about other people's boxes. Well, apparently, this did not just come out of thin air. It actually came from discussions with Jeffrey Epstein. I can't believe this is real. Let's take a look at the evidence, because it's wild just how the most evil man of all time just made everything everywhere.
Even more evil than Hitler, dude. That's anti-Semitic. You better be careful, Dreamcast guy.
Instantly worse.
How dare you say a Jewish man is more evil than Papa H?
Talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe.
Yeah, Dreamcast guy's gonna get a knock from the ADL, bro. You better be careful.
If you haven't already. Now, we're not going to get into the politics of this. Obviously, there's a lot of people in
the politics of what?
Epstein style. I mean, a shocking amount. On Friday, they released an extra couple thousand pages. They should release all of it. I don't know why it's also redacted, but what matters is that, yes, there's a lot of politicians. There's a lot of billionaires. There's a lot of people that pretty much run the world that are in there.
Oy vey, Dreamcast guy, you better be careful. Be careful. The ADL's not just going to knock at this point.
And are never, ever going to jail. But this was funny to me. So there's multiple phases to this. Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein was super on board with Call of Duty when they started inventing like their upcoming blackout mode and stuff. He actually emailed his people saying, oh yeah, Call of Duty is going to be the biggest thing ever. Let's go ahead and invest all our money in Activision Blizzard. That's pretty funny, especially...
Well, he would have doubled his money at 56 pretty much, so... Good call.
Because he saw COD points abbreviated to CP and said, yeah, let me get Jeffrey in on this. But here's the discussion. This keeps getting deleted over and over again. I see this posted all over Reddit. Some people don't really like to discuss this. But as you can see, these are direct links to justice.gov. This isn't a repost. This isn't like photoshopped. These are the actual emails directly from the Epstein files. I mean, there's the
Beef Extreme with the two girls for the win, chuds. That's right. What's the wildest night on the island, guys? I just want to make sure I'm there for the wildest shit that happens. Girls for the win, by the way.
This is just literally court case evidence. I know some people are trying to claim the Epstein files are fake. I really don't understand that stuff. These are just direct conversations with the presidents of Call of Duty Activision. Look at this. Oh my God. But a lot of people are instantly being like, oh yeah, Microsoft owns Call of Duty. Oh yeah, Bill Gates, also in the Epstein files a lot, right? Advisor to the current CEO. Bobby Kotick being the files is the least surprising detail of them. I'm all for indoctrinating kids into the economy.
I don't really have a problem with that. I think kids should be indoctrinated into the economy early on. If anything, kids know too little about the economy. Deliberately so.
Take a look at this quote, right? I'm all for indoctrinating kids into the economy. Now, this stuff is filled with crazy amounts of typos. I mean, I have no idea if he was using text-to-speech or... I mean, these people are...
Well, if he was using text-to-speech, there wouldn't be typo. Also, it would be speech to text, but jeez, man.
Just, they don't have souls. They clearly don't care about their typos, right?
Oy vey, Dreamcast Goy. Don't you know that a Goyim soul is worth far less than a Jewish soul? That's in the emails, too, by the way. Epstein said that Goyim souls are worth less than Jew souls. Wow. I can't believe the amount of anti-Semitism that's being displayed in this video, guys. I'm deeply offended by this shit. I might have to file a complaint with the ADL.
So here's their idea. X Prize is a good idea, but the real key is real-world rewards. Learn to read, cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items, and games. This is something that I have spoken out against now for almost 10 years, which is that I just don't like the idea that I do think that part of the problem with loot crates isn't just the randomization. It's not just the fact that, you're not paying directly for what you're trying to get out of it. I think a big problem is that for a lot of people that get addicted to these microtransactions, it's because you create this gap between the money spent and the reward, right? All right, I'm paying $20 to get $40 of Call of Duty points, right? It's not really that. It's to try and get you thinking like you're getting a good deal when really...
No, he wanted to turn it into gambling. No, he's missing the point entirely. It's yet another example of, our greatest ally trying to push, gambling into some other form of, media or entertainment product. It's the same mentality with, sports betting and that type of shit and prediction markets and all that other shit. So, it's basically just another form of gambling. It's nothing unique.
You're wasting money. They're converting it into credits. You don't just buy the loot crate, you buy the coins.
It's like the old model of when gambling was illegal. You'd put a nickel into a gumball machine. If you got a certain color gumball, then you got a certain amount of money back if you handed the cashier the gumball. It's basically a workaround for gambling laws.
Which buys the loot crate. Oh, I've got a bunch of that free currency.
That's what he's describing.
And this is literally them pitching that idea. Instead of just having cell phone minutes or iPhone cards, it's all this virtual currency. And they're straight up saying the whole point was to indoctrinate kids into the economy. I love this. Real world rewards, virtual items, and games. Now, this name Pablos. This is basically Pablos Holman was one of the main financial advisors to Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of bad stuff there as well. But a lot of this is literally just a bunch of billionaires talking about how best to exploit people. And there's just tons of stuff like this.
Not people, Goyim.
It is wild to see that.
Remember, you're not people to them. You're Goyim.
Literally, here they are talking about, you can see, here's Bobby Kotick talking about how he's about to meet Elon Musk, that he had all these great ideas for hanging out with girls at SpaceX. This was a...
Dude, he just threw that in there because he has a hate boner for Elon Musk. All right, Dreamy, I thought you weren't getting political on us. There was zero reason for you to include that other than your seething hatred of lay heckin' billionaires, dude.
Funny one I saw a lot of people sharing around. Jeffrey Epstein was perma-banned from Xbox Live. Now, people are trying to figure this out. It says, oh, you're
One of us.
permanently banned due to threats, harassment, or abuse of other players. Apparently, this is actually just a formality. Apparently, Xbox went in, apparently in 2013, they actually went in and started talking to the government and basically said, all right, let's get the official email of everybody currently on watch lists for hurting people. I'm trying to be vague so I don't get demonetized. They took the master list of all the offenders and went ahead and put it in. So they literally just auto-banned him. But it is funny about the idea. Apparently there's leaks about, people have dug up the fact that Epstein was also talking to people in World of Warcraft and stuff.
He's a big Dark Souls fan, too.
I mean, this dude was clearly...
How do you explain that one, Elden Ring enjoyers?
All in on the Xbox and the Activision Blizzard experiment. But this to me is just extra weird. It's just the idea that something so malicious, so baked in, so core to the downfall of current games being invented by such an evil person, right? But it's also just the fact that I almost feel like this is kind of the weird part about video games as an art form. I'm very, very big about storytelling in games and cool cutscenes and big, flashy, bombastic moments. And I feel like we've hit this point. I almost feel like this is the line in the sand for me a lot of times, that 2013 era where it wasn't just about profitability. It wasn't just about making your games as cheap as possible. It wasn't just about having the highest sales numbers as you could get. It did feel like we hit this point where they started to say, all right, how much value can we extract out of every single player? How cheap can...
That's literally the entire point of gaming.
The game be to make? How many microtransactions can it have? How much can we really
That has always been the point of the gaming industry, Dreamcast guy. Epstein did not invent that shit.
abuse these kids before they stop giving us their cash? I really do.
How do children have cash? They're getting it from their parents, so I
feel like if you had to point...
This is not a problem if you just take away unrestricted access to your kids' credit, like your kids having your credit card, but you know.
Point to a particular point where things shifted as much as possible to the dark side. This does feel like that line where we went from games trying to be cool stories and get their profit, and when they started to be about...
Yeah, Epstein was grooming kids to trade CP for CP.
Profit and how little you can actually get out of it. This stuff is wild. I mean, it's not like any of these people are going to jail. Bobby Kotick's going to go retire on his own personal island, but man, all these people suck. Let me refresh this.
Why would they go to jail for putting COD points in Black Ops?
To end the video off here, because I'll be honest, they keep deleting this from the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. Oh, man. But this pretty...
Yeah, it's not Kotick. It's Bobby Kotick.
Pretty funny. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about... Oh, God. I don't want to say how do you feel about the Epstein files, but they're bad. I mean, they literally ate kids. Do not read these documents. Do not read these documents. My God. Oh, my God. They're literally, they ate kids. And then they also made microtransactions. Thanks for watching this video. If you could please give this video a like.
Right before they ate the kids, they were like,
"This is a big ol' beefy boy."
Subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Might need to give my eyeballs a bath.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to...
Beef Extreme with the 5 Walsh on his show. I actually called Goy a slur and questioned Epstein's relation to Mossad. It's truly Jover for the Shapiro Steinbergs out there. Yeah, and I'm sure Ben Shapiro is going to push the shit that, well, actually, Jeffrey Epstein was a Russian asset. There's zero relation between him and the Rothschilds. It's just all a conspiracy. He was actually an agent of Vladimir Putin, which is why we need to send 25,000 missiles to Ukraine.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like, dude, I'm telling you, that's literally going to be the response. That's going to be the response, bro. Put a dollar on it, dude. You'll make some money. The Bush ate babies was an unverified accusation made by a schizo who claimed they chopped his limbs off and forced them to regrow. Yeah, I know. That shit's bullshit. Yup. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of the stuff in there is just retarded. So, again... This is the problem with releasing shit to fucking midwits, is they believe everything as long as it's printed. They think it's true. Meanwhile, they're like, don't trust the heckin' media, dude. Don't trust the government. But I'm gonna believe everything that's ever said just because it's written down. I don't know. There's a lot of midwittery on display when it comes to this entire thing. That's for sure. Oh, wait, shit.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and I truly do not know how to begin this video, if we're being quite honest, but hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about Xbox, because...
let's see, Resident Evil Zombified the 2, Griffin, look up Jim Rowe, the fuck, why? Let me see. Images... Oh, yeah, this looks like the Hellgast. Yeah, that just looks like the Hellgast, pretty much. A little less detailed, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the type of shit we need patrolling the streets, though. Like, get a couple tens of thousands of these, you know, like 20, 30,000 per major city, and just have them walk around. Give them complete and total legal immunity. You know, give them their directives, and I guarantee you we'll live in utopia. The world will be bright. Rat Kicker Real with a 2. I already see shit libs cherry pick what's real. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is there's zero context for a lot of this shit, too, so people just believe stuff reading it for, you know, I don't know, bro. It's, again, mid-wittery on full display, but here we are.
They just did a very deep dive interview that I think they said stuff they shouldn't have said. Basically saying that the entire Xbox brand is just dead. And even going...
How much you guys want to bet they didn't say that?
Third party isn't actually going to save it. Now, this is from the people at Obsidian. Obsidian Games is pretty much the only Xbox studio that's really putting stuff out. You could talk about Hellblade or Gears of War or Halo and stuff, but really, who's putting out the actual games? That's Obsidian. Games like Pentiment, Grounded, Outer Worlds, right? They're putting out games. Avowed. Obsidian is the only people making Xbox games.
I wish they weren't.
And they just did a very long Bloomberg interview where they straight up said that it just doesn't work. At this point, nobody's buying Xbox games. Even when you put Xbox games onto other platforms, they seem to bomb. It's a very bad predicament that I think...
Yep, I've heard that too, is Epstein was a Nazi white supremacist. I've heard that one as well. It's fucking wild, bro.
Still spells there's not only not going to be a next-gen Xbox, I don't even think there's going to be a third-party Xbox soon. But let me explain, because there is a lot to go through. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So, there is something very strange about the Xbox time period, because we are in this era where games are coming out. Like, High on Life 2 is technically an Xbox game. I mean, isn't that one of their studios? You are getting stuff occasionally. Avowed came out last year, although nobody really cares about it. Why is that coming soon to Game Pass when it came out forever?
Yeah, I don't know. That is weird.
But my point is the fact that just in general, it feels like we're now in this era of negative hype. People are actually so anti-Xbox that even a lot of the developers and stuff don't want to be associated with the brand. Like, consider the fact that during the era of Xbox One versus PlayStation 4, of course the PS4 completely slaughtered the Xbox, but last gen, it did feel like whether games were good or whether games were bad, people like Sony and Microsoft, they would be very clear about their successes, about their failures. When a game like Hi-Fi Rush bombed, Sony would talk about it. When Xbox came out with something that was a huge, huge success, they would talk about it. Whereas now, it feels like there's this secrecy. Xbox is not talking sales numbers. They don't really report anything. And it seems like, honestly, even their fans at this point just don't want to talk Xbox. There was a report that came out from the Game Developers Conference that nobody wants to make Xbox games. They want to make PC games. They, of course, want to make PlayStation 5 games.
Well, only 40% of people want to make PS5 games. That's not that high, honestly.
And people are excited about the Nintendo Switch, too. Nobody cares at all about Xbox. Now, truly...
I don't really think those are amazing numbers for the Switch 2 or the PS5, personally.
Let this sink in. These people are the people making games. This is the entirety of it. You know, the old Xbox got no games. This is it, baby. This is literally the nail in the coffin to prove that Xbox as a brand is never, ever coming back. But even let's talk about this fiscally, right? Okay, maybe Xbox console sales are down. Nobody's buying Xbox controllers. Nobody's subscribing to Game Pass. Maybe they could bounce back next generation. Well, apparently not. So in this interview, this is the people at the top of Obsidian Entertainment. Apparently, Grounded 2 sold good. Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 completely bombed. They spent 6 years on each, and they sold maybe...
How the fuck do you spend 6 years on Avowed? Jesus, man.
10,000 copies. I mean, these were catastrophic, hole in the smoldering ground, crater bad sales. Josh Schroyer says, we did make a mistake. It's not good to release 3 games in the same year. It's the results of things going wrong. Spacing these releases helps the company manage its resources and not burn everybody out. Now, here's something that came out to me like a laser beam. There have been multiple leaks that Amy Hood and a lot of the people at Microsoft, they've put an impossible requirement onto Xbox Game Studios, which is a 30% profit margin. Now, this is insane. This number is enormous. I mean,
Rad Kicker Real with the 2. Epstein is the Jewiest Jude. Ever Jew? Hey man, curb your anti-Semitism. We already have one anti-Semite on screen saying that Epstein is even more heckin' evil than Hitler, dude. But we don't need another one in the chat, man. Come on now. It's not very nice. And Yogi Bear with the 2. Epstein is not dead. He's playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. He's got great taste if that's the case. You know, I'd come back from the dead for that as well.
30% profit margin. When this got leaked, a lot of Xbox people actually came out. Like, all the Xbox fanboys said this number is a lie. Because if this number was true, 30% profit margin, this is the death of Xbox right here. Because nobody ever even gets close to a 30% profit margin.
That's not true at all.
I want to actually show you something, right? Here's the profit margin of Netflix.
Why don't you show the profit margin of a video game studio instead of fucking Netflix, which has zero relation to the gaming industry whatsoever?
Netflix, one of the most profitable brands on the planet, right? You can see up here, they're making $45 billion just this recent quarter. But look what their profit margins were, right? Look at this down here. This was a very famous thing for a long time. They were basically around a 2 to 3% profit margin for years and years and years and years. Now, this seems psycho. Why would you have such a tiny profit margin? Well, it's because they were trying to boost their revenue, their stock price, right? All right, if we make, $16 billion.
Epstein would be extremely likable by people if he wasn't a pedo. Well, that's a pretty big if, so.
In revenue, we want to put that much into our product. So you can see here.
Give me 1 second. My mom's calling me. 1 second. All right, I'm back. I may have to call, pick up the phone again in a few minutes, so just a heads up. His family needs his money. That's right. They need that money. They really do. But, yeah. No, I'll most likely get another call in a little bit, so just a heads up.
They would spend like $15 billion making shows if they made $16 billion. It's to increase the company value, and it paid off more and more and more. So we got to the point where they're having like...
the poop sock? I don't know. It'd probably be dust by now if they found that.
An 18% profit, 20% profit. Even now, one of the biggest, most powerful media companies on the planet is a 24% profit margin. They want...
Do I have any hot sisters? Unfortunately not, man. Sorry.
Somehow, I don't know how, they want Xbox to be more profitable than Netflix.
Do you think I would be here if I did?
And the reason I'm making that comparison is because clearly that's their vision, right? The whole idea of Game Pass was instead of having the typical big box profit, you know, instead of saying, hey, here's Ghost.
Dude, you know, hold on, wait, where is it? Shit. Where is she? Come on, where is it? Yeah, bro, I wish I had a little sister like this. Real talk. A man can dream, can he?
Ghost of Yote, a $70 game. You buy it, you play it on your $500 console with your $80 controller, right? All of that is profit, profit, profit. Their goal is, okay, we're going to sell you a $250 Xbox Series S, at launch anyways, back when they were like $300, and then you pay $20 a month to play these games. Everybody subscribes.
She's too old. Oh my god. Jeez. That's brutal, man.
It's service, everybody wins. But now Game Pass is $30 a pop, the Xbox is $800 a pop, and the controllers, I mean, they're like $1 million. Who cares, right? This is basically just psychopathically bad. But I saw everybody is freaking out about this interview on Reddit. I mean, the Games Reddit, the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, the Xbox subreddit. Look at this. I'm surprised that Xbox Studio Head was able to be so open and candid. It's a nice change of pace. Xbox's whole thing has been ignore our studios and hope they make games for the last decade. So I'd be surprised if anyone the higher up even knew this interview was happening. Now, it is interesting because this interview really does talk to everybody up and down the ladder, from the heads of the studios to the creative leads to everything. And everybody is basically saying Xbox has screwed us. Now, I will admit that this comment here roasts me perfectly because I have always been a big believer.
But Reddit told me. Uh-oh.
Of
he identifies as Reddit now.
Let the people make what they want. If you want to make a big, crazy, cool RPG and have crazy, weird crafting systems, I really don't like crafting systems, but if that's your perfect game, make your perfect game. You want to make a weird brawler with too many cutscenes, make your perfect game. And it seemed like everybody basically said that this is the good approach, right? This is the idea. Devs are flawless heroes, and anybody trying to manage them,
I agree, dude. Devs are flawless heroes. We truly don't deserve them.
Are evil money men, so that could be better than letting them do on their own without supervision. So it's strange that Xbox,
who is Baal, a Jewish demon,
hasn't been pumping out constant bangers for years. Very strange. The original promise of a lot of these Xbox acquisitions, especially with Bethesda and stuff, is that all these people said, oh, now we can do what we want. We don't have to think about tax brackets. We don't have to worry about the investors. We don't have to worry about marketing. We just make the game. And what comes out of that? Stuff like Starfield, stuff like Hellblade, games that are not bad necessarily, but they're not great. They're all 6 out of 10s. And I feel like all these 6 out of 10s back to back to back is not just devaluing the brand of these studios. I feel like it's just making people realize maybe these people do need management. Maybe they do need Xbox.
Maybe they don't need a job anymore. Did we ever think about that?
Xbox to come in there, or Sony to come in there, or somebody to come in there and say, yo, why aren't these games...
Maybe they just don't need a fucking job anymore, man.
It's fun, you know? But this is over on the Xbox Reddit, and this is another one that a lot of people are talking about. The graph paints a bad picture for Xbox. Yikes. Now we're going to get into this comment for a second. This to me, the whole article is crazy, but gosh, this to me is the wildest thing. Sinking to the bottom with Xbox. Microsoft's gaming revenue year over year. Oh my gosh. This is so bad. So this is essentially starting. This is the last.
This graph is kind of retarded. It's flatlined.
3 years. So basically midway through this generation, right? You know, we're 6 years since the Xbox.
This is a really shitty graph, but anyway. Why the fuck would you do year over year change as a line graph? That's stupid. It's absolute. What this should have been is a bar chart where it's like Q1, Q3, Q4, and there should have been clustered bars of like 3 or 4 years to show the relativity of, you know, each quarter. This is a retarded ass graph because you have to look at this point versus this point versus this point. Whoever graphed this shit is a fucking idiot, man. They're a fucking idiot.
Xbox Series X. This starts 3 years into the Xbox Series.
You know, sorry, bro. This offends the data scientist in me. I had to do a fucking year and a half of this dog shit in fucking my master's degree. So, yeah, this deeply offends the data scientist in me. Because, you know, I had to do all this shit and learn the proper ways to do it. And, yeah. Somebody got paid to make this shit, and they should not have.
Series X, and you can see it just goes to 13% revenue, you know, -3 there, all the way down here to
your master's degree. That's right.
-30% here for Xbox physicals, -62%, or sorry, +62% profitability. Look, even when they are selling games, even when they are managed to do stuff, this
had all these NPCs tell me on Monday the gold crashed, and I was like, y'all are retarded, repeating what was on the rate. Yeah, I mean, this is the reality. Like, if you look at this, like, you know, this is the funny part about, dude, it crashed. Oh my god, man, it crashed. No. You mean in the past 1 year it went from $30 to $90? I'm fucking broke. Jesus Christ, no! Anything but that. Even if you go 3 months back, dude, it's up 87% in the past 3 months. It crashed! Oh my god! I gotta sell the house, dude. It's over. It's absolutely fucking over, guys. It's over. Then if you even go back further, 240%! Jesus, man. What am I gonna do? It was $26, now it's $90? Oh my god. It's never been more over, guys. Never.
When they had a good selling Call of Duty, watch it just drop off a cliff. Look at this. -30% on console sales. -25% on console sales. And finally, -5% on games. -32% on consoles. There really is no positive way to spin this. I mean, this is just bad. This is end of Xbox bad, right? And people are pointing it out. That graph paints a bad picture for Xbox. Yikes. It's been pretty clear Microsoft is trying to kill the brand. Rumors of the next console being $1,200 and the fact that the current console is far more expensive than it was at release, kneecapping major IPs associated with the brand. It'll be interesting to see how Fable and Gears of War do. And it seems like right now, as a return to form, but it's all BS till we play it. Now, I do want to quickly say, it's interesting, the excitement for Fable specifically, I have a lot of people that aren't really gamers in my life, right? I got a lot of friends that are like more movie buffs or, I don't know, like reality TV and sports and stuff, right? And it's interesting the amount of people I know that have come up to me and said, do you know about the new Fable? I am kind of curious. I do think that Fable might be crossing that line into mainstream appeal in a way that an Xbox game has not done in a decade, but I want to go back to this here. There's no evidence of Microsoft killing the brand. The $1,200 console stuff is an unsourced rumor, but what's actually happening, per Bloomberg, is Microsoft is pushing studios to control costs and scope, not abandoning IP. Fable and Gears are the real test, and yeah, trailers don't mean much. We'll see at launch. These words right here, control, costs, and scope. This to me almost is the sign of how dead Xbox is. But let me explain. So, cost and scope, right? If you're trying to make a game that's a $10 million project and you keep scaling it up and now it's a $100 million project, you need a lot more profitability on the back end. It does seem like, in a way, that this is all Microsoft really cares about. How tight, how cheap, how quick can you get it out? All right, if this is the minimal aspect, the tiniest amount of work, right? Even something like Avowed. I did not like Avowed. Avowed had 10 giant patches after release that introduced more graphics stuff, more DLC, more adventures and stuff. And a lot of people are like, why wasn't this in the game at launch? In a way, Avowed coming to PS5 here in 10 days, it's going to be the definitive edition on PlayStation 5. And a lot of people, especially a lot of Xbox fans, are saying it does feel like in almost every time now, they're just rushing games out. Really?
Really, no shit. What gave that one away? Is it the fact that every single Xbox game that literally just can't run at anything above 30 FPS magically gets a 60 FPS patch 6 months to a year later? Or is it the fact that every single game launches feature incomplete, is buggy out the fucking wazoo, dude? It's just heckin' bonkers how crazily unoptimized most of their games are. But yeah, what gave it away? I don't know. This is kind of what everybody's been saying for the past, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years?
Unfortunately, Outer Worlds 2 doesn't feel done. Hellblade 2 doesn't feel done. I had a lot of people get mad at me, but I said straight up when Starfield came out, Starfield does not feel done. These are games that aren't rushed in the typical sense. They're not trying to hit a particular fiscal quarter. It just feels like, honestly, Xbox doesn't care. They say, that's good enough. You've spent enough money. It's freaking not too glitchy. Throw it out there and let the hogs slurp it up. It'll sell in Game Pass or it won't sell at all. And at this point, the business, 30% bad sales, every single sign is showing that this is the end. This is the hard line in the sand that they can't come back from. But these have been my thoughts. How do you feel about the idea of Xbox right now? How do you feel about, everybody's unfortunate reactions to us? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like.
I sure as hell will.
Subscribe if you haven't already. And please, keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see some...
I'll never stop dreaming. Never. No matter what happens in this world, no matter what happens to us, my dreams will always continue on. Thank you, Dreamcast guy. Alright, here we go. Another Xbox video.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. And I honestly don't mean to make a video so late in the day, but the AMD CEO, the head honcho, the person in
I didn't mean to make... It's like he's bothering people by making a video. Well, at least he's self-aware.
Charge of making not just PC parts, but a lot of stuff for Mocho. Mean to make a video.
Wait, is he showing a game in the background that he doesn't like? Why?
So late in the day, but the AMD CEO, the head honcho, the person in charge of making not just PC parts, but a lot of stuff for most game consoles.
I thought he hated God of War 1, 2, and 3.
Just went on stage and talked about the next Xbox and the Steam Deck. And it sounds like the strategy for Xbox Next Gen, it's not just a hybrid console. It's not just going to be a system that plays Xbox Game Pass and PC games and have Steam on it. It sounds like it's going to be very powerful and out a full year before the PlayStation 6. Will this work? I honestly don't think it will. But let's take a look at her statements and a lot of the leaks around this, because it has been a day that's very odd. I still don't believe the next-gen Xbox is even coming out, but currently the plans...
I think it'll come out. I don't think anybody's going to buy it, though. I mean, the sales for the current Xboxes have fallen off a cliff, so I don't think there's any genuine interest outside of the fanboys. But we shall see. This is why just waiting to play games is now the way to do it. They have all their content and updates after a few months and can be found way cheaper. Yeah, the only reason I would say there's any incentive to go out and buy a game early is if it's multiplayer, because obviously the game could die. So if you're really interested in playing a multiplayer game, you might want to, hasten your purchase. But when it comes to single player, man, the only thing that would matter is if you're worried about getting spoiled. which, like, you know, really, I don't fucking care about video game spoilers at this point. The only game I don't want to be spoiled on is, you know, Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3. Otherwise, I genuinely couldn't give a fuck. So, yeah, honestly, it's all just FOMO, and it's fake. Like, there's really no fear of missing out. It's all in your fucking head, for the most part.
On paper, is Xbox Series XXX very, very soon? Let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this literally just came out, and instantly the reactions are quite negative, to be honest with you, which is that AMD CEO Lisa Su said, from a product standpoint, Valve is on track to begin shipping its AMD-powered Steam machine early this year, and the development of Microsoft's next-gen featuring AMD is progressing well for a launch in 2027. Now, this to me sounds like the Steam machine is done. The Steam machine is not just designed, put together in boxes. It sounds like it's literally ready to go. Now, for me, I've been talking about this in a lot of videos. I'm extremely excited.
Well, of course it's ready to go. Valve has literally shown it off. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, no shit, it's ready to go, bro. People have literally used it. They've literally fucking had hands-on experiences with the Steam machine. Come on, bro. Like, it's just, it never gets old. I just can't help it, man. It's just, he talks for the sake of talking half the time. In Final Fantasy VII Remake, Cloud marries Aerith. I want her to end up with Zack, personally, but, you know, that's fine, too. As long as she lives.
For the Steam machine, I just love, honestly, my Steam Deck is so cool. The fact that this is just a more powerful Steam Deck.
As long as she's
honestly,
alive, then I'm happy. I'm happy, bro. Either way.
Yeah, more almost console-fied PC experience. Extremely excited for this. I'm glad that this doesn't seem to be delayed. It seems like it is on track for release, but a lot of people are talking about the fact that Xbox Next Gen just seems useless at best. Now, a lot of people aren't excited for the idea of the PlayStation 6 either. This isn't even...
If you live in the UK, you should absolutely hope they ban Steam, because it will be the last liberal government that's ever elected in your lifetime.
Console war. A lot of people are like, I feel like Xbox and PlayStation are at the halfway point of their life cycle. Why are we talking about next gen? RAM prices will determine the pricing for sure. Going to get crazier since neither will be subsidized that much. Now, both Valve and Microsoft have straight up said that they're not going to be essentially eating the cost. PlayStation does. Nintendo does to a small amount, but PlayStation does it more than anybody else. If they're charging you $700 for a PlayStation 5, a lot of times it costs them $750
I would like to think
on the...
that the leftists are not smart, or like are smart enough to not take away the bread in circuses, but you know, they're anything but intelligent.
Back in, because Sony makes billions, tens of billions of dollars, literally every single year on the software, buying everything first party or third party through the PlayStation. That's how they...
You defend Final Fantasy VII the same as somebody defends Final Fantasy X. Titus shouldn't have been brought back, just like Aerith. Well, I'm not defending Final Fantasy VII. I just want them to do something different in the remake. So, Final Fantasy VII exists as its own standalone experience. In remake, I don't care if they do something different. Why not? That's the whole point of the remake, is to change shit up. So, I'm all for it. Why not?
They actually generate their profit. Whereas, since the Steam machine isn't really about the games as much as it is the hardware, and as much as, honestly, Xbox isn't even releasing games at this point, they can't afford that upfront loss. I also saw Shinobi tweeting about this. We're going to take a look at the exact leaks about it, but a lot of people are like, man, this means new raises are on the way for Game Pass. Write this down. Game Pass will surely come to PlayStation day one, because if you can't beat it, you have to surrender. We will not be there. No one is going to buy it. Wait, what? Things are getting spicy. Now, there was actually a leak early this morning from Jez Corden of Windows Central, and I think that Jez is honestly a pretty bad leaker, though. Windows Central is only him now. I don't even know. They might as well just call it Jez Central. But he has talked about the fact that he has some concerns and excitement about next gen. But he says that from what he's heard, it's still a fair bit away. It's dropping in late 2027 at the earliest. And a lot of people are talking about this because he has exclusively leaked a lot of stuff about it, like Project Keenan and stuff like that. So if his sources are saying late 20...
Griffin just called wants Aerith to live, but when in reality she dead forever? Never say never. Because Aerith fights back against Sephiroth at the end of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And if you pay attention to the rest of the remake trilogy, Sephiroth is systematically hunting down the various versions of her. So when he says, I underestimated you, that obviously means she's still alive and kicking somewhere. Because we never actually saw that Aerith who was asleep wake up. So get ready.
2027, people are like, all right, there's some validity to this. But now we know, according to the CEO himself, apparently it is coming out. The system on chip is ready to go to support a 2027 launch. Now, there have been leaks from Moore's Law is Dead that essentially the power of the Xbox Series XXX, the next gen, is actually going to be beefier than the PlayStation 6. Moore's Law has done a bunch of different leaks specifically about a lot of stuff that Sony is up to and what Xbox is up to, and it seems like his sources specifically are on that AMD side. He's talking to the manufacturers, to people that are making these chips, so he kind of sees the crystal ball of what's coming down the pipe, right? But what's wild is that he has said that it seems like this thing is not...
Yeah, Sephiroth's child will never get her, bro. It's okay. Aerith's superior genetics will allow her to survive in some capacity against Sephiroth's child.
Not just going to be more powerful, they are trying to get it done and out as quickly as it can, right? So, leaks aside, they're trying to really get this thing down, right? They're trying to get it out. It sounds like Microsoft is set to launch in 2027. The wording here is important, as AMD said, ready.
Hold on. Oh, shit. Well, I guess that was good timing. I was going to pull something else up, but I'm getting another call, as you can hear. I'll be back.
To support the launch in 20...
Oops. Alright, well that was a lot faster than I thought it was going to be, so we back. Yeah, I'm lucky she's not a bar of soap or a lampshade, exactly. But anyway, let me pull up what I was going to. Shit, I don't know if there's a short clip of it. Damn it. Oh, well. Hold on, let me see if I can find the time. I don't know. Oh, well. There's not just a clip of it on YouTube, so never mind.
27, which hedges against AMD outright confirming the release year. So that could mean that we're helping it. That's our current line in the sand, but maybe they're going to push it out further. Now, over on the gaming leaks and...
Nah, there's some family drama, let's just say, taking place right now, so... Yeah.
Rumors subreddit. I love this Reddit. you can see they posted this 14 minutes ago. Some people don't really know how to classify this because over on that Reddit, people like to kind of tier the leakers. There's good leakers, there's bad leakers, there's people that are sometimes right, but sometimes extremely off base. And people are joking, okay, what tier is the AMD CEO? If you're leaking this, if you're coming out making a statement, is that an official proclamation? It's weird to hear about the Xbox, not from Xbox. But here's the part that really stuck in my brain, right? The Xbox 360 was world-changing success. If you were gaming in 2006, look, I liked the PlayStation 3 a lot. Towards the end of its life cycle, I really liked the end of the PS3. I think it really, really came out ahead, just by the tiniest skin of its teeth. But for most of that console generation, the Xbox 360 was a billion miles ahead. It had all the big exclusives. It had all the great games. God of War, Mass Effect, Gears of War. Mass Effect actually started as an exclusive on it and stuff like that. I mean, it was the place to play. And a lot of that came down to the fact that it launched a full year before the PlayStation 3. The Xbox...
Well, it's not even so much that. It had the better ecosystem as far as like social features go. It had a better games lineup. It was easier to develop for, so by default, games ran better on it. So the 360 was just better. It had a better controller. DVDs were superior to Blu-rays at that point because you didn't have to wait fucking 2 hours for your game to install. Like, the 360 was just better, period. If they would have copied the exact fucking blueprint of the 360 for the Xbox One, it would have been Jover for Sony. Because I think a lot of people forget that Sony at the time of the PS4, when it first came out, was rated a junk stock. So, PlayStation 4 is what turned shit around for Sony completely. As an entire company. So, if Xbox had come out the gate swinging, Sony most likely would have already been acquired by somebody else at this point.
Xbox 360 was out, getting played, getting crazy games, getting Call of Duty, getting Halo, before the PlayStation 3 even announced its $600 price tag, which ended up just selling even more Xbox 360s. So it sounds like, in a way, they're trying to repeat that success. Sony and Microsoft have talked a lot about their financials, and Xbox admits the only time they have ever been profitable, ever, was the Xbox 360 generation. That's the only time where they really sold enough to sort of be not just above water, but fully solvent. It sounds like they're trying to basically see if they can repeat that magic by having a stronger system out first. Now, leaks suggest they're launching a more powerful Xbox compared to Sony, so it might be worth it while they do an early next-gen only console in the market. It's going to be more expensive, taking advantage of supply-demand while it's there. Sarah Bond has basically confirmed 2027. While it's just a 4-game scenario, still, the whole idea of a PC masquerading as a video console seems like a train wreck in the making. A bad Windows update will cause havoc for the users.
Yeah, I heard the ROG Ally X essentially got bricked after a Windows 11 update the other day. So certain features on the ROG Ally X just stopped working entirely because of a Windows 11 update. Brutal, man. So that is entirely possible. Oh my god. Yeah, put Donald Trump in a Halo commercial, then we're talking.
That's just the thing. I have next to no faith they won't do exactly what you stated. There have been a ton of leaks specifically that the next-gen Xbox is not trying to just be the PlayStation 6. It's not trying to be the Nintendo Switch. A lot of the appeal of game consoles, the reason that gamers really get locked as these console ecosystems is because they're just so easy. I press this button, my PlayStation 5 is going to instantly boot up, it instantly turns on the TV, all the games auto-update, the online play is super easy. You can just be super dumb and it plays perfectly, right? Yes, PC has better graphics, it's got more mods, it's got more customization, more hacking, more crazy stuff that makes the games have a extremely high ceiling. But a lot of people like the fact that, honestly, you can do so much. And this next Xbox, it's a weird mix because it'll be able to play Steam games, it'll be able to play stuff like the Epic Game Store and stuff, but it doesn't sound like it's going to have that other part of it. It's not going to have the other appeal of PC gaming, building your own PC, doing those custom mods.
Dude, that is not any appeal of PC gaming, building it. Maybe for dorks like you, but if anything, that's a plus that I don't have to fucking buy it. Maximilian dude had to restart his PC 3 times because the Windows update broke Explorer. Brutal, man. Well, I was having that issue for a while until I just turned off my Ethernet. So, some fucking Windows update fried my Ethernet, whatever, connection, because now it just randomly disconnects all the time, so I had to disable that. So, I have to use Wi-Fi now. So, the thing is, the Ethernet connection works fine because my consoles are hardwired to it. So, Windows 11, man. Gotta love it.
It's doing those custom experiences. It sounds like it's going to basically just be like, well, a kind of dumbed down PC that barely plays Xbox. I'm in a weird spot where I think I'm excited for next-gen Xbox just on a theoretical level, but it's very difficult for me to imagine it's actually coming out. Every leak about Xbox is that they're just geysering billions of dollars every single quarter. I just can't imagine them actually spending the, humongous amount of money it takes to build the infrastructure, make these systems, make all these chips. I just really think this...
It's more so, will they allocate the resources to a console versus, a data center is the question. Like, will they take their RAM allocation and say, yeah, let's build a fucking gaming computer that nobody wants? That's more of the question, I would say.
Isn't actually coming out. If this exists, clearly AMD thinks so, but I'm still deep in skeptical swamp.
Nah, dude, my Wi-Fi speed is still, like, kick-ass. Hold on, let's see. Let's try it. Yeah, my Wi-Fi speed is great. It's way better than most normies, for sure. Yeah, so here you go. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. It's tiny. Yeah, there you go. So 622 megabyte download, 342 upload, and 6 milliseconds of latency. So, yeah, my internet's fine. Would it be a little bit faster if it wasn't fucking, Wi-Fi versus wired? Yeah. No, my internet's fine.
How do you feel about it, though? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Look at that. Isn't that the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life?
Nope.
Yeah, I know it is. Look at that.
Maybe if it was Aerith.
Hey, I'm Cloud. Maybe we should kiss a little. Oh, no.
What the fuck?
No. Oh, no. I'm having a flashback.
You're broke!
What, from you putting your tongue in his ass? Like, the fuck was that, bro? Oh my god.
Keep dreaming. Look at that. Isn't that the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life? Yeah, I know it is. Look at that. Hey, I'm Cloud. Maybe we should kiss a little. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm having a flashback.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
Dude, he just spoiled the ending. Oh, my God. Dude, that was the part I was looking forward to the most, is when Barrett bends Cloud over and just starts tossing his salad, with or without syrup. The player gets to choose. Maybe with jelly, too. How is that Mutt's Law? You guys are fucking retarded. That's literally not Mutt's Law. It's a reference to a fucking video, you retards. Oh my god. You people are not even human.
First of all, right, if he's a newcomer, right, I want him to suck my ass with jelly. What they call toss the salad. That's the slang word, toss the salad. It means sucking my ass, right? With jelly or without jelly.
I'm the fucking Mutt's Law, not Dreamcast guy who was making a tonguing sound to Cloud's asshole. So, yeah, no, not me, bro. Sorry. I am not suffering from fucking Mutt's Law of, you know, Dreamcast guy tonguing Cloud's asshole on camera, so.
First of all, right, if he's a newcomer, right, I want him to suck my ass with jelly. What they call toss the salad. That's the slang word, toss the salad. It means sucking my ass, right? With jelly or without.
Yeah, this is some real black history right here, guys.
Jelly. Some people use syrup. I prefer a guy to use jelly, right? I will reach my climate, right? I will automatically get hard, right? I will, you know, come automatically if he's sucking my ass for about 10 minutes or longer, right? It's a sensation feeling, and it makes you feel real good. Most all gays do that, you know what I'm saying? Like guys to suck their ass. It's just like a pussy, right? But the only difference is it's not a pussy, right? It's clean. The person is decent.
Yeah, dude, it's not like a pussy because the asshole is clean and the person's decent. Jesus Christ, man.
And the person know that that's an asshole, but in mind, he's looking at it as a pussy because he's in prison. So, toss my salad and let him eat me, you know, and we straight. That's it.
Shit, cuz.
First,
that's the straightest shit I ever heard, for real, dog. So yeah, there you go. There's your reference.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here, and I honestly, life, yeah, I know it is. Look at that. Hey, I'm Cloud. Maybe we should kiss a little. Oh no, I'm having a flashback.
First of all, right, if he's a newcomer, right, I want him to suck my ass with jelly. What they call toss the salad. That's the slang word, toss the salad. It means sucking my ass.
But yeah, dude, I'm the one with Mutt's Law. Okay. Thank you. I'm the one engaged in Mutt's Law. Meanwhile, Dreamcast guy is making out with his little fucking Cloud figurine. So, there you go. With or without syrup. Nah, we straight. Eclipse of the 2, gotta love multi-gigabit internet. Yeah, I would love to get like the 10 gigabit internet, but I don't think I can. It's not offered in my area, but one day, maybe. David with the 3 with the gay pear. Appreciate it, bro. I bet that pear likes it when he gets his salad tossed. Shit, but it's already sweet, so we don't need to use no syrup. I'm gonna eat that ass so hard that it's gonna turn into pear jelly. Shit. There you go. Steam download would cap at like 1 gig. Well, there's other things to use your internet for than just Steam. No, I live in Virginia, like right outside of DC. Luckily, I don't live in DC. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to own a gun. And Elijah with the 2, with the gay pear. Hell yeah, dude. Shit. Let's see. What else should we watch? Owning and licensing Xbox games. Whoa, dude. Is that the actual guy in the video? Or is that just a stock image? Dude, this is just AI slop. Let's see.
Have you ever wondered if you truly...
Dude, it's just Indian slop. Like, let us put a white guy in a white t-shirt in the thumbnail. They didn't make one of the words red, so. Brutal. Ineffective clickbait. Jay, just enjoy with the 2. Hey, you with the gay pair. Appreciate it, man. I don't know. Do I want to we could watch this, but I don't know if I want to subject myself to it. I don't know if I want to subject myself to it. How long is it? Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Alright, we'll watch it. It's short. Aw, look at him, bro. Sonic Racing misinformation is hilarious. Oh my god, dude, it's so funny. Dude, he's seething. That's him. Like, that is him seething, bro. But we'll see what this is.
Alright, I'm not sure who made this, but it made me laugh, and I found it on Demich's page, so shout out to Demich. Anyway, so, I was wrong. Not about everything, not even about most things.
Bruh. Yeah. That's a hell of a revisionist story to tell, my guy. That is quite the revisionist history here. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with the 2 and the gay pair. Very much appreciated, bro. Thank you for that.
But about enough. I had some predictions about the potential sell-through numbers on a worldwide scale for the Nintendo Switch 2, and I was off. I think Japan, Europe, and the Americas kind of lined up to exactly what I expected, but that other category kind of blindsided me. Again. So there's still plenty of data to analyze, and I am going to analyze it. But from the very beginning, my intention through all of this was that it would lead to some kind of backlash that would hopefully make Nintendo treat the customers better. It was meant to...
Oh, yeah, dude, he's just so, you know, just so fucking benevolent. Our benevolent clickbaiter here, you know, he just wanted to make a heckin' positive impact.
To be a discussion against corporate greed, a fight against blind consumerism, and I hope that there would be value in the discussions that we had, even if ultimately it didn't mean anything and Nintendo was going to go about it business as usual. The reality, though, is that it was never in my intention to mislead anybody. I am just a random dude looking at numbers at the end of the day. And as long as I...
Oh yeah, dude, I'm just so heckin' stupid. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, bro. This is a hell of a walk back.
I felt the discussion that I was pushing forward was following things in the correct manner, and things were heading in the right direction, then I would continue to push this discussion as far as I needed to, as long as I believed in the end goal. And the end goal for me was always a price drop so that Nintendo could be affordable for the majority of its fandom. And I could no longer in good conscience attempt to mislead anybody into assuming that a price drop is going to come from Nintendo. That's not going to happen. They sold through 15 million consoles in the first year. That puts them at, what, around an 85% sell-through rate? By my own metrics and by my own arguments, that is too successful of a first year to assume anything would change in the following year. Even if there's a massive drop-off over the next few months, which I still think is very feasible. Even if the Circana data comes out in 3 weeks and it ends up being the worst January that we've seen since the Wii U days, I think
yeah, cripple cart, dude.
Nintendo has done just enough to get by through the next year. And that's even if within 6 months they are no longer considered the fastest selling console in history. And I want to say that because I want to be very clear to my audience. I want you guys to understand my intentions as
Dude, it sounds like he's talking at a funeral right now.
I continue to make
either that or, like, you know, he's giving a public speech about being found guilty of a crime or something. Like, the demeanor is completely different from the usual, you know, I'm so heckin' knowledgeable about everything, you absolute dumb Nintendo glazers. So, you know, the demeanor change is pretty interesting.
Content. Before, I was doing this because I believed there was an
he's faulted
end goal. I was enjoying it. I was having a great time. I still am having a great time. But the end goal was always in front of me and it was a primary focus that I had. But if I no longer believe that there's going to be a price drop, I want to make sure that's very clear and very understood to you guys. The Nintendo Switch 2 sold through more in 2025 than I would have imagined they could manage. They did so with discounts on a worldwide scale.
No, they didn't.
Obviously.
Here comes the fucking revisionist history. Nope. Individual retailer sales do not fucking count.
All right,
as a
awesome.
discount.
Thanks, nigga.
Sorry,
All right.
buddy. And also a 10% discount's not moving the needle for anybody. If you weren't going to buy it at $450, $400 is not going to fucking change your mind.
But they still sold enough, whether I like it or not. But I also kind of want to address a few things that I think are worth addressing. I never intended for this discussion to be a magnet for toxicity. I believe in boycott.
I never expected this topic to be a magnet for toxicity. My Enwa. The entire premise of these videos is negativity. What the fuck is this dumbass talking about? He was like, people need to boycott it. That's literal toxicity, my guy. When you're not being positive about something and being negative, that's toxic. So what the fuck do you expect? You weren't Mr. Ray of Sunshine. You were declaring this thing was dead on arrival. You know, Nintendo is morally reprehensible and people should not buy it. That is literally the only thing it's going to attract. Toxicity. What? This is an insane backpedal.
Boycotts, but boycotts only work when there's enough people power behind it. Maybe one day more people will believe Nintendo and more of these gaming companies have gone too far. But for now, people are forgiving towards corporate greed, and they like buying overpriced stuff more than I expected, at least. I still very much stand by my belief that this channel was part of a healthy conversation that consumers should be having, even if I was wrong about my sales predictions. Because the cause was right. This is going to sound kind of cheesy, but
even though I was wrong, I was still right. Brutal.
I don't want to live in a world where there are no Nintendeens, because that's just a world that
I wouldn't mind it.
Completely owns us. Even if I'm shouting into the void, at least I am shouting into the void and it's resonating with some people out there. If all of this rabble-rousing means...
That's right, guys. He's the hero we deserve, but not the one it needs right now.
That the next time
what the fuck is this shit, man?
Nintendo has to think a little longer before raising prices, then I'm all for it. I'm not saying that I had the effect. I'm not saying that any of us will have that effect. But I clearly tapped into some widespread feelings amongst a lot of Nintendo fans, and gave it a bigger voice. As far as this channel is concerned, I'm still just going to make content that I want to make. Naturally, a lot of it will be focused on Nintendo. I'm probably going to be spending a lot more time focusing on my retrospective channel, mostly because, well, Nintendo is not releasing enough games. So I gotta talk about something. Also, I've been wanting to kind of move all of these old retrospectives that I have on my main channel over to that one, but I want to re-record them because I have better quality equipment now. I just have no idea when that's going to anything on the Nintendo Switch 2 right now, because even if I'm buying the stuff used, if I'm giving a good review of Bonanza, for example, that might...
Yep, Kirby Air Riders doubled the sales of Sonic Racing. So, yeah, it's never been more over for this class of content creator.
Lead to more people spending money towards Nintendo. So I'm obviously going to be focusing more on retro stuff, emulation, handheld gaming PCs in order to play Nintendo games, ROM hacks, fan games, or you might just get random gaming discussions where I yap about a memory or something completely pointless. I don't expect my channel to be as big in 2026 as it was in 2025. I expect it to actually drop down quite significantly, quite frankly. I think there are a lot of people here that were motivated by the cause, and if I'm coming out and just not making videos about Nintendo potentially moving towards a failure, then they probably will not be around for the rest of the content. But I think I made myself very clear back in April when I completely shifted from doing daily Mario retrospectives into covering Switch 2 stuff. The most important thing for me, in order to not get burnout when I YouTube, is that I enjoy the content that I'm making, and I enjoy the content by uploading what I want to upload. And that will always be the case whether the view count is at 500, 5,000, or 500,000. Ideally, enough of you will still be around where I can have some conversations in the comments.
Alright, well, there we go, man. Utterly felted. Utterly and totally felted. It's brutal out here, man. Jeez. Let's see. David with D2. Was the console war always this gay? Nah, dude, the console war used to be based as fuck. Like, it used to be fun. The console war used to be fun, but not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. Or maybe it's the fact we grew up, but I mean, there's not really anything worth fighting for anymore. You know, PlayStation sucks for the most part. Nintendo is kind of in a realm of its own, so it doesn't really have any real competition. And then Xbox is fucking dead. There's not even anything to fucking console war over anymore. So PP Head with the 5. Check out Tom Fo Goyim. Okay. Can probably stop after the first 10 to 15 minutes because he starts repeating himself. All right. Tom Fo Goyim. Raymond's other channel. Oh, he made another channel? Jesus, man. So now he makes 2 videos a day. One for one channel, one for the other. A woodsman needs jello. Oh my god. Dude, he's addicted to social media.
Hey guys, welcome to today's video. We have a special guest, the one, the only, Jimmy Talks.
What's
Jimmy.
up, guys?
Let's see. And also Schizo Garcia with the 2. Which bull hurt Nintendeen, Jamal, or Tyrokin? That shit was brutal, dude. And Chronicle with the 2. FBI and Papa H. Fed will link. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully this isn't bad. Okay, that's not bad. So I got Papa H, a white cat that sniffed too much petrol. You have Vanille, not even the best girl from Final Fantasy 13. And I don't know who that is. But brutal, dude. Is that Ricardo? I don't think so. I don't think so. He doesn't have goggles on. That is you? Oh, I stand corrected. My bad. Forgive me.
How's everyone doing? What's up, guys? Welcome back to Jimmy Talks. Classic intro. How are we doing?
The classic.
The classic duo. You all have been asking for a collab, so I figured I would do one because that is the most requested one I've been seeing, and I wanted to do that with Tom. Haven't really been interested in doing one with anybody else because Tom actually, I seen his videos come up in my feed one day, and I was like, yo, who the hell is this guy? His thumbnails are awesome. And I clicked his videos, and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. This seems like a cool guy. And then he commented on my videos, and he was like, yeah, I started doing YouTube because of you. And I was like, oh, wow, that's awesome. I'm actually getting people's brain juices flowing and thinking about stuff, and I'm getting them motivated to do their own thing in life. So, yeah, that's why I wanted to do a video with Tom.
Dude, yeah, it's crazy because that's exactly how it happened. Just like 6 or 7 months ago, I was watching your videos at work, and then you had one where you're like saying, just make YouTube shit. And I was like, oh my God, he's right. And then I got into it, and I mean, here we are. It's crazy. But anytime I do a collab at this point, nobody, like everybody.
The third worldism that Nick actually ended up talking about as well. And a lot of people, not this, explode. So ICE and immigration, you know, I caught some flack for this one, and the third worldism that Nick actually ended up talking about as well. And a lot of people, not just him. Tom, what do you think about the infiltration of the dissident right wing and the anti-Israel crowd? So you have people like you and I, we're actual Americans.
You have the dumbasses like Jake Shields, who is a fucking moron, or Jackson Hinkle.
We come from a specific background. We're both obviously white dudes, so we have different values and different culture and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with even admitting that or saying that, because everybody, Asian people are different, Muslim people are different, you know. So there's nothing crazy. What do you think about this hijacking that started with the anti-Israel crowd? They're not really America first, you know.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of it's coming from the anti-Israel, pro-Palestine people. They don't even care about America. Yeah. They don't even give a shit about borders. A lot of them are like communists. And so for a minute, there was like this weird...
PP Head with the 2. It's not this. It's... okay. Yeah, give me like the actual title next time so I know what to look for. Because if the Goyim comes up in the search, then that's what I'm going to click on. All right.
with the release of the file.
Yeah, Jackson Hinkle's a fucking retard, man.
A couple people ask me, Tom, what are your thoughts going to be on the files? When are you going to make a video talking about it? Honestly, I've been thinking, is like, should I even make a video talking about all this? Should I even like discuss it? Because I don't think I'm going to be able to say anything that hasn't already been said. But kind of looking at it, I think I should talk about it because I've talked about Pizzagate several times on this channel. I've gone on multiple podcasts, and when people have asked me, hey, Tom, what got you into politics? What radicalized you? I bring up Pizzagate, and more often than not, every time I give that answer, people, they go like, oh, dude, I completely forgot about Pizzagate. That's crazy. So, yeah, I mean, it is a big part of my journey when it comes to politics, so I think I should talk about it, so I am. And here's my thoughts on this. Now, bear with me, because this might be a crazy video for a lot of...
Ricardo Comsize of the 10. Appreciate it, man. I broke up, or wait, fuck. I woke up at 3:30 a.m. Tuesday and watched Kino Casino, watch a Disney adult order McDonald's nuggets at Disney World for 45 minutes. If only my younger self could see me now, he'd jump out a freaking window.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
I think that's true for most of us, Ricardo, to be completely honest. I think if most of our younger selves could see us now, we would have, you know, stopped it before it could go too far. He's illiterate? Yeah. Exactly. But, yeah, I think most of us would be pretty disappointed, in all honesty.
People. Some of you will get it, and you'll know why I'm going to say some of the stuff I'm going to say, but a lot of you are probably not. At least unless if I explain it well, then you'll get it. But you guys know I don't do good at articulating my thoughts all the time, so we'll see. But I kind of have this bittersweet feeling with the files being released, and let me explain why. So with the files being released on Friday, it essentially vindicated and confirmed a bunch of stuff. We also learned new things. But out of all the things that we did learn that are new, it's not really a lot. And all the stuff that is basically being confirmed because of the files is stuff that most people who have kind of been keeping up with Pizzagate, Jeffrey Epstein, this whole thing over the past 10 years or so, it's kind of shit we already knew. And so the fact that it's confirmed is nice. It's like a vindication of like, all right, now we know for certain Pizzagate was 100% real. But also at the same time, we already kind of knew that. And why are we being shown these things? Why is now the time where they're going to just...
It's a flex. They're basically saying, ha ha ha, you know what we did. Now you can't do anything about it. It's the ultimate buck breaking of society. And people fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Come out of the woods and confirm all this stuff to us. Why are we seeing this shit now? And that's kind of why I'm a little worried about all of this and the way it was done.
Like all these dipshits that actually thought things would change if they ever released this shit are foolish.
Done on Friday, and there were a lot of other things that happened on Friday. But obviously, you know, the Epstein list was the biggest one. Something a lot of people have wanted. It's something a lot of people voted Trump into office for a second term to do this, to release the files. Something he promised. Something he ended up lying about.
Nope, he never promised to release the files. That is a very common lie. Trump has never promised to release the files. Ever. There was not a single point during the campaign where he said he would. The only thing he said is that he would look at it. That's it.
And I mean, we got them, or at least we got half of them. From my understanding, there's still like, we got 3 million files. There's still like an additional 3 million they have. And so, I mean, I'm glad we got them, but also at the same time, I'm a little worried. And if you guys don't know that much about Pizzagate, it's kind of hard to explain because, and that's not what this video is going to be about. I'm not here to walk you through Pizzagate. If you don't know what Pizzagate is, if you weren't keeping up with it, if you didn't follow along with all the emails and the videos that people were making over the past decade, because it has been 10 years at this point, I'm not going to be able to explain that to you in one video. And I don't really want to make a documentary explaining what Pizzagate is. I'm not going to spend 300 hours just so half of you guys can watch that video. There's already people that have made videos talking about it in much better detail than I ever could that exists on the internet. Now, none of those videos...
Yeah, this game looked good, but then I saw it's a roguelike. I remember being so heartbroken over that. I remember I was looking at this game, and it was like, oh yeah, this looks really good. And it's like, oh, never mind. Roguelike.
Videos are on YouTube because YouTube nuked all those channels and all those videos. But I mean, if you guys really care, if you guys really want a good place to start, because there's so much, I would have to say Rumble or BitChute. Look up Mouthy Buddha. I'll put the name on the screen. Now you're probably thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? I'm telling you, for like a beginner introduction into what Pizzagate is, you can watch his videos. He's not on YouTube anymore. He was one of the first people to get like obliterated off of YouTube, and his whole thing was Pizzagate. So he's on Rumble. I'm pretty sure it's on BitChute. You have the name. You're a big boy. You can go on those websites. You can watch those videos. If you don't want to do any of that, then you're just not going to understand the whole context of what's happening, because a lot of people seem to kind of only understand parts of the files of the Epstein list of like what's going on. Like they understand like the Mossad part, they understand the Israel influence, they get the blackmail part, you know, they understand pedophilia. Like they understand people were getting blackmailed for pedophilia. They get that. It makes sense.
Well, it wasn't actual pedophilia. It was, you know, teenage girls, but whatever. That's what the thing was. It was like, you know, it wasn't like Epstein literally kidnapping 6-year-olds. That's a very common misconception. Again, it's teenage girls, but anyway, doesn't really matter. It's semantics at that point. The whole point was to entrap people into having sex with underage women. There you go. That's the entire premise of the operation. You know, you had underage girls that would, you know, be offered to these powerful people, and then that was used as leverage in order to get them to do what Epstein wanted. So it was not like literal, you know, pimping out a 5-year-old or something like that. Like, there's no actual evidence of that happening. Could it have happened? Maybe, but primarily it was teenage girls.
Them. But then when you start talking about what Pizzagate was actually really about, which it wasn't just about blackmailing people and it wasn't just about Israel. I know that's a big part, and I know the Mossad angle is the reason why Jeffrey and a lot of these people had the resources they did to do a lot of these things. That's not really what Pizzagate was about. In fact, for the longest time, nobody even talked about Israel because there were so many people involved that weren't blackmailed. They weren't blackmailed, they weren't Jewish, they weren't doing it for Israel either. They were involved with these things because they liked it. They were involved with abusing these kids because they enjoyed it, and for some of them, they had their own motives. And this is the part people get freaked out about. This is the part that kind of scared people. Even when Pizzagate was like just happening, people were getting freaked out about it because it's shit people don't understand. And that is the fact that there is a spiritual element to it. People don't like that. I get it. A lot of you are going to roll your eyes and you're going to say, Tom, what the fuck are you talking about? But I'm telling you, there's more than just blackmail. It's more than just people who were attracted to kids. There was more to this. And those are the parts people seem to just not want to acknowledge. And it's like, take, for example...
Yeah, it's like once you've tasted all the world's luxuries, what's left for you to enjoy? So you become more and more depraved.
Jay-Z being in these files, all these...
It's the end state of decadence, is once you've enjoyed all the luxuries of this world, what do you do next to get that next rush? And then you descend into depravity and, you know, this degenerate shit. So, and then also, yeah, there's the satanic side of things. With the spirit cooking and all that type of shit. But, yeah. Once you're wealthy enough and you've experienced all life has to offer, you know, you've drank the best wines, eaten the best food, been to the most beautiful vacation spots, bought all the expensive cars you could ever want, the nicest watches, you know, you have your dream houses. What else do you get? Well, you have to get that dopamine hit from something else, so you turn to the most depraved shit you can find because it's the only thing that gives you any sort of satisfaction anymore. Pretty sad, honestly, man. Evil shit.
Normies online freaking out about Jay-Z being in the files and it's confirmed, and they're like, oh my gosh, how could he? It's like, dude, that's not fucking news. Everybody who was involved when this stuff was unfolding knew about Jay-Z being involved with this shit. Everybody knows he was going to all the spirit cooking events. He's into occultic shit. Dude, there's people that have talked about him in the early 2000s inviting witches into his studio to do rituals and shit over his music and his production. I know that sounds crazy to a lot of you, and you're saying, oh, that's just not true. That wouldn't happen. That is true. That's why it happened. He's not involved with Jeffrey Epstein because he loves Israel or because they have blackmail on him. He's involved because of the occultic rituals, because of the spiritual side. A lot of people are. And that's kind of the part of Pizzagate that scares most of the normies. You know, it freaks them out because you start talking about blood rituals. You know, you start talking about how they were torturing kids. It's like, what do you think some of those images are? What do you think some of these emails are? You see it. They're not even like having sex with the kids sometimes. They're just torturing them. You think they're doing that just for fun?
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, again, maybe we should watch it. I don't know. But that documentary on Gilles de Rais, it's like, yeah, that dude literally just used to torture kids for fun. Like, he wouldn't even have sex with them or anything like that. He would just torture them, dismember them, you know, disembowel them, and then he would jerk off on their body parts. So he never actually had sex with them. So the actual pleasure he got was from the torture, not, you know, actually, you know, engaging in a sexual act with the child. Like, it's fucked up shit. So there are some very fucking sick people in the world, and it's always been that way.
They're sick hicks. They're doing it because they have reasons. They have motives. And you might not believe in spirits or in angels or in God or in any of that stuff. That's fine. But these people do. And honestly, it makes no difference whether it's real or not for those kids. It makes no difference whatsoever if it's real or not. It's real to the people that were torturing them. It was real to them. And in those kids' final moments on this earth, it was real for them as well. And that's kind of the part of Pizzagate that freaks people out the most. It's the part people don't like talking about. And I'm not even really here to talk about it. I'm just mentioning it because maybe some of you didn't even know that. Maybe you think it is just the blackmail side. And yes, that is probably the most important angle, but there's so much more to all this. And that's kind of why the fact that these things got released in the way they did kind of worries me, because you have to ask yourself, why are they showing us this now? A lot of people would say, oh, because they passed the Senate and Congress, they passed that law. Like, they have to show us. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't care. They were 40 days over the deadline to show us anything. They only showed us half. And they still redacted a bunch of shit, and they were supposed to release, with every redaction, a written explanation as to why. Not simply, oh, we're protecting a victim. No, they were supposed to release explanations. They didn't do that. And I tried looking for those on the website. I couldn't find them. Maybe you found them, but they didn't release the reasons for the redactions, other than all the same bullshit. That wasn't what they were supposed to do. They didn't release all the files. And then, you know, you have to ask yourself, why? Why are they showing us this shit now? It's been 10 years since the emails dropped from WikiLeaks. Why are we getting this stuff now?
Because they're rubbing it in your face that you can't do anything about it. That's why.
Wow. A lot of these emails in these files, they had before WikiLeaks came out with all of Hillary's shit, before Pizzagate was even a thing on the internet. You know, a lot of this stuff the FBI had.
They want to rub it in your face that you can't do anything about it. That's what it all comes down to.
Since 2014. So why now? Why this past Friday? And people did ask that question. What's the answer the internet came up with?
Again, if anyone actually thought there was going to be some sort of smoking gun or actual client list or anything like that released, they're a fool, bro. Like, that shit has long since been CIA black-sided. Like, that shit's actually, you know, it's gone. You're never going to fucking see that shit. It's long fucking gone. It's been, what, 7 years since they took all of Epstein's stuff? That shit's been put on a CIA black site, you know, almost a decade ago at this point. Probably before they even arrested him formally. So, yeah, if you actually thought any of that was going to be coming out, you're a fool, man. You are a fool. That was never going to happen.
The answer was, well, Trump didn't attack Iran, and so Israel threatened Trump by releasing half of the files. It's a warning shot to Trump, so he'll attack Iran. And that seems to be the thing everybody's going with. It's that it's some power play Israel's doing against Trump. And, I mean, that's somewhere to start, yeah, because that would be an answer, if it's true. That's why it happened the way it did. Trump grew some balls and said, no, I'm not attacking Iran. But the problem with that is that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Does the files have some stuff with Trump in them? Yeah, I think there's like 4,000 mentions or something like that. But most of them are not that damning, to be honest. And I know people would say, oh, that's because they're hiding all the good stuff they have on Trump. And that's why it's a warning shot, because Israel's not playing around. They want him to attack Iran. And it's like, really? Now, after everything Trump's done for Israel, now he grows balls? Now he tells Netanyahu no. Now he says we're not going to get involved with Iran. Did you guys forget he got the Goy of the Year award like in December? He got like Israel's biggest cuck award just a few months ago. You guys are acting like he isn't on their leash. He isn't being completely handled and controlled at this point, that they have to send a warning shot. That doesn't make sense at all, because these files, all they've done is just incriminate Israel. The Mossad connection, 100% confirmed. Jeffrey Epstein, we all knew he was...
Not Israel, dude. Russia, obviously. Epstein was a Russian agent. At least that's what CNN told me, right?
Jewish, but now, without a shadow of a doubt, not only is he Jewish as fuck, and he's a Jewish supremacist. There's like no doubt about it. If we have to accept the fact that all these files are real, and by the way...
This has to be some of Alex's best work, bro. I see this on every single comment section on fucking Instagram, the gif of this. It's great.
Hey, I don't even know if I do
Alex, bro.
that, because why would...
That motherfucker is just awesome. Alex is one of those few people who's like famous, I guess you could say. I would love to meet. I think it would be fun.
These people be honest about all this. Am I saying the files are fake? No, I think a lot of them are real, but like all of them, really? You don't think some of them they're fucking with? Like that thought hasn't crossed your mind at all? The government that has lied to us since before World War I, now they're being completely honest and upfront. They've had like these files for over a decade. They didn't fuck with any of them at all. And so that's why it's like I'm a little concerned. Because a lot of things are getting vindicated. Pizzagate, yeah, vindicated at this point. And I remember Pizzagate happening, dude. I remember everybody waiting for the WikiLeaks files to drop in November of 2016. I remember Alex Jones' stream that he did the day they came out. I remember everybody going insane. I remember Trump winning. And then like 2 weeks after the election, that dude shows up at Comet Ping Pong and starts shooting. You know, there's the shooting event. He gets arrested. And to this day, I do believe there was some Fed involvement in that. I don't think he was a Fed. I think he was influenced by Feds to go and, shoot up that pizza restaurant. But this whole thing has been weird. And that's why it's kind of hard to talk about this if you don't completely understand the timeline. The whole point with Pizzagate was it was exposing so much. And then the only way they could combat it is they had to poison the well. So they started releasing misinformation, stuff that actually wasn't true. And most of us fell for it. Like almost a majority of people that were making videos talking about it or reporting on it, they fell for the bait because we didn't know they were going to do that. And they had to try and discredit people. So there's always been this weird game being played around this entire subject. And just for them to come out and just release files that are essentially confirming shit, they're using a lot of the same coded language that was in Hillary Clinton's emails with pizza, hot dogs, all this shit. And there's all these other people that are being involved that we suspected because of Pizzagate, all this confirmation, all this vindication just out of nowhere. And that's just simply because Trump refused to attack Iran. That's it. That's the answer, really? It's like Trump's literally done every other thing Israel's wanted him to do. We're sending warships to Iran. We've been doing that for the past 2 weeks. We've been engaging in espionage in Iran with Mossad. The CIA has been boots on the ground helping Mossad for years. And it's been no different.
So what? Why are we acting like fucking with Iran is not some, overall Again, like this is the same third worldism that he was bitching about in the other video. Why the fuck do you care what happens to Iran? If the CIA wants to do their shit over there, who gives a fuck?
You're Trump with fucking up Iran. We fucking struck them last year with the bombs. And now Trump out of nowhere just grows balls. I don't buy it. I don't buy that being the reason why they released the stuff the way they did. And a lot of people are not going to like me saying this stuff. That's why I said I'm kind of worried. Because that's the only answer I've seen people come up with. It's like, oh, it's just because of Iran. That doesn't make sense. Trump is their number one dude. He is the number one Goy president, bro. He won an award. His family is like half Jewish at this point. His daughter married into one of the most powerful, influential Jewish families in the world, the Kushners. He celebrated the fact that his daughter denounced Christ to become Jewish. That's who Trump is. That's who this guy is. The only reason he won...
Yeah, well, Trump is not some deeply religious person. Shocking, I know. Did anyone have the delusion that Trump was some sort of religious leader? I don't know, man. I don't really think Trump has ever been religious personally. Again, I don't hold Donald Trump to be a moral authority on anything. I think he's probably the most effective president we've had in a very fucking long time. But yeah, I'm not under any delusion that Trump is like some, religious thought leader or some shit like that. That's why Top H is better. Dude, Top H was not religious either, so... Top H was not a very religious man either. I hate to break it to you. Most effective leaders are not religious because in religion you have to basically serve something other than your own ambition, which does not usually fucking clock. So, most effective leaders are not deeply religious.
2024 is because he took Israeli money. He's been doing everything they have wanted him to do, but now, because he says he doesn't want to strike Iran, that's why they released the files, which, by the way, don't even really incriminate him at all. If anything, it incriminates them, and it just goes to show that, yeah, Epstein was Jewish. Yeah, he was Mossad. Yeah, he was connected with all the Pizzagate shit. It was all Israel. They gave him a bunch of money. How does that make sense? We're trying to threaten Trump into helping us by doing what we want, so we're going to release all this information that basically shoots us in the foot, that basically announces to the world, hey, we're involved in this pedophilia ring. We know we've been yelling at you saying you're crazy and it's a conspiracy for the past decade, but we're just going to admit to it because Trump grew balls for a random afternoon and said he's not going to attack Iran, even though he's been gearing up to attack Iran for the past 2 months. That doesn't make sense. And I get why a lot of people would say it, but it's like, dude, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. And I know a lot of people have said that, people who are very more knowledgeable than I am, but it's just something feels off. There's something very weird going on. And I know you feel it. I know a lot of you guys understand something doesn't seem right.
Oh, guys, the fear-mongering is over. Nintendo president says increasing memory costs will not affect Switch 2 prices for now. There you go. Crisis averted. The $800 Switch 2 clickbait can now officially die.
Even with the release of
another one checked off the list.
These files. It's almost like we got what we wanted, but we got it in a way that's kind of like blinding, and it's distracting a lot of people from other stuff that's going on. And I know people are going to say, what do you mean? These are the files. This is what we've wanted. We've always wanted this. And it's like, well, yes, but I mean, to be honest, everything I see people kind of freaking out about in the files, I'm not going to lie, it's shit we already knew. Maybe it's shit you didn't know because you weren't following Pizzagate and you weren't there when, you know, stuff was getting leaked a decade ago. A lot of people kind of woke up to Jeffrey Epstein when he died. Some people don't even think he died. They think he's in Tel Aviv partying with a bunch of 12-year-olds. And I'm not saying that. I don't necessarily believe that, but I mean, I haven't seen his dead body. I didn't see it. I saw a picture. Yeah, but it's like, is that real? I get there's a lot of stuff coming out with these files, but
dude, this goes back to the whole thing I talked about. I don't even remember how many months ago. Like, the Epstein file crowd will literally not be satisfied until they witness child rape firsthand. Like, I swear to God, bro. Like, this is the thing that's just kind of stupid about this crowd, and I'm not even saying this guy in particular, but there are literally people who will not believe anything that they see, read, hear, or whatever until they just witness the child rape in front of them. It's just incredible. So, are they grifting? Are they that stupid? I don't know, but it's kind of the perfect example of that. It's like, dude, the guy's probably dead. Most likely he's dead. Do you really think they would keep him around just to accidentally log into the wrong account, say the wrong thing, be at the wrong place at the wrong time? Like, yeah, no. Dude, they don't even let the president shit in a toilet because they're worried someone will clone him using his DNA. Do you really fucking think that they would let someone like that live if he was that big of a security threat? Like, no. He's already fucking dead, bro. Personally, I would bet money on the fact he's dead.
But it's shit we already knew. I see all these people freaking out about Jay-Z. It's like, dude, he was going to spirit cooking events. He's dancing with witches. He's been doing this. Yes, we've known that. That's no secret. It's new to everybody else, but to the people that have been paying attention, it's not new at all. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool that we're getting complete confirmation from the government at this point, but does that really even matter? Do we even really trust these people at all? Like, I don't give a fuck what the government says. What they say is real or what isn't real. They lie to us every day. We've known about Jay-Z. We've known about the Pizzagate shit.
Because Jeffrey Epstein wanted to cooperate with the feds, Ghislaine did not. That's the difference.
Known about the fucking breeding farms in Mexico. All these people freaking out about how Jeffrey Epstein's a Jewish supremacist and how he has these breeding farms where he's trying to create a race of, you know.
Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein had a little bit of remorse and was willing to provide names. And that's when he was killed. That's what his brother says, at least, so take it with a grain of salt, but Jeffrey Epstein's brother said that, you know, a few days before he died, that pretty much he was going to talk and reveal all the names. So she probably just took a deal to be quiet.
Half Jew, half Mexican hybrids.
Again, from all the reporting, she was like the really evil one of the two, because Jeffrey Epstein had to maintain the, you know, air of being a benevolent kind of guy, like, you know, a nice dude, somebody you could trust. And she was like the vicious, like, bitch, for lack of a better term, behind the scenes, doing all the crazy shit. So, again, it really just depends, but yeah, if you believe Epstein's brother, he was about to name names, and that's when he died, so, yeah.
He's forcing all these women to give birth, and they're doing all these experiments. Dude, people have been talking about that since before.
No, Hitler was not atheist. He was not devout, though. People who say, like, Hitler was, like, this Christian leader, that's just factually incorrect, bro. Hitler was more of a spiritual person than a Christian, if you really want to get technical. Like, he believed that the old German gods had powers and stuff. Like, again, it's complicated. It's complicated, but he was not this devout Christian, you know. He is not, like, you know, a Martin Luther type or something in German history where he's just a devout Christian or something like that. Which Martin Luther was not a devout Christian either, but anyway. I digress. It doesn't matter. It's semantics at this point, but Long and short of it is Hitler is not some, you know, Christian leader. He more so believed in the spirit of his people.
Or Pizzagate was even a thing. Alex Jones was talking about that shit back in like 2013. This isn't new. There are a few things, however, I will say. The Bitcoin connection, which is pretty concerning. But I mean, I've heard rumors before that he's connected to Bitcoin. Jeffrey played a role in Bitcoin. I've heard that before. And then I would say the most concerning is his connection to 4chan and to Poll. That's probably the biggest thing we've gotten out of this. But all that does is just connect him more to Trump. And then also...
And to Reddit. Let's not forget about that. Ghislaine Maxwell was a supermod on r/politics.
Connects him to 4chan, which is weird because a lot of us got radicalized because of the politically incorrect forum on 4chan. And if we are to believe that all these files are legit, which...
See, I feel even more justified in never having used 4chan. That's how we know PK is fake as fuck. He always loves to talk about how much he loves 4chan, so... I never used 4chan. Totally vindicated, as usual.
I'm saying... I don't think they're all 100% real. I'm saying most of them probably are, but it's like, dude, really? We're just going to accept that they're all real? Because if that's true, that means he played a role in the politically incorrect forum being made. Which, if you know anything about the history of Trump winning in 2016, that means that he played a big role in Trump getting the internet push that he needed to win that election. Because the reason why he won is because of the internet. It was the first election where social media, in a lot of ways, played a very big role, even more so than traditional cable and mainstream media. And they weren't really ready for that. Like, the establishment wasn't prepared for that to be a thing. And that's why Trump won. That's why he dominated 2016. I would say that, the Bitcoin connection, those are probably the two things that we found out from these files that's the most concerning.
The Bitcoin connection's completely fucking fake, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. Not fucking true. That's already been discredited.
Everything else is shit we already knew about. It's stuff people have been talking about for over a decade. And I know I'm not trying to sound like a dick in saying, like, Pizzagate, if you don't understand what that is. If I wasn't there when that shit was happening, and if you were to tell me, hey, you got to go research this shit and figure out what Pizzagate was, I would be completely lost because it's such a weird thing to go through. You kind of just had to be there. It was a very online movement. It was chronically online. It was addictive. You know, it was always something new and it was very fast and there was so much shit and there's so much information and a majority of it was real. And that's kind of the freaky part about it is because it took them a while before they started poisoning the well because there was just so much shit they couldn't keep up with. And so it's concerning to me because it's like, why would they admit to this? Why would this all come out now? Just because Trump isn't attacking Iran? And
because they don't care anymore. You can't do anything about it. That's basically the message.
That's the case. If you are right, if that's the reason why these files were released, that's not a good thing because that means it worked because that means it did freak out Trump.
Dude, it's like the old thing where, you know, if they can do X to you, then they can do Y. You know, if they can force everybody to stay inside their house, not operate a business, put a fucking mask on, then they can do all sorts of shit to you. Just like if they can troon your kids out and turn them against you, then you'll be willing to take whatever they throw your way. So they're basically just testing the water yet again. Like, how much will people, you know, stand for? And they know for a fact nobody's going to fucking do anything because, again, everybody's too comfortable to care. Nobody's going to endanger their status quo in order to, you know, lead the revolt against, you know, the chosen people pedos. It's not going to happen, you know. People are too comfortable in their day-to-day lives.
And that means we are going to go to war with Iran. Why do you think all the markets are crashing? Bitcoin crashed, gold and silver crashed, a bunch of shit happened on the stock market. Why? Why do you think that is? Because the world is literally preparing for a conflict with Iran. Some people are saying it's going to be World War III. And if it's not World War III, at the very least...
Why the fuck would gold and silver tank if we're going into war? That's the opposite of what happens, but whatever.
It's going to be a war with us and Iran. It's going to be a war we are actually involved in. Not proxy, not some bitch shit. It's going to be full on. And it could be over within a week. It could be over within days. Who knows? But it's very concerning because it can go wrong very fast. To just think that the only reason they released these files was just to send a warning shot to Trump, I don't buy that. Because he's in bed with these people. Trump's family is married into this. The only reason he had the support money-wise to become president is because he accepted deals with these people. He's in bed with Israel at this point. He's done everything Netanyahu has wanted him to do. He got Best Goy of the Year award. So don't fucking tell me this is them trying to check him. Why would they do that if all they're doing is releasing half the stuff they have on him by releasing all the other shit they have on themselves? Do you see that? It's like, yeah, you released some stuff on Trump, but you're also admitting to, you know, being the mastermind behind a satanic pedophile ring and funding Jeffrey Epstein and his entire operation. That's kind of more of an own on you. That's kind of you kind of fucking yourself over. And I mean, who knows? Maybe we're at a point now to where the public perception of Israel really just doesn't matter anymore. Maybe we're past that.
It
and
never
maybe it's too late.
has.
Maybe that's why. Maybe it is just
They
a warning to
already
Trump.
know
and
it's
they don't care
over.
if they hurt themselves because they're willing to do so because everybody already hates them. All the people that are going to hate them are going to hate them. Is this really going to convince somebody who supports Israel at this point that Israel's bad? I feel like most people who support Israel are kind of just ride or die at this point. You know,
Silver's
like
at an all-time low. What is it at? $3, PK? What are we talking about?
they're not giving up. There could literally be 1,000 videos, 1 billion emails of Israel being involved with Pizzagate and all this shit. I don't think they would care. I don't think it would change their mind. So maybe that's where we're at, and that's why they sent the warning shot to Trump. So maybe you are right, but I just don't believe it. And that's why I'm concerned, because first of all, it's only half of what they have. And second of all, it's coming out at a time where there's so many other things going on. There's all this stuff going on with the Fed involving all these Jewish people. There's all this stuff happening with Iran, possible war, possible escalation into World War III. There's a lot of shit happening. And it's almost like like I said earlier, we're getting what we want, but we're getting it in a way that blinds us to other stuff. And all the normies, you know, that have been kind of screaming for the files to be released, they're getting the files and they're freaking out over shit that we already knew. It's like, I'm sorry, the breeding farms, that's not new. Jay-Z being involved, that's not new. Pizzagate being an actual thing, yeah, that's not new. Like, the people who have been paying attention, what have we really gotten? And also, you have to ask yourself, do you really think this is going to lead to any type of justice at all? Do you think anybody's actually going to get arrested at all? It's definitely pissing off people, and you should be mad. This is something you should be furious over. And the only reason why I'm not more angry about it is just because I've kind of been paying attention to this for over a decade. It's like, yeah, it's disgusting, and it's evil, and it's fucked up, but it's like, I was furious about this 10 years ago, and that was back when you would get called crazy, and it's like, yeah, it's vindicated now.
PK, you are fake, bro. You could be in Tel Aviv for all we know right now. For all we know, you could be in Tel Aviv right now. So, I don't trust you anymore, bro. Now that 4chan has been exposed, it's not looking good, bruv. You have directly linked your identity to that website. And I think you did it at great detriment to yourself.
But I'm just kind of more concerned at why are we being shown this? Why are they letting us see these things? Is it bait? Is this a distraction? And I know that sounds crazy, and a lot of people are going to get mad that I'm even saying that. They're going to say, Tom, you're just overthinking it. But I'm being honest. It's like, dude, why would they do this if it doesn't benefit them? Because Thomas Massey got pissed off and was complaining about it? Dude, he's been complaining. Their deadline to release this shit was last year. They didn't care about the fucking deadline. If they really didn't want to release them, they wouldn't. And so I get it's like a victory to get these things, but we have to ask ourselves, like, in what way does this actually benefit them? What are we not being shown? And how much of this is actually real? You know, there's that video of Jeffrey Epstein talking to, you know, Steve Bannon. It's a 2-hour interview. And I see clips on like Insta, people were posting them on Instagram, and all the comments are saying like, oh, it's AI, it's fake. It's a fake video. And it's like, I don't think it's fake. I don't think it's AI, but I mean, that is kind of a concern as well. We do exist in a time period where we have to ask ourselves, are videos we're seeing, is that real? Are these pictures real? A lot of people would say, oh, well, I know how to tell if an AI video is, if it's AI or not. I know how to tell if it's legit. And it's like, well, see, that's the thing is every expert when it comes to AI, every world leading expert with technology and AI has said and agreed upon this, that whatever version of AI the government has, whether it's the US government or China, is a version that is far more advanced than what the public has access to. And that is a concern. The stuff we see, is it actually a real video? Is this actually Jeffrey Epstein? Now, I'm not saying the videos are fake. I think they're real. But it's like, how much of this is legit? And if it's all legit, why are we seeing it now? Why are they giving it to us now? Because they passed some fucking rule? Because they passed some bill? Because Thomas Massey has been complaining about it? I don't buy that. And the answer to, you know, well, it's just a warning shot to Trump so he'll attack Iran. He's done everything they want in regard.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean about him repeating himself. Holy shit. Okay. Jeez. Well, yeah, we're running down the same script. I owe you meme reparations. Brutal. You won't see a dime. Dude, all this is, and I'm telling, this is what I think it is. It's basically the elites saying, all right, the secret's out. What are you going to fucking do about it? And nothing. Nothing will be done. And by extension, when something else happens in the future, nothing will happen. And nothing will continue to happen. So that's the reality we're dealing with here. Because people will choose to watch the fucking sports ball game next weekend instead of actually caring about what was released this past weekend. So that's the brutal truth. People will move the fuck on to the next thing that doesn't fucking matter. So it doesn't matter. Secret's out. Oh no, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. That's what we thought. Anyway, moving on. Like, it's just, that's the reality we're dealing with here, so I don't know why people think, like, something magical was going to happen because these files got released. So, yeah, it is what it is, though. You think you're doing something, but you're not. But anyway, I gotta hop off, guys. I'm gonna get on a little bit earlier to work because I got some shit to do. So, have a wonderful Wednesday, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging out, and I will talk to everybody on, I guess tonight. So, yeah, shit. Anyway, peace out, guys.